Good afternoon. What's up, guys? Hello. Welcome to your Wednesday afternoon. At least my Wednesday afternoon. Perhaps for you as well. Thanks as always for being here for the start of the stream. Continuing my what I started last week. What I mean by that is that today, once again, the stream's available on YouTube and Twitch at the same time. So you can choose, and I really hope that you can get 1080p on both platforms. If you can't, if you can't because of your bandwidth issues, then you can choose something lower on Twitch for sure, probably also YouTube. If you can't because the platform's not providing that, let me know. But it should be 1080p on both platforms. Hello Vic, how are you? Hey Tosha, what's up? I hope you have not gathered too many more channel points. Although, I don't know why I say I hope. It was actually kind of cool to play Quarterstaff. By the way, if you're watching this on Twitch, with channel points, you can make me play some random shit for half an hour, so think about that. Always love your videos, taught me a lot. Thanks, Bentore, happy to see you here. Yes, as I was saying, I'm now also on YouTube, and I also saw Keepy say that you're thinking about the spear guy, where did he go? I've been actually streaming on Twitch for over a month. It's like a month and a half now, but now also on YouTube, so you can now choose. And here you are, I love your PP videos. Thank you, Keepy, and happy to see you. Thanks for following. Kier 8700. Pog log time. Yes, Crimson. Let's start with a bit of log of the Pog. But also, at some point, like in a couple minutes, I'd see a couple more people get in here as well. Let's have a quick look at the update as well, because today there was an update and there are some balance changes, probably not much to affect us, but there is one very, very important thing for us as well. And we've been talking about it, so if you've been here before, you already know, or if you're following what's up with Albion, but we'll see. Hello, what's up, Voodoo? Man, I only have like 15 minutes, need to take my car to change its tires. Okay, well, then happy to have you here for 15 minutes, Tante. How are you, my man? How has your week started? Are you at the top of the top? Oh, by the way, yo, Dante, man, congrats, I saw your video. I saw like the beginning of the actual video, but I saw that you uploaded it. I have a list of things, to look through, like a list of saved videos for future. So I haven't actually seen all the kills, but I'm gonna devour. If you put some of your 8.3 kills there as well, I'm gonna devour that. I'm very happy that you started uploading. Feeling good. Vid somehow popped. Oh. You mean in terms of views as well? Awesome. I'm very happy. If you already feel that it's satisfying. Wasn't expecting 7,000 views. That's great, man. That is awesome. Well, then, it's just like in PvP. It's easier to learn from, deaths and mistakes. But I'm very happy that you have that good kind of energy to start with. I think you are starting at a good time. Now, of course, no one really ever knows. There's always so much speculation about YouTube algorithms and stuff, but I feel like it's definitely pushing like very fresh new channels. It's definitely giving them a very, very good chance, and it seems like it's like generally subscriber count probably doesn't count that much, and people already figured it out for a while. But for sure, new channels have a lot of chance to get like if your video is actually awesome, then. So I'm very happy. Algorithm, yep, exactly. But damn, now I kind of want to watch it right now. Okay, well, after the stream today, I will have to remember to watch some of those awesome Daybreaker kills. My friends told me their vid was on their front page. Exactly, that's what I mean. I feel like YouTube has done a very good job, and for everyone, I think it's a pretty okay. For like very old established channels, maybe it sucks that they actually have to compete. But for pretty much everyone, I think that I've heard of, it's like it's a positive of YouTube that they have started not filtering that much through the channel sizes and stuff like that. But they are giving each video kind of a personal chance, and often even propping up new channels to give them like more of a chance. That's awesome. Servers are dying from what I've noticed, or did they fix it already? I don't know, Crimson. I was out for 2 days, so I'll have to figure out today how it feels. I have seen, yes, stories of it dying as well. But the first 10 minutes of me selling items, everything works. Okay, let's get this in my on me. I do need some loot tabs though. Is everything full? Man, this left loot tab is nice. This is the Daybreaker, last day, Daybreaker run. Or day, rather, I should say. Okay. Come on, I don't want to make another tab. Okay. Just a couple. Nah, there's still too much stuff. Oh, do I still have room for another tab? Loot. Put it like this. Number 1. Loot. I really don't want to mess with... yeah, 2.7 million. Yeah, I'm not super happy about paying so much for loot tabs, but I'm too lazy to actually sell everything. Okay, we need more poisons. Now should be ready. They announced there are issues. Okay, you mean Albion announced that server is actually has trouble. Okay, well, hopefully it won't affect us too much. We'll see. Definitely so far, just being in the city, I have not gotten disconnected, rubber banded, or anything like that. YouTube actually shows stats of everything. Apparently my vid was on front page around 14,000 people and 6,500 of them clicked. That is a bit too crazy. I mean, awesome, but that's like... I think Mr. Beast doesn't get... Okay, oh, well, because some people already know that they don't want to watch it, but Mr. Beast doesn't get that sort of click-through rate. That's... I mean, regardless of what it is, what the secret sauce is, hopefully you are able to, you know, to pinpoint some of the things that may make your first video successful, Dante, and continue from there with more and more fights and kills. That's awesome. By the way, everyone else here as well, I know that we are all Spear enjoyers at heart in one form or another. Whether you play Spear, you want to watch some Spear, or even if if you don't play Spear and you want to watch some, then we have another potential source of some really fun Spear-related content popping up. So your very own Dante. I mean, if you've been on stream, you know everything about, and you've probably seen Dante play already. But you're getting some highlights in your YouTube as well. It's gonna give you a good chance if you want to see some of the decision making. And like I've said this on stream many times, how I appreciate when people say, "Oh, it's so awesome that you are not just uploading highlights, but you're actually like talking and explaining." I always say that, yeah, I appreciate those comments, but there is so much value in good players just uploading their fights as well. Like for me, it's so much fun to watch. Doesn't matter, just whatever music in the background, just to watch a very good, experienced player make decisions and just analyze. Okay, what did he decide to do here? At which point did he use his E? At which point did he use Inferno? Just things like that. So I understand that at least for the start, Dante's video is highlights of some of his awesome kills. Like having that sort of content where you can look at it and just think in your head, okay, why did he make this decision at this point? That's incredibly valuable. As soon as you get through the very beginner stage of a game, of Albion, of PvP, you start understanding a bit more, seeing like really good players play and just analyzing in your head why they're making decisions. At least for me, it's always been a very, very valuable part. By the way, nice spears, Bonsai and Shob. Although Shob, I see that those are, I think those are Grinder's Heron spears, right? The 8.4 masterpiece. Also nice. Bro, before the VOD of the stream, I didn't know you were streaming. Yeah, I realized, Ryers, that I should have maybe... I mean, I did put it on the videos, and everyone who's part of Discord knows very well. But I've been actually streaming Rayers for like a month and a half. But it's just on Twitch. But starting last week, it's also available on YouTube, so you can choose where you're watching. Asia server has more issues. Yes, Asia server also has the premium price issue. But yeah, I understand what you mean. Technical issues. I'm working on a glass cannon spear build for corrupted dungeons. Ooh, I am a little bit interested. Definitely seen some experienced players play cloth armor spear. I mean, I've also played cloth armor spear, but for me it was more just to test out how it feels. And I feel like playing like cloth armor one-handed spear at least, and I mean Daybreaker the same, it's kind of limiting. It can be really awesome, but it limits you because you have so many different things you can do on a spear. Some of those things you can no longer do, right? You cannot just full brawl in some situations as much as you would like, but in some other things, yeah, you can. I was about to do spear video next, but noticed almost all my kills on spear are flamewalkers. I'm thinking about doing spear versus flamewalker, but that would be valuable. I mean, especially now that it's more manageable. So that's one big thing of today, guys, by the way. there was a patch. We're gonna actually quickly look at it together as well. There was a patch today. It has some changes. And there's an important combat balance change that we've been talking about. I mean, I've already mentioned earlier. And that combat balance change will probably make it so much better and easier to play against Flamewalkers, at least in some matchups. So the Spear versus Flamewalker matchup now might actually become pretty manageable. Even if you're not among the best players playing the most daily, you can still probably manage that. So I think if you put it together, Dante, it will be very valuable now. Obviously, the matchup changes a bit, but you know, it's just it's going to be very valuable because I believe a lot of people who play Spear will actually be able to fight Flamewalkers now. It's even better if you're on stream and can ask questions. Yeah. I mean, people consume in different ways. You know, there's value in both Voodoo, of course. Yo, Vic, what's the build today? Here it is. At least for the start, it is. One man and his big piece of wood going into mists and wooding people or bonking people. I don't know why I have tier 8 bag here. I should probably go sell it, no point. We'll start with this. It's the biggest success story so far of the channel point redeem. As I already mentioned before, if you are watching on Twitch and you gather 15,000 channel points, you can redeem for me to play any sort of build that you want me to play. I will buy it in tier 7 and go play it. And I've done, so wait, where is for future? Okay, I've done a bunch of those already. I'm expecting to do more, and it's fun, you know. I can play your build, I can enjoy something new, learn something. Anyway, this is the success story, because this actually came from Particular when he redeemed his points. And this build I've now been playing like across couple weeks every now and again, and I think total like 2.5 days, because I really enjoyed it. So who knows, maybe if you redeem your points you will also open my eyes up to the way of bonking or something else. Heron Spear. Well, Heron Spear actually also has been part of the stream already, and definitely I'm gonna come back. Prayer said, by the way, your voice is golden, nice genetics, bro. Thanks, man. Well, I'm happy to hear that. Yeah, I am definitely have felt the impact of you know, at least having some part of my genetics work out. But at the same time, I don't really believe too much in like genetics, both in terms of appearance as well as most other things. Like I think 90% of how you speak, what you look like, and other things that people often attribute to genetics and your skills as well is not gonna be genetical, but it's more gonna be your own life choices, you know, and also what you practice. OG stun you into yesterday's ZVZ meta with Poglog. You know, they nerf Flamewalker again. Don't say it like that, Tricks. First of all, where are your happy faces? If we're talking about Flamewalker nerf, you need to put some sort of celebratory emote or something good in there. And also, is it again? Is it really again? I don't remember they nerfed it before. Keepy says, Heron, Mistcaller, Mercenary. What is this? You need 15,000 channel points, then I will play it. But I mean, yeah, if, Heron Spear for sure is one of the weapons I like to play every now and again anyway. Hair genetics, not so much. Well, once again, you know what? I actually don't know. Yeah, I think that's one of the things where genetics actually do decide. But I actually don't 100% know, you know? When I was like a teenager, my mom definitely told me to put on a hat when I went outside and it was cold. And I definitely never did it, so who knows? Maybe there's some other, you know, life decisions I've made. I have no idea. Of course you're bald, yeah. I tried it, but when I miss E, the fight is pretty... Oh, you're talking about Heron Spear, Keepy. Yeah, Heron Spear is like a bit of high risk, medium reward, you know? You don't get rewarded as much if you do hit your stuff. It's not like an instant advantage, but it is easy to miss. I need to dip. Hopefully we'll catch other half of the stream after the tire change. I'm hitting the gym, so I'll be back in 5 hours. Okay, have a good one, Dante. See you soon. When you're gonna start posting on YouTube again? I am so... That is the source of... It's been the source of my stress for a while, Abdel. Like, I feel like I am failing by not actually making videos, and I feel like I've built up a bit of, like, like just like I was starting, you know, to put out the first videos was very difficult. I think it is for most people to kind of get over the hump of thinking of getting over perfectionism, you know, just accepting that, yeah, I'm gonna suck, you know, like a lot of, like some parts, you know, I'm not saying the video overall is gonna suck, you know, but some parts of it, you don't have, it's not gonna be perfect ever. Getting over that kind of hump and feeling, and now I have a bit of the same problem. I feel like, okay, but maybe it's like just putting clips, like cool fights from stream, it's not gonna be on the same level. So anyway, it's been a bit of a internal struggle, but I feel like I'm moving closer every day. It's more about now the emotional kind of aspect of accepting that, you know, just have to start making videos again, and it's gonna work out well. But it's definitely like, yeah, list of priorities in my head whenever I feel like okay, I have time and I have to do something useful with my life. Definitely want to do that. And I think the technical aspect now is actually fine. I think I finally figured out how to record while we are also, you know, well, during the stream, so that we have it without music and with good quality and stuff like that. How about occult staff, full kite leathers gear? Well, there's only one thing you didn't consider, Unland, which is why. I mean, once again, you know, come to Twitch, gather 15,000 channel points. I will play whatever in tier 7, at least for half an hour. I mean, it can be occult stuff, but don't forget to answer. So busy with so busy thinking of whether you could that you forgot to ask why occult stuff. Hello, what's up, Joe? Okay, let's quickly have a look at the patch. So if you didn't know, by the way, here it is. Nope, not this. Where is my full screen display capture? Okay, let's have a quick look. This dropped today. Let me put it in chat as well, in case you want to follow along. So this dropped today, the actual changes. Some of these are not going to be relevant for us, and there's the second tab I have open are the combat balance changes. But let's see if there's something general. Now, one big thing is that they added the marketplace, so the Antiquarians then is likely to become even more of a hub for everything. So there's now, I don't know, if you saw at the beginning, I was selling some items. You now have a bank at the bottom of the Antiquarian, at least in Limhurst it was like that. Bank at the bottom next to the Corrupted Dungeon entrance, and marketplace at the top left. Antiquarian now shows its pets' names as chosen by the community. I don't know what that's about, unfortunately. Depth changes. Okay, depths, I've played only 2.5 days. Definitely going to return. Maybe even today, you know, for some more relaxed gaming at some point, but it's not gonna affect me that much. Opening a small chest. Okay, this is big. This is very nice. So you get a stack when you open a chest. So even if you don't get a buff, you know, if you get unlucky, you get chest after chest, you at least keep stacking up your buff. This is a very big and important thing. I hope that they do that for Nightfall Abbeys, but it doesn't look like they're doing it. In the final level of depths, an additional key will appear after 10 minutes. The treasure vault has not been opened yet. Okay, this is nice. So it's easier to open the vault, and you cannot just steal, like, grab the key and not let anyone else play the game. Okay, treasure. Nothing really super important beyond that. The biggest thing is, yeah, the fact that you get a stack. So even if you get a chest, you feel kind of good about having stacks. By the way, thanks for following, Keepy. Okay. Journal changes, honestly, doesn't really matter. I don't think there's going to be anything special. UI changes. Kill details UI displays a full... I don't know what this... okay, we'll see. If something... We'll maybe come back if I actually notice something in game. I don't think there's going to be anything really important here. Other changes, I'm just quickly looking through, but I don't think there's going to be anything affecting, like, PvP straight up, you know? Except for what we talked about, having more stacks in the depths. I mean, this is kind of an interesting, funky one. You cannot swap gathering tools while in combat. I mean, this was like a very niche baiting strategy to equip like a battle axe, not battle axe, but a pickaxe to bait in an enemy and then equip back to real weapon. It was. I've seen a couple of clips of someone using it. It was kind of cool, but I don't think it's important. Thundercracker asks, so no important changes. Okay, wait. This is like game changes, and there's nothing really here that makes me think about that this important. I I'm going to ask why they're not doing this for Nightfall Abbeys. Not like in an annoyed, pissed off way, but just if there is maybe some good reason. Why don't they do the same that Nightfall Abbeys also, whenever you get a chest, you actually get a stack. You get a stack of the buff. To make it a bit less RNG of how strong someone is at the end of the Nightfall Abbey for the white. Now, we have combat balance changes. Now, this is where the important thing might come in. Keepy said, you're the best at it's worth waiting your video and not just learning how to be fun to watch. To watch too. Thank you, Keepy. Thank you. I'm happy to be that guy. And thanks for giving me that extra boost. Yeah. But I think at the end of the day, making videos, like the biggest hump for me is gonna be just first of all the technical part of turning stream into video. But I think I'm figuring this out pretty well already. But the biggest like emotional hump is just accepting that it's not gonna be perfect. You know, nothing in life is. I mean, the whole stream is about not being perfect at PvP and still having so much fun. So I just need to apply that to YouTube a bit more as well. I think it will work out. Rene asked earlier, we're going to look at combat balance changes in like 30 seconds. So Rene on YouTube asked earlier, do you think holy staffs have been nerfed enough? Got my behind kicked by holy healer groups in depth for days now. I don't know if holy staffs have received. We'll see. I know the light touch nerf. We're going to talk about that in a moment. That's for corrupted. It's like very relevant for corrupted, but I'm not sure about it. If it is how it affects group. I don't play enough small scale to really understand. Obviously, yes, I am aware of the incredibly deep impact healers have on how small scale works. Most small scale groups are kind of limited, or like duos or trios, let's say, not even small scale, are kind of limited to either having a healer or just full barreling all their damage into the enemy. So they have to completely play around the fact that there's a healer, yeah? Like it's the defining aspect of a fight, I understand. And that can be a bit annoying and can feel limiting. If you want to play a duo, you can feel kind of limited. There's so many interesting duos that you just cannot play because the moment the enemy has a decent healer, your fight is essentially over. You just can't fight. But I don't think that overcoming this problem can be achieved by nerfing holy staffs or any kind of healing weapons anymore. It needs to be other game mechanics. Like, for example, in depths, healing overall is just less effective, you know? That's a good way to do it. Maybe they should add in 40% instead of 30%, but it feels like in depths it's kind of okay. Like, a lot of DPS duos can kill healers or trios. Okay, let's see. First of all, Battle Axe. So these are actually combat changes that went live today. Battle Axe, reduced projectile speed and increased hit detection reliability. Very difficult to say anything about hit detection reliability. I don't know if this means that it's going to feel like there's even a bigger hitbox, because Battle Axe does feel sometimes like the hitbox is huge, because much like the spear, it's a bit like the spear Q, it's a bit like, almost feels like it lingers a little bit, you know? So sometimes you walk into it. Reduced projectile speed definitely can be felt. I'm going to guess that this you can feel, and that means that from far away, Battle Axe will be maybe a bit easier to dodge, but nothing great. Great Curse Staff, lower cooldown. Unlikely to really see Great Curse Staff in solo PvP. And as always, patch notes on this stream and everything I look at in Albion related, primarily from the perspective of solo PvP. I think it's clear to all of us, I'm never trying to kind of say that you should balance the game just based on solo PvP. I have a bit of admiration for the complexity of balancing Albion weapons items that apply to so many different types of content. But obviously we are going to look at stuff, as always with every patch, we're going to look at stuff from the perspective of, does this affect solo PvP, and primarily things like mists, like going solo into the open world Roads of Avalon or corrupted dungeons. So I don't think Great Curse will become anything other than maybe someone just trying some fun meme stuff, so it doesn't really matter, even with much lower cooldown. And now this is the big one. This is the big thing of the day. Flamewalker Staff now has 40 seconds on its E. Crazy long cooldown. Completely, I don't even know how many E's there are in the game that have 40 seconds, or at least the weapons that go solo PvP. Almost nothing has such a long cooldown. However, notice that if you do hit someone, and this someone has to be an enemy player, if you hit an enemy player, your cooldown will go down by 40%. So instead of 40 seconds, your cooldown will be 24, right? By reducing by 16, right? So right now, if you hit an enemy player, instead of 30 seconds, your cooldown is, what's that, like 23, right? Like 23 and a half or 22 and a half. Yes, this is 7, yeah, 22 and a half, yeah, okay. So currently 22 and a half seconds if your enemy hits. If your enemy Flamewalker uses their E and hits you, whether they're trying to get close and they're starting the fight, or you're already brawling and they just hit E just on top of you, right? 22 and a half seconds is base cooldown. In the future, for that sort of situation, it will be 24 seconds. So a pretty small change if you're just brawling and they're hitting all their E's. However, the moment they miss their E, or if you force them to, or if they want to use their E just for mobility, either to get away because they failed the first engage and they want to reset, or you failed the first engage, you're trying to reset, you have a decent mobility weapon, and they can no longer really use an E to catch you. The moment they use an E, you know they have such a long cooldown. This gives the rest of us a very good way to play against Flamewalkers. I like this change because it's made in a way where it's not killing Flamewalker. It's not like, oh, it was the strongest weapon for solo PvP, and now we're gonna make it, like, we're gonna nerf it, so now it's gonna go be the weakest, you know? It's not like SBI does usually make way too big changes to stuff. I feel like coming from other games where often balance is like tinkering a couple percentages here and there. SBI likes to just go like crazy, like add 10 seconds to Stalker Jacket with one change, right? This here feels like at least it's not killing Flamewalker. Flamewalker's still gonna be S tier today, and as people figure out how to play against it, it might one day fall to like A tier because of this change. We'll see. I really, really like this change. And specifically, so one thing is that chasing and running away. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Thundercracker, we can run away from Flamewalker. We can chase them. But one big thing is how extremely valuable it's going to be to have something to dodge their E. Because you can still do that based on reaction, right? If they come from max range. So if you have Mistwalker Jacket, if you use your own mobility or something, and they don't get that cooldown reduction, they are going to be punished severely. And now you have almost 40 seconds. Well, because they have also cooldown reduction, presumably. You have 40 seconds to use the fact that they don't have an E, which is a relevant part of their damage. So I really, really like, definitely expecting to fight some Flamewalkers and think about this today. I'm kind of curious how the iframe will work, because if I'm going to play the Poglog today, at least for the first part of the stream, I'm going to play Grovekeeper, where I might be able to iframe the E. I kind of wonder what happens if I iframe it. Is it still counting as a hit or not? This I should probably know, but I can't really reach into my mind and figure out if, like, the times I've seen that happen. I don't think that will count, but I'm not sure. So whether it will count, and this will also be very relevant for Shadow Age and potential other iframes where you are still kind of there, but since you're iframed, you know, you don't get hit by the... Or completely nuke one spell down, because why not? You're talking about the Jabalank, you're talking about like the big nerfs and buffs that SPI likes, yeah? That they nerf the big spell, like nerf one spell and then... Yeah, I mean, this goes for everything, not just weapons, but specific spells as well, yeah. I feel like SBI's approach to balancing sometimes has been a little bit too, like, drastic, you know? It kind of feels like... And it takes time, and that's okay, because the game is so complex, so it takes time. But sometimes it feels like they don't really do anything about something for a very long time. Like Stalker Jacket, good example. Like a lot of experienced, good solo players, not because they want not because those solo players want to have an easier time or, you know, whatever, for their own personal gain, but for actually analyzing and looking at solo PvP, we're saying for a long time that the problem is not necessarily double-bladed staff, you know, blood leather, stuff like that. The problem is the Stalker Jacket, which enables that sort of gameplay, which makes solo PvP very hyper mobility meta, enables like for... I'm not just talking about RMTs and Raider users, but it kind of enables for a very small group of people to abuse the rest of solo PvPers and not even let any beginners to really enjoy it. So a lot of experienced players were talking about that for a long time, and it felt like SBI took a long time to react, and that makes kind of sense because they need to be careful whenever they make changes. But then when they did react, it was like, okay, kind of compensating for the fact that we did nothing for so long, we are now just going to completely destroy Stalker Jacket, you know? So it sometimes feels a bit like that. And I wish they made smaller changes. Yeah, I kind of... Yeah, that's the point. But right now, with this patch, so far, I'm very happy. Let's see what else is here. Frostbite. Added new effect... Wait, what? Frostbite and Ice Shard have been often superseded by Frozen Surge. Rather than nerfing Frozen Surge, the alternatives have been adjusted to make them more attractive. Frostbite and Ice Shard. Let's see. Where are you? Okay, what are we talking about? So Ice... Okay, we're talking about Q spells, first of all. This, I never actually realized this called Ice Shard. Yeah, it makes sense, you know. The shard comes from the sky, yeah. Okay, so removed 4% bonus damage, added new effect Frostbite. Okay, so they actually changed this. That it will stun enemies. Ooh, this can be pretty big for solo PvP, because in solo PvP, I wouldn't say that Frostbite was, what did they say, superseded by Frozen Surge. So, yes, for kiting, yes, but for a lot of fights, Frost Staffs have been using Frostbite. Of course, the extra damage was a big thing, you know, you can, like, if you proc the extra damage at the right time, that's pretty nice. But also, it's a bit more like high risk, high reward, yeah? You have more potential damage output on your Qs, but it's very easy to miss them, and you don't have the extra kiting ability. But a lot of good Frost Staff players have been using Q1 anyway for many matchups. So is it just a straight up buff or not? They removed the bonus damage, so that part is not a buff. But they added a new effect that after 3 stacks you stun the enemy. Let me figure it out. Applies 1 frostbite. So if you hit 3 Qs in a row, like during a short period of time with the Frost Staff, then we have to play Chill Hull. I think today, the second part of the stream, we have to play Chill Hull. Chill Hull got buffed as well, and now this will be very interesting. So essentially, you stun your enemy. So you have if you're good at hitting your Qs, this will give you a good kiting potential as well. And if you saw the day when I played Swords, how sad I was that one time, actually, that was probably the biggest death as well of the day. I died in Abbey. I mean, not saying that I would have 100% won the fight otherwise, you know, it was very much going not ideally already, but there was that Chill Hull that cancelled my carving E by rooting me mid-flight. I mean, I'm guessing this was by accident, you know, can't really plan for that. For me, it was a bit of a new experience. I was a bit shocked like that this happened. But now it will be a second, so they have the root from their attacks, but they also will be able to accidentally cancel some stuff by hitting the third Q. Very interesting. And this is definitely affecting solo PP a lot. Ice Shard, cast range increased. Nah, I mean, Ice Shard is, if you play some sort of semi-meme fun build, yeah, Ice Shard maybe with Scholar Roll, but probably not going to really change much. But this definitely feels like we are going to feel this. People are going to test it out, and it might be very strong. Not sure yet, but it might be super strong to have that extra kiting on the spell that usually you went for this if you really need to kite, and you went for Q1. If you don't feel desperate to have extra kiting, you just want damage. But now this will also give you some kiting if you hit your Qs. I think this is a buff for solo PvP. This is a buff to 100 Frost and Chill Hull, which are the 2 Frost Staffs that are really strong in solo PvP. Maybe Great Frost as well. Okay, big life touch change. And this is kind of important because for Corrupted Dungeons, and you know I've played Corrupted for a couple days as well recently, so definitely felt some of it, although the build that I played mostly felt kind of okay against even the AI. That day when I played just AI-generated builds, I think I killed every single life touch. That was in Stalker, though. In Slayer, it's a bit of a different story. So this is a big change. If you have seen it already before, then you know. Essentially, life touch is much better now when you're using it on an ally, and is weaker when using it on yourself. You channel slow, like you heal instead of 5 ticks of this, which is what, 380, right? A little bit more. You will now heal more or less the same. So your overall heal is the same, but you have to channel longer, so that's already a nerf, right? Because you can't do damage or other things. Plus, so you channel 1 second longer, plus your... how much is your passive doesn't really cover the whole 3 seconds, so it can also be cancelled now after a couple of seconds. You will be able to cancel it if you're playing against it. But overall, it just means, like, the biggest thing here is cooldown, and overall it just means that life touch will not be able to just win some 1v1 fights a priori, you know, just for being life touch, because a lot of builds in Corrupted Dungeons were just not close enough, you know. They're close enough, but just not enough. I feel like a lot of builds felt like just a little bit more damage, you know, like the enemy survives like with 300 HP and then your fight is over, because if they survive the big burst, that's it, they come back. So having longer cooldown and they have to charge for longer as well. Overall, I feel like in Corrupted's life touch will be a weapon that is viable but not oppressive, hopefully. And for group play, I don't know. I should be probably a buff, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure how this will play in group play. I don't know, really don't. And Smite damage just reduced. Okay, that's interesting, actually. So they do keep the buff that smite, you can use smite more often, but okay, interesting. So definitely overall, I don't feel life touch will be the dominating corrupted at all anymore. Let's see. Sasha says Frost Q1 was like a brawling option, and bonus damage 12% and free stacks is quite substantial for brawling. You start brawl, get 3 Q hits, and now your E will hit much harder. Kind of true. Yes, that's true. That's true. But now you are not. Yes. The damage thing they removed. So at least I mean it's not an overall buff. Maybe you're right if that's what you're saying, that it's not like just a straight up buff for Frost. But I feel like most Frost will be happy with this stun. Although who knows? Like in matchups against weapons that you're not kiting, that are like other ranged weapons from far, also shooting their Qs from far, you might actually miss the damage more than the extra stun. So maybe it's a bit reducing the variety of different ways to play a Frost Staff, because now both your Qs that you can choose between both are, well, in terms of damage a little bit less, and in terms of kiting a little bit more. What makes you decide to play wood in today's stream, Vic? Well, I don't know. I just felt like it. I just felt like it's a woody day. We'll see. We'll change around. Maybe play some frost later as well. Now, based on these changes, just to try it out. Ironclad staff is not changing solo PP. Black monk staff. Let's see. Is there anything big? Damage reduction per stack. Maximum. I don't know. I don't think anyone will play it in solo PvP, no matter how you change it. Area duration only 3 seconds. Okay, wait, this actually, I don't think anyone will play Black Monk Staff. I mean, if you're in chat and you're considering, let me know. If you're considering to play Black Monk Staff. I don't know. I mean, the fact that the area is now only 3 seconds, but it happens faster, essentially, that's pretty nice. For solo PvP also, this actually is definitely buff, right? Because the enemy, in solo PvP, you don't have anything to keep your enemy in there for that long. So, it's better, but I don't think it's gonna really. I don't think it's really gonna be relevant for solo PvP. We'll see. Vanny says Black Monk's first tick was increased more than 3 times, so it might now be awful. Not great, but might not be awful. You're saying, not that. Okay, yeah, not great, but not awful. Yeah. Okay, so maybe someone will test it out and see and put out a video like 98% amazing new meta Black Monk staff build by trying to having some fun in solo, but I don't know. Yeah, it's like quick ticks of a lot of damage are obviously many times better than slow ticks over a long period of time. For solo PvP, you don't have a choice. You can't really keep your enemy in there for 5. You can't keep your enemy anywhere for 5 seconds, Shapeshifters. This is the new Cobra. Has not affected solo PvP whatsoever. Probably won't. So maybe just relevant for depths. Hellspawn is offering too much safety. To get a second life, it now requires transforming with sufficient stacks and giving up Hellfire Barrage. Ooh, respawns only with 3 shift charges. This is a bit of a... Overall, it's a bit like an overkill, I feel. Now, once again, from a solo player's perspective, right? For depths, this might be an important change, and Hellspawn has primarily been, things are balanced based on different content sometimes, yeah. Primarily, Hellspawn has been balanced around duos and probably now depths, because it has dominated, for some time, it was dominating Hellgates, right? Now in depths, definitely, it looks like, even the comment here in what developers are saying has been offering too much safety in 2v2 and 3v3. So, not bad, probably, for depths. I hope this is a good change. For solo PP, I feel like they're kind of killing Hellspawn a bit, step by step. The changes that have been made overall, throughout the years to Shapeshifters, which are good nerfs. But now with some changes also to Hellspawn specifically, it does not feel very good for solo PvP. And this thing is big, because not having that extra respawn, it's going to hurt a lot. Or having to choose between doing damage while you're dying or not. I don't know if this is going, if Hellspawn is going, if I'm going to see any Hellspawns at all in solo. But maybe I'm, heralding doom to this weapon without a reason, given that I don't really play it. But I feel like Hellspawn is not going to be in a good place for solo PvP, but it's probably going to remain relevant for groups, or for depths at least. Let's see what else I missed in chat. Both the buff and the nerf to Holy made no sense whatsoever. Holy Staff is a healing tree. Why do they buff damage to it and then nerf the healing? just nerf the damage again. You're talking about the smite. Uh, there's there's two ways to look at it. You just got wrecked, and I don't know which one I kind of subscribe to. So what you're presenting is a valid point. Have like healers who are actually healers and make them very good healers and keep them out of damage. The damage part of the game. That's a valid philosophy, and for a lot of games that makes a lot of sense to separate that this is a healing class, healing group. So you are really good at healing, but you are really bad at everything else. So you have trade-offs. However, there's also the other way of looking at it, which is to say that in Albion, where you combine everything, like you are supposed to not just choose a class, but combine all kinds of different abilities, items into your own kind of approach and build. It's better to give every weapon tree opportunities to participate in every type of content as much as you can. I feel like that's a very valid kind of philosophy to have when balancing Albion, to make sure that everyone, no matter what you choose, you have choices, because you are anyway combining your own build and figuring out your own adventure in Albion. So to give healing weapons some damage and some CC or some spells that can make them relevant in other ways than just healing, for Albion makes a lot of sense in my opinion. Obviously going overboard is a bit of a problem, like Corrupted Dungeons were a good example. When the healing weapon actually can out-damage you, that doesn't feel good. But I think it's good overall for Albion's philosophy to give all weapons different ability, like different ways to participate in content. And for that, healing staff needs damage. All healing weapons need some abilities to do damage, like decent damage. The Frost Q is buff in some changes, like group play and stun is useful. I don't think this Q will ever be used in group play, right? Oh, okay, you mean like like small scale, yeah, maybe, but still, like the Q1 for stun. I mean, maybe it depends. It depends. Like serious, if you have like an actual small scale build, you're probably gonna use this one. So you do have a buff for 1 meter, but you're probably gonna use Ice Shard, right? Although, who knows? You might be having fun with like a regular Frost build, even though you're playing with friends. Shame, I really like Hellspawn staff for solo PvP. Yeah, it is interesting. Hellspawn is interesting in solo because it is kind of tactical. You can't. There is no easy way out, but you do get rewarded for outplaying your enemy because you do have the big damage potential if the enemy messes up. And you can often punish them. But I mean, maybe I'm wrong. I mean, some fights don't even get to the respawn phase, right? So it's not like it's gonna be completely dead. But I just feel like, at least from my experience playing against Hellspawns, I feel like the respawn has become like if you're fighting same tier and you're fighting against an experienced player, usually you need to kind of you already have a plan to win with the respawn, kind of. At least that's how I feel playing uh, against Hellspawns. Well, at least it makes it more complicated to play, and I kind of like that. I like this high risk, high reward idea. That now Hellspawn has to be even more tactical. Okay, we have spears. The only change we have is Spirit Hunter got damage again, return damage over time. Very interesting example. Now, first of all, my respect. Just like in real life, like if a person does this, I also want to respect the company or whoever is like SBI balance team, let's say, for like sucking it up, kind of, and admitting, you know what? Sorry, we made a mistake. It's not always that easy. I mean, if you've seen the latest internet drama, there's some very famous people as well who often have a lot of problems just saying that, you know what, I fucked up. But this is awesome. But it does interestingly kind of open up the whole balance philosophy to a bit more like scrutiny and kind of analysis from us. Like, how is it possible that you make this sort of change and then you just go fully back on it? Like what happened? Who made the change in the first place that ended up being not just overtuned? That's okay. Like making a very big change and then saying, cut it back a couple percentage points. Yeah, like nerfing Stalker Jacket damage by 10 seconds and then deciding this is not what they did, but something they could have done is say, maybe we went too far. Let's settle on something in the middle. In this case, they are just going. It seems like they're just going full on back, right, to what it was. Okay. Unstoppable Rush from Force Pulse Bracers auto attack pattern change to from 3-hit combo to 2-hit combo. Okay, I don't fully understand this. I don't fully understand this. So this is just a 15-second cooldown for Force Blast. This is relevant because this is a weapon that is on the edge of being relevant for solo PvP. It's not really. It's more of a just to have fun weapon. It's not really relevant for solo PvP fights right now. Definitely, if you want to play something from the Gloves tree and you want something really strong, then go for Fists of Avalon or Battle Bracers. Or if you want like an interesting one-shot type build, then Brawler Gloves. But Force Blast Bracers are kind of on the edge. It feels like they can potentially come into solo PvP more actively. But I don't fully understand. Cooldown is 15 seconds. Okay, so this is the change. The ability can be recast, increasing its cooldown by 30 seconds. Okay. Elapsed time before real. Okay, okay. Okay, I don't fully understand this change, honestly. I don't want to go too far into analyzing this because I don't see that many people playing Force Blast Bracers in solo PvP. It seems like a buff, right? So it is potentially something that we'll see and will go up against in Mists soon, based on the fact that this literally just feels like a buff and nothing else. I don't know how the attack pattern change, how that will actually affect the fight. Not sure, and whether it will change because auto attacks don't proc this, right? Pulse charges release in addition. Oh, they do proc it with each weapon ability and each auto attack. Okay, so it is actually very relevant. The auto attack pattern is very relevant because you don't proc it just with your triple kick or with your Q, but you proc it every time you auto attack. Okay, so this might actually be a buff as well because you will be able to hit more attacks. Maybe the attacks don't hit that hard. You know, you don't have that third hit which hits harder, but if you are overall hitting more, then you might be able to actually proc your E more. Okay, I feel like Force Blast Bracers potentially, but this is from someone who hasn't played them, potentially they could actually be relevant in solo PvP. We'll see. Did I miss something? At least my child Spirit Hunter got back its DPS. Yeah. I mean, it's nice, yeah. It's nice. I don't know why they needed to do anything to Spirit Hunter. It always felt like a weapon that has potential and people will accept it in small scale. In most groups it was like, okay, if you want to play Spirit Hunter, play it. It's not like amazing thing we really want, but it's still a very good choice. And there may be some niche group setups like in Hellgates where it was necessary, but mostly Spirit Hunter was just in a good balanced place. Helmets. Hellion Hood mobs can no longer be consecutively silenced. I guess this is some sort of PvE exploit or something people are doing. Self-ignition, auto radius 7 meters. Okay, the only solo PvP build I've ever seen actually use this was the Fists of Avalon with the helmet that gives you invulnerability. And, I mean, not invulnerability, but the helmet where you cannot die, and the shoes where you are invulnerable, right? You might have seen that. There's some clips on, like, some videos on YouTube where guys were playing tier 6 and killing 8.3s with very fun approach to PvP with face scale sandals. So you are immune to damage, so you activate them while you are burning yourself and your enemies. And the Mistwalker Hood to then become immortal for 6 seconds. We'll see though. Okay, wait. Let me see what I missed in chat, and then we'll actually go and start exploring this meta and fight people. Can you explain how Hellspawn is now more tactical? Well, it just, you have one extra big decision to make when you are getting low. Do you play for the respawn because you need to keep 3 shift charges for the respawn, or do you play for the kill or for extra damage? It feels to me like it's going to be much more complicated, right? Because when you're getting low, you have to kind of decide, you know? And if you are using... whenever you use... The moment you use Barrage, you no longer have 3 charges. Because when you use Barrage, it will take three of your stacks, right? And you need 3 to respawn, to respawn. So when you start getting low, you cannot use Barrage anymore if you want to take advantage of the respawn ability. That's the biggest thing. I mean, you can still use your Q, like this thing, you can still use it and teleport with it, but you will no longer be able to barrage. It also means that, you know, if you're fighting a Hellspawn, the moment they use barrage, you know right now they cannot respawn, right? So if you do a lot of damage, then fight is just over right there and then and there. Logical Bird on YouTube said, I have a question about progression. I've got around 15 million in net worth, nice, but what I'm meant to do with silver apart from premium since I'm mostly a depths player. That is true. If you are that is true. Your question makes a lot of sense. If you are playing non-lethal PvP, which depths are, then silver doesn't instantly feel as important. Now you can of course use silver to get more silver for future, because it's likely if you're gonna play a lot of Albion at one point, you're gonna feel the need for full loot PvP, for higher stakes, for higher intensity and kind of feeling of this kind of a bit of risk and excitement and anxiety. Most people who really like PvP will get into full loot, either solo, which is going to be probably the highest kind of most competitive, high risk, high reward type of gameplay, or even with a group. Roaming Blackstone in a group, you're gonna probably make similar to more money. And in the future, depths loot will be nerfed. I'm 100% sure, because that's the pattern that SBI always applies to new content. When it comes out, it's crazy PvE loot, like it was with Mist, like it was with open world camps, like it is with depths, and then later it's kind of tuned down. So in the future, you will not only have more fun in full loot, but you will also have more loot in full loot. So at some point, Logical Bird, it will make sense to actually use your silver as a consumable to buy items that you're going to occasionally lose, and kind of develop a bit more of an economy around the full loot loop of the game, where you buy items, you choose how much you risk, you go out, you die, or you kill, and you see how much you can make overall. But one very good way to spend silver in the game to feel happy is to focus on your fame. This is always this is because that's part of the game that you kind of long-term progression that no one can take away from you. Like a lot of people have goals to level up every piece of armor, every piece of weapon. Obviously, there's the whole right side of the tree, which you can see I have not really put anything in. Well, except for Journeyman Refiner, I guess. That's the only thing. So yeah, so there's a lot more, and all of this you can do with silver. You can use auto respec, you can use a satchel, or you can buy tomes, and you can level up and put specs in all your things, and that's kind of the progression, like in other MMOs as well. The feeling that your character is becoming the kind of legendary legend of Albion or something like that, progressing through the game. But if someone has a better answer, then that question was from YouTube chat, by the way. We have YouTube and Twitch. Like, the stream is available on both. And as I say every time last week, the chat you see up there above me, that's only Twitch chat. Because my interpretation, or like what I read about Twitch's rules for multi-streaming, I want to be careful a little bit careful with them, right? I don't think they will like it if I put both chats up here. So on screen you see that's just Twitch chat, but I see both chats. Just so we're clear. SBI will not prioritize solo content over group content, as sadly solo players is a minority in Albion Online. Not true. I mean, okay, you just got wrecked. Remember, when Mists came out, like when Mists, the big update was Mists, the whole new big content piece was that now you can go and be a mysterious stranger and fight other solos. That was also SPI, That wasn't like some other developer coming in and forcing them to develop this content, create this content, put it out into the game, right? Just so right now it seems, oh man, there's depths are not designed specifically for solo players. Of course they're not, yeah. The game itself does not revolve around solo players, but it doesn't ignore them. There's a lot of stuff to do to have fun. And as I said, don't forget, Mists were developed, put into the game, and when they came out, Mists were for a long time, very clearly the highest loot. Like, Nightfall Abbeys was just undeniably, like, it would be, I don't even know what could be, like, there's no PvP related content which was more rewarding, unless you were like a top tier crafter. Just doing Nightfall Abbeys and Mists were just super good money. So all of that was also SBI. So I don't agree that SBI doesn't care about solo players, or that solo content is not a priority. But things change, and different parts of content and different parts of the game kind of rise and fall in how prioritized they are. Just to be clear. And the other, the part of the argument, this was not your argument, I know, but you're saying that since solo players are a minority, they care less. A lot of people with some experience, in this sort of in MMOs, I think also don't really adopt that argument, because even like minority can be relevant, just like in real life, if you want like, let's say you have, like, you're developing a new product, like for example Apple or whatever. It's only going to be adopted by a small minority at the beginning, right? But that minority is going to be critical, because whether you and I, like, my decision to buy a new phone, I'm not gonna research for for 5 years to become an expert in actually understanding that thing. I'm gonna trust the minority. So minority is kind of important, and just similar, it can be important and more important than how many people it is. And similarly here, if all of the solo PvP players quit for a different game, it's like the whole game is gonna start falling apart. Because at the end of the day, like a lot depends on the minority that is like actually going and doing the full loot, the competitive full loot PvP, and then kind of there's a ripple effect from there. I'm not saying that only PvP matters. Obviously, if you've been on stream, you know how much I love different parts of the game. Let's get some music and go into the mists. But it's just worth remembering that whether it's a minority or not doesn't instantly mean that how important it is to cater to that sort of player base. You could say that, by the way, the same about content creators as well. Like content creators are incredibly small minority, right, of all the people who play Albion. But there's a big marketing event going on. The Crucible right now. SBI spend a lot of money specifically to get creators to play the game, and that makes sense, right? They want to make this small minority happy because there's a ripple effect of how other people will see the game. It's not the best. Like, I have definitely explained ideas better than I just did, but I hope there's something in there that makes sense to you when you're listening as well. And I also hope it doesn't sound like I'm trying to make an argument that everything should only just be for solo players. No, but it's just that, and this is true in many other MMOs as well. I think this kind of trend that making like solo players happy has a bigger effect on the game than just making those people happy who play solo. Okay, we need to get a bit used to bonking people. I have enough mobility to not worry too much about my horse. Obviously, 8.3 Death Givers will probably just kill me. Do I have... I didn't bring Siphoned Energy. Okay, definitely need to do that as well. But I have good enough mobility that I'm not super worried about being attacked here as well. We'll see. Do you think Heron Spear is good in depths with what comp in duo? Yeah, I think Heron Spear has good potential for depths, yeah. If you're playing Heron Spear in duo, then my suggestion would be to have a good, strong range damage dealer with you. That's how I played duo mists with a friend for a long time. We played Heron Spear plus Badon or Heron Spear plus Crossbow. I mean, the specific weapons don't matter that much, but it's just that I was like so the Heron Spear is kind of like the melee tanky DPS, and the other guy does a lot of range damage ideally, so that you don't clump up, and that you are a bit more trying to get in the enemy's face, more like disrupting the fight, like a little bit like defending your friend as well, because you are tankier usually, and the other guy is focused more on damage. Let's see. I mean, he has the complete non-mobility spells, so we kind of have to figure out. I mean, since he's tier 6, I kind of can brawl a little bit, but it's not gonna make me really happy. Okay, we have a much more serious person on the horse. That would be nice to kill. The Frost can probably get away from me, but I'm not sure. I need to be a bit careful because he has his chain slash to dodge my E. If he goes for Frost, I'm definitely helping him. I mean, I want to kill the Frost, right? 6-3, no question about it. No, man. I don't know why the Death Givers attacked me as well. Like, he's suicidal there. Because if I turn on the Death Givers, I mean, we're both just dying to the Frost. Okay, he mounted up now and the Frost just left. I can't really catch the Frost. I mean, he can make some mistakes against me. Kind of like he did, like he didn't even dodge my E. So, yeah. Death Givers also has nothing to lose, just so we're clear. I'm playing tier 7 with tier 8 armor, so the Frost is just 100% going to kill me. Oh, he actually changed to Shadow Edge. Okay, that's good. That's very good for me. It makes it so much easier for me to take this fight. I'm trying to throw a poison without using any of my mobility. I did have to use my mobility, but if he boots, I boots. Okay, so we start again. I mean, I will have enough poison. Like, the poison cooldown is so low, that's not really a problem that I used it. His Shadow Edge on cooldown. Now, I kind of need to wait for my E and helmet and before we start again. There's also a chest that we are missing. But it's okay. It's good warm-up fight against tier 6. Death Givers I fought many times with this log before. He only got 1 stack on me. Oh, he has Avalonian Cape. Interesting. He chose not to use the Carleon Cape, which is what people usually use with that build. He's just full disengaging, I guess. He will have boots now. Too bad. If he doesn't mount up, I will catch him, but if he just mounts up now, nothing I can do, unfortunately. Never mind. I was wrong. There is something I can do. Now I just need to catch him before his boots are ready, but looks like it's fine. Okay, well, you know, a couple of these warm-up fights just to start would be nice. We can... Oh, Abby, never mind. Abby is closing. Let's see. Let's check out the chest. The Frost could be an interesting fight. He's 6'3". I didn't bring overcharge. That sucks. But I am tier 7, tier 8. By the way, I'm trying this. I tried this out with Daybreaker, and I'm kind of trying more and more this approach to have my chest armor a bit higher IP than my weapon. It's a bit like bait, and it's also just, I don't know, just feels like a reasonable way to invest a little bit in upgrading my... What happened to... I hope the stream is working fine. Oh, hello. I mean, I was definitely taking this fight, but... Good Inferno from him. I wish I had the overcharge for this. Really, really wish. Oh, he is overcharged. Okay. Let's see if he uses any more mobility in my direction. He did, yeah. I mean, he's not hitting his spells, but... Oh, he had 2 potions. Yeah, then I'm just dead, probably. Yeah, I'm just dead, probably. I didn't even realize he still has 2 potions, of course. I don't think it's a fight I can take because of his own Inferno. I cannot purge it, but... It's another good warm-up fight. So, yeah. Unfortunately... generally... Not too much. He also did a good job dodging my E by with his soldier helmet, by the way. So he kind of has an answer to everything. Why is this? Oh, I have a new basic loot tab for the day. I want to play a bit more of Poglog, and I think I'll go with the same. So tier 7 with tier 8 jacket seems reasonable. However, yeah, Carleon Cape also. I tried different capes last time, and not having a second healing potion is a big handicap. But generally, like in this situation, I don't think... I mean, having second potion, I would then have to change to healing, doesn't really help me much. As you saw, even after he used mobility towards me, since I can't really stand in his E in any way, it's not gonna help me enough. It was a bit sloppy, but unfortunately I'm not able to brawl him either when he has Inferno. Even if he wasn't overcharged, I think it would be still kind of a similar fight. So, I don't know. Anyway, let's do a bit more of Poglog. Let's see what I missed. Preview. Interesting, that stream preview got turned off. Glad to hear it's not just me then. I think finally China is attacking us. Wait, what happened? Going in connection with Americas. Goat Lee says... Oh, it's... Yeah. I don't know if it affects Europe. After it came out, after the big update came out, not today's, but the previous big one, the Depths one, for a couple days, America... Like, I thought everything was fine and dandy, and then I saw and heard what's happening on America's server. I don't know how, but it felt like it was really broken, and I don't know how it happened. I mean, let's see if I have some food here. So, no, never mind. Okay, I'm just gonna go and buy, and then I'll sort out loot separately later. So yeah, but right now, no problems. On EU, so far, everything seems to be working fine. I kind of feel like playing Frost, to be honest. Especially with the new change. I'm not feeling the Poglog as well. Because I have to be a lot more careful. And obviously Frost also has to be very careful, but... Let's go with Chill Hull instead. I feel like, because I've been wanting to play Chill Hull for a while anyway. Chill Hull got buffed. And I already then thought, okay, after the buff I want to play it and see what it's like. And by the way, it was buffed specifically for solo, it seems, you know, because smaller range but more damage. But now with the new Q, we have to test out how it works as well. Let's go Chill Hull. I feel like it's Chill Hull time. And maybe the same with tier 7 and tier 8 assassin jacket. At least to start, and then maybe we'll make some adaptations later. Let's see, do I have runes? This is how I keep usually my runes. I need this, right? And I need 192. So I can get my assassin jacket up. I will have Chill Hull, I will have any sort of plate boots. And, wait, I'm just clicking randomly. And this thing, but not 6-3. I think that makes sense, yeah? What about Two Hammer Hellfire Potion? Yeah, why not? Play it. It's fun. Part 3. If you're asking me, then no, I don't feel it. I'm not feeling it right now, but there's no specific reason not to play it. Call of Purity. Yes. 4.3 is 125. This is 137. So we can just go 4.3. Kind of almost the same. And we also have the shield now, which is really nice. So this all 3 spells can be very relevant in specific situations. Then Chill Hull itself. I hope I have specs. Let's see. Oh, I can buy good quality to be efficient. Like this, and the root. I'm definitely going to use this Q and try it out. Do I have specs in Chill Hull? 92. Okay, so I'm pretty close. And then any sort of boots, but I think we can just go demon boots as well. And see, so that we can match some other people's demon boots if it comes to that. For potions, we can use healing, especially because, you know, with the cape. No reason not to. And we're gonna buy stew. I don't really like the idea of playing it on omelet because I want to be more fight-oriented. So, I think like this. And Siphoned Energy, that's a big thing. That's also something, last time I should have had Siphoned Energy as well. Yeah. The unfortunate thing about the fighting against Badon is also that I cannot use my iframe very well. I mean, I used my E just to get on top of him, and he very nicely blocked it with Soldier Helmet, well played, but I cannot, like, with some matchups, the Grove Keeper, even though it shouldn't work, in some matchups, I've noticed, like, for example, even the Death Givers, no, not this, even the Death Givers can work. When it shouldn't work, it kind of works because you have the iframe, you know? If you're lucky, or you successfully iframe something big, but unfortunately against Badon, I can't really iframe the cloud very well. I mean, it doesn't really help. If I just dodge a little bit of its damage, that's not enough. When is your Mastery of Quarterstaff journey gonna begin? I was thinking about it today also, Venice, but didn't quite pull the trigger. There's still a lot of other things that seem more exciting to me. I thought I really want to play Grove Keeper, but we are instead gonna test the new Frost. Let's actually... Wait. Let me change the title of the stream as well. What should it be? Bold man buys not wood, buys ice. Makes sense. So yeah, but I played the Quarterstaff last stream as a redemption, and also for the AI builds. So it definitely gave me a feeling of something I need to play more of. Very nice because it's so versatile, and you have to make decisions on a Quarterstaff. You can't really quite kite people very well, so you have maybe your decisions are a bit more limited than Spear, but it still feels pretty good. And for this, I'm probably just going to change my Q, just for the PvE part. If you're a new player, would you appreciate a game which limits you what to do as a solo player? Obviously not, and the Black Zone PvP is always what makes Albion stand out. I don't know if there is like a correlation about new players being more solo or not. I don't know. I mean, new players can also be social. It depends, yeah. I really don't know. Kind of need to actually know the information, like the stats for that. That was the discussion we had earlier about catering to solo people and whether that's something that, like, how important is it? Essentially, was kind of the discussion we had. And yeah, I mean, I don't know actually. When you are, like, if you are just starting out, What's the likelihood of a new player playing solo? If you get invited by a friend, you're probably gonna play a bit with them. But then again, you know, you have like, okay, you're kind of new players have to go through some sort of solo phase in every game to actually get good. At some point, you can't only play with friends. You know, your progress is gonna be limited. But there's so many people who play Albion more casually, you know, and for them, I don't know. Like if you're not super duper trying to become the best at the game. Are you really going to worry and play solo just to learn? You're probably just gonna think whatever, you know. I'm just gonna play with my friends. If we die, we die. Slowly gonna get better. I should have maybe actually bought cultist rogue. That would have been more fun. I mean, this is a more classical chill howl build with assassin jacket invis, but it does mean that I am a bit safer. My enemy is also a bit safer because I'm gonna do less damage. Why no bag? Are you never full with loot? By the time I start getting full with loot, I will have somebody else's bag. X Bloom. Usually I do use a stag actually, which even more removes the, because you know the carry weight is not a problem. But usually like by the time I start getting loot, I will have a bag. Oh, bag is also pretty common. Like different bags are also very common to find from chests. So even if I don't kill people, I will get it at least from some chest probably. It's also a bit like just lazy. I could easily equip like a 4.1 bag, and it would be pretty much the same. Well, myself, I'd rather earn more silver and fame whilst playing instead of wasting my time. What are you talking about? Yeah, that's interesting. Limit yourself a lot in Albion playing solo compared to group. Yeah, but no, you have to understand that there are not that many, like, okay, there are many people who play for efficiency, but it's not everyone, at least, you know? People, like, that's, especially in Albion, which is a sandbox game, but even if it wasn't like a sandbox game, people figure out their own ways to play. Everyone has different things. And for a lot of people like myself, I don't care about being efficient. Yes, sure, I'm thinking about what to buy and stuff, you know, I even have a video about how I made it 1 billion, but in reality, like it's mostly about having fun, you know. For me, the most fun will be playing solo and getting better at PvP. So and there's a lot of people for whom, like, if being efficient is like absolutely random. Like it's a random thing. It doesn't have any value. I mean, and there's people who focus on how could I get the most amount of silver or most amount of fame, but that's just some of the players. It's by no means like an overwhelming majority. And playing solo, you get like there's a lot of playing solo. You actually get to experience PvP in a more competitive, exciting way. Obviously, there's very competitive group fights as well. In the open world, it's a bit difficult to find like if you go full small scale build, to find another group that has full small scale build, like actual serious builds and wants to fight you. But there are hell gates, you know, there's now depths and stuff like that, so it's not that you have to play solo to get competitive PvP, but it's just much easier, and solo is almost always like that. Whether you go Corrupted or Mists, you will find interesting competitive PvP against people who are trying to be the best, you know, who's trying to play as well as they can. And that's exciting for me. I think that when you talk about efficiency, it's not as strong as an argument as you think it is. Yeah, exactly. Kind of like what Vanish said. Some people play it just for PvP. Yes, and yeah, it's awesome to see the number go up. You know, I am a little bit motivated, or I feel the achievement of having some more silver. I feel the achievement of progressing my account in terms of fame. All of that fame feels good, but all of that is secondary to actually just having fun in PvP. I would not play this just as a game just for progression. I would not play Albion, right? If it wasn't the PvP that I'm really enjoying, the actual fights. Would be nice to get a chill howl warm up as well. I hope I'm not gonna regret having Assassin Jacket. I'm already kind of pre-regretting it a little bit because I feel like with a Cultist Robe, I would definitely, like, I would have a much bigger risk of dying, but I would also have a better chance to actually kill, you know, because if I do get into a fight against someone who is stronger and worth more, I essentially, I have to play a bit more careful and kitey right now, yeah, but well, I mean, to use my invis on the Assassin Jacket, but it's very likely that if I do play like a proper chill hull and I kite them, there's gonna be a moment where they realize I'm not worth the risk, you know, with my relatively cheap items, and it's gonna be very difficult for me to actually, you know, punish them if they do make mistakes, because they will turn around pretty early and just run away. So even though I am safer, everyone that I would like to kill will also be safer. Whereas on Cultist Robe, I would do so much more damage that if they do make some big mistakes, I have a better chance to actually punish them, I feel like. But we'll see, maybe I'll change later. Actually, okay, that's... I've been using Q3 now, which wasn't changed, but this is just because for PvE, like, Q1 is gonna be miserable. But I actually kind of want to try Q1 against anything, even just mobs, just to see how it works. We have a chest here in 3.5 minutes. The big goal now is to get red buff before the chest spawns. Okay, that was the stun. Hitting my third Q, stun the mob. Yeah, against mobs, it's important that it's not just the third Q. Let's see if he takes damage. Oh, he still took damage. So the damage AoE is actually still longer than what it shows, right? It feels like, because that skeleton just stood out of the circle, right? This is what they... Oops. This is what they changed earlier. That they made the damage higher, but the AoE a little bit smaller. So the damage AoE should be the same. Let's see. 6 meter radius. And when it explodes, it does damage in 6 meter radius. Okay, so that's just like a visually something was wrong. Because it used to be that the circle you see from Chill Hull is the circle that the target needs to get out of to not get frozen. But that was not the circle of damage. The circle of damage was actually bigger than that. But recently they made the change to make those two match. But unfortunately right now it seems like from that one mob I killed that they actually didn't fully match. I don't know. Hey Big Zane, what's up, Yaria? If you remember, I was asking about which weapon tree to pick for Corrupted Dungeon Slayer level. I decided on Frost and using Chill Hull as well. Oh, nice. And how is that going for you? How are you enjoying it? The Chill Hull definitely has been, or like both Chill Hull and One-Handed Frost have been decently popular in Corrupted. But it's mostly because of the ability to reset. Unfortunately, not for anything else, but it's still not bad. If you don't have like a kiting circle in your Corrupted Dungeon, then you might feel a bit weaker than most meta builds on Chill Hull. This is also... Oh, by the way, Chill Hull also... Man, I'm feeling maybe the Chill Hull time is coming. Because it's also nice now with the Flame Walkers, right? It's also one of the... I mean, this is for all Frosts, but it's one of the weapons that... like, for example, on a Spear, you know, if you see a Flame Walker E coming, it's likely that even if you react to it, you're still gonna get hit by the E, right? You can very easily get hit while you're dashing, while your animation is going, or you're already in the dash, you are not invulnerable on a Spear, right? Having this instant W blink is also probably gonna be a very good way to dodge the Flame Walker E's, and now dodging Flame Walker E's has a very big impact on the fight. Okay, let's see. He has 11 red. I really need the buff. Really want to fight, but I really need the buff. Is there any chance that he lets me take this room? Or do I go fight him without the buff? 37 seconds. I think I have to go fight without the buff. I think otherwise he's just gonna leave. Fat Kid was talking about the Chill House will be counter to Flame Walkers. Oh, okay. By Fat Kid, you mean the Asian Gains guy, yeah? I mean, that's first I remember. I was streaming. And his... very interesting build. Don't really fully understand it, but... Oh, he's on demon boots. Okay, I should probably change my boots also then. He used his hunter head against my E, which was nice and correct, but he's also his W. He's on the giga damage build. His Q is the only thing that he doesn't have for good, like for range, you know. Okay, I'm gonna change demon boots as well. Otherwise, I will just feel really sad if I have 2 potions. He doesn't. The problem is he has red buff to make up for his lack of potion, unfortunately. So I don't know. Probably not a smart fight still, but his build doesn't seem super serious. He's using 1 poison and I have 2 healing. Is he just full on running or what? Or he's changing spells to turn back? I should have probably just Infernoed. Unfortunately, that procced my buff. He doesn't have the mobility because he has the damage W, you know? Can't really risk it, even though I do have two potions. He still has red buff, so if I get hit by his E now, I think I'm gonna be in a lot of trouble. That's 1 potion. Yeah, I should have overcharged as well. I forgot about that. Yeah, unfortunate. Maybe he would have fought actually if I get the red buff. Definitely a big thing. Other than that, it's interesting because he's on Ray of Light W, which definitely makes it much more difficult. But it also means that I have the potential. Like if I really want to, I can just run away usually. Yeah, I should overcharge. Yeah, I'm not playing Daybreaker, so I need to remember. But I'm still like. I want to try what happens. What happens if I do this? Was he actually awakened as well? I know he was 6-3, but did he actually have perks? Okay, a little bit. Not a huge deal. But his whole point is that big damage E. And unfortunately, Hunterhood, which absolutely sucks, usually against Chillhowl at least you get some value because you can always predict the E. And I can't really use my W just to dodge his reflect, right? I kind of need my W for other things. Yeah. I could have just kept kiting. If I want to play this like as a pro, like if you're properly playing this like against 6-3 with red buff, while I don't have red buff, I pretty much just kite. That's kind of the problem why Frost has never been my #1 favorite weapon, even though it does give you some very fun decisions to make. But it's just that how much you have to essentially just kite and stay on the edge of the screen of your enemy. I kind of want to try Duskweaver now. Duskweaver also one of the helmets that seems like it's going to be really... I mean, not going to, but that has gained so much from the new spell, and I feel like it's going to be very useful for me as well, to give me an option to kite from far as well as a decent option to actually, if I need to change to the helmet, to the shield from the helmet, the new spell. Let's just buy some cheap potion. Let's just take some cheap potions. Actually, wait, can I just do poison if I go Cultist Cowl? Let's go Cultist, not Cultist Cowl, Cultist Robe and Duskweaver. And just go full poison and see if Cultist will be enough. I think so. Although poison with Smuggler's Cape, I have to figure it out. Did Soldier Armor get buffed recently? I don't know what happened with Soldier Armor. I don't remember it being buffed, but I have seen it a lot more than I used to. I'm really not sure. 9% up to 8 times, plus 70%. I don't know. What did they change in this update, by the way? Haiduga, the biggest thing is that the Flame Walker E has very long cooldown if they miss it. If they don't hit the E, it will have a very, very long cooldown. But they have some other balance changes as well. Anyone in NA having connection issues? Is it like that? True, getting disconnected is it really that bad? And it's again an NA server. I mean, it's understandable why it's an NA server. It's because it is the oldest server and it has the most amount of everything essentially. But I'm unhappy. Yeah, of course. If you can't play that really sucks. Let's try Duskweaver and Cultist. This is also what I saw. I think Wolpertinger was playing this, like one of the guys who plays a lot, or used to at least play a lot of Frost. He played a lot of this build. That was way back before they added the shield, so now I have even more benefit to this. Demon Boots. Again, kind of for the same reason. And by the way, we did actually run into a Demon Boots user. And if I wanted, I could just run away because I also changed to Demon Boots, you know. But hitting the Qs, I mean, he also dodged a lot of Qs, so that was also a big part of the kiting, that I only actually procced my buff, or like the stun, one time, the 3-hit stun. This is another thing that changed, by the way, if you're asking what changed with the patch today. This Q1 of Frost Staffs, no longer gives you a damage buff, but instead, when you hit the same enemy 3 times in a short period, the 3rd time will stun them for a second. Let's go. Chill Gowl. Like this. Okay. And Stew. And the guy had also damage food. Okay, the Badon build was so weird, honestly. I need to just overcharge and abuse it. His whole point was just that one big damage E. You know, look, cape for damage, poison pot, soldier armor. I don't know why Hunter Hood, but okay. And then his food was also just beef stew. Very, very, very interesting. Very, very interesting thing. Okay, do I actually still go healing even though I have Cultist Rope? I can also just go Tornadoes, actually. But then I need a different... that can actually be interesting as well. Let's try Tornadoes. I'm curious how it will work out. Let's try cheap Tornadoes. And then I'm changing my cape to Thetford cape. Yo, this is like the AI day all over again. By the way, if you were not here on Sunday, I played AI generated builds. We had a lot of fun with how ChatGPT and Grok both, we tried both, how they were like generating weird shit. Like, it's kind of like they know about the game. By the way, the screen is black for me also, so maybe EU server is now being affected. So there was they were like, it was every single build that I asked AI to create, it was always Thetford cape and beef stew, but at some point it actually wanted me to play Thetford shoes as well, which obviously doesn't. Yeah, Thetford shoes exactly. So it was just very fun. We had a big like conspiracy theory about AI. Actually, everyone who is in Thetford is actually, you know, AI, and it was like AI trying to get me to buy some Thetford stuff. Anyway, it just reminds me that now I actually do want a Thetford cape. Let's see if I have some Thetford cape somewhere in one of the loot tabs. Cape. We do. Okay. Do I need to repair it? No, I don't. Okay, let's try like this. I'm not used to using Tornadoes in solo PvP at all. This is going to be a very, very kite-heavy build. I don't know how good it will be in 1v1s, but I'm very curious to find out. And actually, I think this one deserves being saved as like this as well. Right? Oh. Something like this, because I'm definitely, this should be a build that doesn't, you know, instantly click. I think it's going to take a couple tries, so I will need to rebuy it pretty quickly. Eel stew, yes. Hello, what's up, hamster? Eel stew. So I do more damage. I am not an omelette player. It's actually, throw that away. What? You don't like fish? You don't like fish, hamster? Only omelette. I don't like omelette in general. It's probably the least used food overall that I've ever like used. Maybe not the least, you know, there's a lot of Avalonian weird food. I'm not a huge fan of just having coolant. You need minimum 30 CDR on Chill Howl. How much do I have? I have 12, and then when I eat this, I'm gonna have like 15, yeah, or okay, 18, but it's like diminishing returns. Let's see how much I have. Oh, come on. But I don't like just omelette. Okay, maybe you've convinced me to try, but on pretty much all weapons that play around... Now I have 17, yeah. Pretty much all weapons that play around cooldown reduction, I usually prefer not to go omelette. Because, I don't know. It's not in my nature to fully just play around mobility. Yes, I don't know if I mentioned earlier, but yeah, if you're asking about the patch, yes, life touch staff was also nerfed. So if you're playing Corrupted Dungeons, there's another very, very important change with today's patch, which is that life touch was overall probably not nerfed, but it was changed in a way where it seems significantly stronger for group play and significantly weaker for 1v1. I don't even know. I don't even know if any of the top players will play life touching corrupted anymore. Because I mean, it was already at a place where a lot of builds were able to kill it, but many were like almost there. And then all those almost killers now will just kill the life touch. Right. Do I really need omelette? I don't. I just realized that actually, you know, having the quicker cast time, of course, it's not just about cooldown reduction, right? Being able, like, it's maybe a bit easier to hit EW as well. I use pork omelette regularly. Yeah, I don't like it usually, but I also don't play a lot of chill hull, you know. But I'm saying just in general. For a lot of weapons where some people go cooldown, like go heavier into cooldown reduction, I prefer to not play too much on cooldown reduction, and rather have extra damage with my spells. But you know, just like I would say, just like IP matters more in a brawl heavy fight, and if you're having a kite heavy fight where a lot comes down to whether you can kite, whether the enemy can catch you, or the other way around, and a lot comes down to actually hitting spells. In that fight, IP matters a bit less, you know, because it's about hitting spells. And it's a bit the same, like with... In reality, yes, I understand, like, my eals to extra damage doesn't really... Like, it matters less, because if the enemy never catches me, you know, it's gonna be mostly just about hitting spells and kiting them. So, I understand the logic of not going eals to, of course. And if it is the omelette that actually helps me not get caught by the enemy, then you know, that's the most valuable thing I can have. You will deal more damage on omelette. How come? Is it so relevant for my Qs? That would be a winning argument. If you're actually right, Hamster, that I would just straight up do more damage on omelette as well, and we're not just talking about extra, like being able to kite better, then that would be the winning argument. That would convince me also to go over to the omelette side. Renee asked, maybe AI likes Thetford so much because there's a real town in England called Thetford. Did not know about that. Never heard about that. Okay. Maybe. Gio says, hope you're having a great day. Will the Flamewalker be viable anymore? Yeah, 100%. No question. It's absolutely viable. No, it's just, no, it's more... Wait, what is... Oh, that's the... I thought the other guy was lagging, but it's the whole server, actually. Okay, I also just teleported. I hope this doesn't keep happening now. So, the Flamewalker, definitely more difficult now, and there is a clear plan now if you're playing against the Flamewalker, which is a big thing. Because the only plan I was able to figure out earlier about Flamewalker, like if you're fighting against it, the only thing I was able to figure out, kind of, is essentially you dodge their Qs. Like, that's the only kind of clear thing to think about if you're fighting against it, because, yes, they are very good at brawling as well, but that will depend on them actually hitting their Qs. And, you know, mostly, like, we're talking about Q3 here, they can dodge them. I mean, you can dodge them, they can miss them. Now we have a clear other strategy against Flamewalkers, and by we, I mean everyone, any kind of build. And the new clear thing is to actually think about their E. And if you're able to dodge their E or make them use it in a way where it doesn't actually hit you, that's going to give you a big advantage. And also a pretty big window to abuse, you know? If they use their E just to get closer to you, but don't actually get the cooldown like reduction because they don't hit you, you have 40 seconds. That's a super long time. You have 40 seconds where you know that you can brawl them and they won't be able to do that much damage. U is affected as well. Yeah, that was the first time though. Earlier in Brazilian, you know, I had the black screen for a while. You saw it as well. That was one thing that happened, and now it just got teleported back into the mobs, kind of. It's kind of dangerous, honestly, but... Yo, what's up, Snipes? Hello. Good morning. How was Delta Force for you? Did you... No, that's a gatherer. Okay. How are you? I am good. I did actually sleep well because morning was pretty relaxed. I just had to do one thing today in the morning, so I was able to sleep despite being up at night as well, pretty late. So I'm feeling pretty good. It's too warm though. I can feel that. Like that's also why it's more difficult to go to sleep. Everything is just like... Everything about life is a bit more difficult right now for a Nordic person like me, because it's just overall a bit too warm. I mean, it's probably also I can feel it a bit more because I'm not in the best shape. I think that also affects it. I would be better if... No, he's an artillery. I don't like that, but hey, let's try it. Never mind. He's tier 7 overcharged. Okay. Guy is pretty angry. I don't know. I mean, I understand that he's playing a wildfire, so he's trying to kind of aggro me that way, you know? But I don't understand if he actually wants to fight. Like, if he's trying to trigger me into a fight or what. See what happens next time he has boots. He's gonna have to boots into me again, right? Yeah, kinda wish I had omelet now. Interesting helmet from him. I wish I had a different potion here. Kinda wish I had a poison. He's just gonna full run away. I wasn't close enough to cancel his boots. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay. We're getting used to the build. He didn't even try his E, so he was expecting me to come closer to him at some point. Yeah, I definitely need poisons. I think these tornadoes are just situational. Should have tornadoed him out of artillery. No, actually, good point as well, yeah. Yeah, kind of true, yeah. I didn't need to use my W. I wonder if he kills me though, like if I start charging my my cultist next to him, I wonder if he just straight up kills me or not. Yeah, good point actually, yeah. I mean, the big problem was not really artillery, but I do have to... I feel like I have to create distance to use my cultist rope. In terms of damage, the problem is not artillery, it's that he's... Like, if I do not dodge his E, that might be enough to kill me. Interesting. Yeah, I want to bring poisons. I don't know about the whole omelet situation. Is it time for me to become an omelet player as well? He had omelet on his wildfire. I mean, he was Q3 also. So, I mean Q1, so he has that reason for it. But that also meant that he had boots ready to get away again. No, I want this wisp. The omelet situation is crazy. What is the omelet situation? Not Mac. Tell me. Spill the beans and omelet. Wildfire W has good range? Yeah, it does. I mean, not Wildfire W, but all fires have artillery, which is very, very, very nice range. How are you finding the new Q1 changes? That's one of the reasons why I wanted to play Chill Howl Lucas, to figure out how it feels. And too early to tell. I have not hit enough Ws yet. I mean, obviously, this guy... Actually, like, if I somehow intentionally keep my Qs for when he's charging, that's another interesting use case. Interesting use case for the new Q is Royal Boots, yeah. Oh, the server did lag there. If I somehow keep my my third Q, I'm able to time it specifically when he's charging up boots. Okay, the server is doing something funky, but not too funky. Still playable. I don't know. I have to consume all the latest omelet. What is it? The omelet debacle. Okay. I'm going to buy omelet. Fine. I just... I've never liked omelet. It's not true, actually. In real life, I kind of like omelet. I mean, okay, I like eggs, like scrambled eggs. I don't know if that counts as omelet, yeah? I mean, omelet can be just scrambled eggs also. Just that's a type of omelet. Yeah, I hope I'm not brain farting right now. Damaged food is mid on cloth. Okay, and omelet is not mid, hamster? You have to explain to me now. You said that I will deal more damage on omelet. So what you're saying is that if I go hit a dummy for 30 seconds with all my spells, I will do more damage with on omelet, yeah? If I just keep hitting my Qs and auto attacks on a dummy for 30 seconds. Okay, you will hit more Qs. Yeah. I mean, like, that's why I'm saying 30 seconds and not like the amount of Qs. Okay. Does it actually interesting? Does it stack while the person is while they are in my E? I have to try this on a mob when they are invulnerable. Omelet with spam is excellent. Never really got used to spam. I mean, it obviously exists in some form, but it's not popular where I'm from. Is he baiting or not? I think he's baiting, right? Hunterhood again, unfortunately. He's on poison. And he's going straight south, so I don't really know if he's even in range of my spells here or not. Yeah, not having damage buff. In some situations, it feels clearly like you can feel it for sure. I'm curious if hitting Qs while, like, if I can hit Qs while he's in the, while he's in my thing. Oh, that was not intentional. Okay, I didn't mean to tornado him closer to me. Is it omelet time, really? You kind of convinced me. I think we will do omelet. You actually want to use it during it. So it does stack, yeah. That's kind of, I wanted to try it on a mob, I ended up not trying on him. Let's put the books here. We have a fantastic 35k already here. Check DPS on cloth versus Elostio. I have to hit a dummy for 30 seconds. Twice. Yeah. Okay. Wait. Let's do the same. Actually, I have the build saved. Let's do the same. That's also a good excuse for me to actually use some omelets, because I have way too many omelets saved up. How much does this cost? Is this like crazy expensive for tier 7? It's not crazy. Okay. Okay. Let's do omelet. And let me try a tier 8 eel stew as well to compare, and then I will buy poisons, I think. I will buy poisons and tornadoes. Omelette with mist color. Yes. You can ask ChatGPT if omelette is good with this build. He will surely give a sophisticated answer. You can do that, Nutmeg, and then copy the answer. I will be curious, unless it's a very long one. That's pretty good idea, actually. Okay. Let's try it out. Where is it? Guide Howl. What do I need from this? I don't need a horse, I don't need a mist color, and I don't need a eel stew. I mean, okay, I can buy it. These tornadoes are so cheap. I ended up tornadoing him closer to me in that last fight, which was not my intention. And was I even supposed to actually chase him? I wasn't, right? We're tier 7, right? So I'm not actually supposed to just full-on chase him, but if you... I've said this many times. If you're running away from someone, go south, you know, as you saw right now also. South, I didn't really see if he's close or not. By the time he was on my screen, it was already clear that he's fighting it. He already got a lot of spells in, you know. So it's always a bit of an advantage. If you're walking away from someone, you can go also south for extra advantage. Okay, server again. Damage. Oh, come on. The server is full, don't die. Sasha says damage percent food is back on cloth because that percent is directly added to your overall damage boost. That means 10% from food is not actually 10% in the end. Good point, actually, yeah. So my biggest thought that I had was not so much about cloth, but was about the fact that the way I fight is, well, it's gonna come down to how much essentially I can dodge of what my enemy has. Not just dodge every skill shot, but how much of him can I avoid while still doing damage. And for that sort of playstyle, yes, essentially, I understand. Cooldown reduction becomes both my damage as well as my survivability. So I increase everything. TU server also has issues. Yeah, it is. That was me just now getting dragged back, kicked out of the server. Now I'm trying to reconnect. I have no idea why this would happen, but okay. I actually can't get in. Let's see. It just gives me the black screen. Okay, never mind. Here we are. Let's go to my island. But yeah, the cloth thing is also, yeah, it's a good point, because what you're saying is that it counts just like a lot of things. What you're saying is that this counts, since the damage percent counts on top of what's it called? On top of base damage and not the actual damage, then yeah. Nutmeg says, TLDR, chill, help us omelette, magical freeze machine gun. Do it, slap that breakfast into your belly and go ruin someone's day. I love that. I love that. Albion Poo servers, time to play chess.com. Leeches for life. I mean, if I get dragged back again, yeah, sure. Like, actually, we can go play a couple games of Bullet. Wait, not Brazilian. I want to go to my island. Albion offline. Yes, it's like Albion... what's it? I don't know. What do the meteorologists say when it's like intermittently, you know? Anyway, intermittently online. Okay, let's try with eel stew. Just for fair comparison, I have tier 8 eel stew here. But I need to hit it for like a decent amount to actually... Why? I don't have time to attack it. What the hell? Oh, when I have the last third attack, then it kind of sucks a bit. Yeah, when I have the third attack, I can't really attack it a lot. Okay, it's a bit unclear. I mean, we can kind of see the overall DPS, but this is just my Qs. I need to attack it though, because to proc my cape sometimes. But I cannot weave one, because you know there's two quick auto attacks and one very slow one. When I'm on the slow one, it's very difficult to weave it in. Okay. I got a pop-up, I can't play Albion online while Steam is in offline mode, so it could have been a Steam issue disconnect. I mean, no, I don't think so. Most people aren't playing through Steam anyway. So, I mean, it might have been the issue for you specifically, right? But I'm not playing through Steam, and few people I know play through Steam. So, if it happened for all of us at the same time, I don't think. That's just probably what it said to you, like, to kind of excuse itself. But yeah, anyway, you've convinced me. So actually, it's very good point. The damage thing is very good point. Is on top of all the going too deep and thinking about strategy and how much cooldown reduction affects fight. Just the fact that damage food calculated based on base damage, and my base damage is already increased by cloth armor, which is going to be 40, 45, or 50. Yeah, I think it's a winning argument, and I think you're right. And I was being dumb by trying to be special and not using omelette. I think omelette will probably best be better, but just for the sake of trying it out, let's try to do the same with this. I'm gonna try to proc the cape just like before. Kind of proc the cape more or less when it's ready. Yeah. Seems very similar, but a little bit higher, yeah. And it's also very clear that the more I try to weave auto attacks, the more damage I kind of lose, unless my cape is ready. Yep, okay. Omelette seems to be just simply more damage. We're just talking about Qs here. We're not taking into account any sort of mobility advantage. We're not taking into account cooldown reduction and other spells. We are just taking into account purely like damage from queuing and auto-attacking for cape occasionally. So yes, it looks like it is actually just straight up better to have Omelette. Even though Omelette is not my best friend, I've never liked it too much. But I cannot deny. I like big Omelette, and I can't deny. And I cannot lie. You other brothers can't deny. Yeah. Okay, Omelette it is. No more questions. There are a lot of weapons that kind of have a choice, between cooldown reduction or a brawling ability. I always felt like going too far into cooldown reduction, and specifically like Omelette, it used to be a thing for spears, which I never liked, and some other kind of in-between weapons. But I understand that in this case, we are not even talking about a big trade-off, there's nothing that I'm losing, from Ilstio. It seems like there's pretty much nothing at all that I'm losing. Like, yeah, my E will do like a tiny bit less damage, but I will have a tiny bit more ease because of extra cooldown reduction. Seeing the stun animation from Q is a bit weird, because it looks exactly like the W. Which is kind of interesting. It kind of makes like... if I do... wait. Yeah, okay, it does count, just to be sure. That I can stack up the stun. If I'm standing next to a person and I freeze them with my Q, with the new stun ability, it's going... I mean, people will mostly see what happens, but if this skeleton is an enemy and I freeze him like close range, the player might... No, come on, I'm not hitting it. No, okay, I didn't hit it 3 times. What I was trying to say that the player might think maybe that I used my W because it's the same. This animation that most of us are used to seeing only with the Frost W. Need to embrace the kite, embrace the frost. Even more so on my Omelette. Even better at kiting. But that also kind of means that interesting. So the same logic that on cloth armor, since you already have your base damage is already like you're already getting plus damage. And just having plus 10% to your base damage is not really not as valuable. By the same token, it feels like damage buff is gonna be stronger on plate armor then, right? So if I'm playing a weapon that can play both, like Death Givers or I don't know, Spears can also plate armor, right? Then eating Eel Stew on Death Givers. I mean, anyway, you usually have Death Givers, you have Eel Stew and Roast Snapper, and you choose. But eating Eel Stew on Death Givers, for example, is going to be much stronger when you're playing plate armor, right? That should make the same kind of sense, because your little increase to your base damage overall actually has a bigger impact. That's why ability... Oh shit, somebody was here. Oh. See, I said that we're not gonna see Great Cursed in solo PvP despite the change, but we are seeing a Great Cursed with a very funky 4.0 player. That's why ability damage is the strongest on plate. Yes. Interesting that I've never thought about it too much. I mean, admittedly, I usually play leather armor, but that's actually that's a very good point. Because on plate armor, you don't have the innate, you don't have the damage buff from your armor, so any sort of other damage buff you get is gonna be more valuable. Just like cooldown reduction, just like the first 10% of cooldown reduction is the most valuable, right? Because then you start running into diminishing returns. But it's even more so with damage buffs or damage amp, because it works based on your base damage. Another curse. Oh shit. Man, the server is broken actually. If this was an actual fight, I would be pissed. I see him taking damage, kind of, but I cannot do anything. I hope I'm not dead. Maybe we're both dead to the mob. Nope. I mean, okay, it looks like this is much worse situation for him than it is for me. And now I can move? Oh, okay, this is lag being online. Yeah, the game, I mean, I've said this several streams. I've said that when a game doesn't work, when the servers are offline, it sucks because you want to play the game and you can't. But the most tilting, by far, the most tilting experience is when the game works, but just enough to make you feel like it's okay, but actually it's full of lag or something is broken. This is one of the most tilting experiences. Obviously, for me in this case, yeah, whatever, tier 7 chillhouse set. But this also means, like, mists overall, and I mean, not just mists, also, it's broken, I can feel it, because I'm not, I'm not picking up silver. Also, not just mists, obviously, but specifically mists, but also open world. People today, if this continues, unless it's clear that this fixes itself, people are not gonna play higher IP than maybe tier 7, maybe some tier 8 players. People are not gonna run around in 8.3 risking that this happens. Because even though so far it seems like this happens for all of us at the same time, you never know what's gonna, like, maybe for someone else it works a bit earlier. Like this guy on Curse right now, obviously, like, he was like, I think he was without specs, tier 7, right? Okay, see, what happens if... we are actually both gonna die, right? So anyway, he got downed before me. So, if the server returns now... Oh, it did return, okay. If the server returns now, he's fucked, right? I can just execute him. If I get downed by mobs now, the server returns later. By the way, he's down for so long. He's not tier 7. He's mostly tier 6. If the server returns as he's getting up and I am downed, then it's the opposite. He's on Wanderlust, so it's not gonna... I can't really, catch him. If he wants, he will just get away. Let's see if the mobs actually let me do this. No, they don't. Okay, then I guess it's a fight, but let's see if he wants to fight. I'm not sure. I'm not full HP, so maybe he wants to fight. I have iframe, obviously, for him. I hope he does want to fight, but maybe not. I mean, I was making it very obvious that... Wait, is he still? I thought he's already standing up. Okay, never mind. We're not gonna see whether he wants to fight. I thought he was already standing up. This sucks for him, obviously. If it was like if the server reconnected a little bit later, then it would suck for me the same way, right? Because you saw I almost got down to mob as well. If the server reconnects a bit later, I get down to mobs and he's already up. He does the same to me. It's kind of unfortunate, yeah. If this happens a couple more times, we can be absolutely sure that people are not going to play any sort of high IP PvP. The next time this happens to me, I'm going to probably take a little bit of a break and we're going to just play chess or do something else together. And there's also plenty to talk about. Time to play test server instead? Yeah, well, I don't know. So yeah, so this is another reason. First of all, it's obviously very tilting when you're kind of playing, but not really. But secondly, man, I kind of feel bad now for killing him. I mean, okay, when I attacked him, the point anyway was to kill him because he probably doesn't want to fight, you know, he's in a camp on tier 6, tier 7 on Wanderlust, so the result is kind of, you know, the same, but who knows, he might have had a chance to get away, and he was kind of low, like, he was getting low to mobs before the server crashed, so it felt like the situation, the idea of attacking him anyway is to take advantage of the fact that he's clearing camp. But now it kind of feels like, who knows, you know, maybe he would have survived if the server didn't crash. Maybe it's, I don't know. I hope he's not gonna get super pissed and not play the game for a while. Maybe I'm still a bit regret. It's definitely like a -2 karma move. Like -2 is not crazy, but it was a bit of a minus karma move. So yeah, one thing is that how tilting it is if you're actually, you know, if it matters to you, like if you're playing higher IP, for example, and it kind of lags, it's better for the game to just not work at all for a while. But the second thing is also that having the confidence, like, in order to actually play anything higher than tier 7, for most people, if the game just was unavailable for 2 hours and then they said, yo, we think we fixed it, the game is back up, people would play it like normal. But now, the longer this shit goes on, the more it will take time for all of us to kind of get back into the rhythm of, okay, the game works again. I can, you know, I can risk more. Good morning. What's up, Motown Mojo? Good morning, sir. Happy to see you in YouTube chat. Don't forget, I know most of you know this already. I've said a million times, but I am now streaming both on YouTube and Twitch. Been on Twitch for a month and a half, on YouTube just since last week. So you can choose where you would like to enjoy the stream. And hopefully, since last stream, the quality should be 1080p on both places. I mean, you can downscale it, like you can choose lower quality if you want for your bandwidth, but it should go up to 1080p. Okay, but now the server seems to be working fine. I kind of feel bad. Really feeling more and more bad. And especially since he has Wanderlust, like I do have good enough mobility to potentially catch him, right? But it's unlikely that he just gets away just because of Wanderlust, because, you know, I still have boots, I have my helmet to catch him later as well. But who knows? And he might definitely be thinking that he only dies here because of the lag. And also, I don't know when the lag actually started for him. So from my perspective, he was already kind of low to mobs, so he was anyway like easy target. But from his perspective, maybe he was low because he was already lagging before, which means even more than he got fucked by the server issue. I don't know, maybe not, but maybe. It's definitely much less likely for us to get like some high-level PvP with this sort of server issues. I'm watching at 160p to conserve mobile internet, so you're basically listening, Sparkly, yeah? It's not even watching at that point. Like, you can barely... There's like... I think there's 5 pixels on your screen, and 3 of those is just my forehead, and then the rest is maybe you see like... maybe you see that the screen goes red when I die, so you know that's what happens. Like, that's what happened. I need to wait 1 more hour, but my phone is only 7%. I've never run out of mobile internet. I don't remember. I mean, when traveling, yeah, that used to be a big thing, of course. But at home, I don't know why. I have some basic phone plan, which I don't know how long it is, how much it gives me. But I've gotten those emails sometimes, like, oh, be careful, you've used like 2 gigabytes of your bandwidth. This is tier 6 heavy, right? I need to change my queue for PV. Watching on phone isn't all that bad, though. Yeah. No, I've watched streams on phone for sure. No. It's just that Sparkly was saying he's watching at 160p, you know, which I didn't even know it was possible. No. In general, watching on phone is fine. Yeah, I mean, most phone screens are also at least like 1080p, right? Which is very decent. No problem. I mean, it also maybe depends on the game. Like, if you're watching like an FPS game, it might be a bit more annoying to watch on the phone. Because, like, even on a big screen, like, FPS games oftentimes, like, actually seeing and discerning what exactly is happening and what the person is shooting at, or, you know, seeing in the distance can be a bit of a difficulty. But on Albion shouldn't be... Albion with low quality is not really a problem, I think. I just want to listen and see a bit about what the Albion Master is doing, saying. Well, today, Albion Master learned, and we all learned together, that Omelette is not just for kiting, first of all. You know, with some builds, like I tried on the dummy, like with Chillhull, Omelette is actually just straight up more damage than using Yield Steal. And very important thing to notice that makes so much sense, but I've never really properly registered it in my brain until today, is how much damage amp, like increasing your damage with things like Yield Steal, which is what, you know, I tested with earlier, how much more valuable it is when you are wearing plate armor. It's because it affects your base damage, and with plate armor, you know, you don't have any other damage buffs, at least if you don't have a lot of damage buff from your plate. On leather armor, it's kind of okay. But on cloth armor, using food to amp your damage, whether eel stew or beef stew, is kind of bad. Because your armor itself already gives you 40, 45 or 50% damage amp. Plus you have the cloth armor passives, you know. So overall you get so much less value from the damage amp food than you would. And it makes so much sense, but as I said, it's not something I very consciously registered before. So if you're here today, you're kind of learning that together with me. So in the future, if you're adapting your build, for example, let's say you have a build which has different food options in your mind, and you're trying different things and including trying different types of armors, then consider this. Better to have more damage amp. Damage amp becomes much more valuable when your armor doesn't give you any, and becomes a bit less valuable when your armor already gives you a lot of it. If it would be that bad, 2v2 players would use omelettes probably, not stew. Well, the difference like the Chillhull between omelette and stew, I was just hitting Qs and auto attacks to proc cape and just hitting dummy, and the difference was very small. But with omelette I had a little bit more damage. But the fact that even if very small difference was in favor of the omelette is a very big thing, because, you know, omelette gives me other things as well, like cooldown for all my other spells, including my defensives and all of that. They care more about burst than sustained DPS. That's true. For 2v2 and 3v3, you might absolutely disregard everything other than just, can you kill the enemy? Like, if the enemy has a healer, like, the whole test of the fight becomes only, can you kill one of the enemies? Usually the healer, but not always. Can you kill one of the enemies, like, as fast as possible? That's pretty much... That's the focal point of many fights, when one group has a healer. And obviously also when both groups have a healer, it's also kind of like that. Right? But when both groups have a healer, it can sometimes become like a war of attrition, of who runs out of resources first, right? But when just one group has a healer, it's 100%. The whole fight is just about, can you somehow burst down one of the enemies? So there's maybe there's a little bit, like, even if your beef stew is not, or eel stew is not very valuable, like it's very, very marginally useful for you on cloth armor, it might that couple percentages of extra damage can still, oh man, the server dead again, can still actually feel good when, I mean, that's the only thing you need. It makes a bit of sense. You need to one-shot, yeah, exactly, depends on the build. Some work good with time in a long fight. I am curious about, I know that people have definitely been discovering that with depths, but I'm curious, like, if non-healer duos and trios that don't try to one-shot, like, whether they have had success against healers. I've seen a couple clips where it seems to be like for example, like 2 warbows or 2 sky striders. Like, these are not one-shot builds, like in classical one-shot sense, but they are essentially putting out so much damage that, you know, if they start to fight well, they can sometimes almost one-shot. If they all put all of their damage together, they can almost one-shot an enemy and even win against the healer that way. By the way, thanks for following. Drop... I think I also... I don't know, if you're still here, Rotko, thank you for following as well. That was a while ago, I just realized. I don't think I noticed you in time. Not Max said, I always thought Stew is good with already high damage amp because boosting like 50% damage sounds more valuable than boosting 20% with leather. So yeah, the reason that what we are... nah man, the server's still broken. What we are learning, that the reason for this is that you are affecting your base damage, yeah? So if your base damage is 100, that's how much your spell does. Do you see that connection problem in the middle of... base damage, right? If your base damage is 100, eating the 10% food will make your... that will give you plus 10 damage. But if your base damage is 100 and you're using a cloth armor which gives you 50%, now your spell does 150, but the food will still calculate on your base damage. So the food will not give you 10% of 150, but will give you 10% of 100. So essentially, instead of 150, you now do 160. So adding that extra piece of food is no longer actually 10%, but it's like... how much is 1/15? It's like 7%, yeah? Something like that. At least that's how I understood it. Thanks for following Bushman PvP. Okay, the server is back for a moment. Yeah, there's no way we're gonna see 8.3s in the mists for the next hour or so at least because of this. I mean, unless people just log in and they don't know about server issues, but anyone who experiences this is gonna put all their high value items away and focus on some lower tier gameplay, which might end up working well. Because, you know, some people will just go do something else, but those who do decide to stay and actually play Albion, I mean, more fun for us, right? I like having more tier 7s, tier 8s to fight against. Especially now, like, if I was playing my, the build I've played for a lot, I might be thinking, like, yeah, I want a chance to kill something very expensive, rather. But especially when I'm trying a build that I haven't played for a while, I haven't played that much, then having some practice, sparring against some other tier 7s would be very nice. What could they have broken with this patch though? I don't know. I really don't know. Like, I am not technical enough to really speculate about how an update can change something in a way. But my guess is that no matter what you patch, just simply the act of patching the version on the servers can come with some issues. I don't know why, but I feel like it's a very common occurrence I've seen in other games as well. Just simply the act of patching will has potential to mess with something about the server. Mate, thank you for your vids. You helped me and other people a lot. Thanks, Dan Galt. More coming. I've talked about this at the beginning of the stream. Yes, it is one of the things I feel a bit guilty and unhappy about right now that have not uploaded recently. But it's also one of the things, you know, I'm working through. It's more like an emotional barrier more than anything now, because I actually, right now, I'm recording decently, like in decent enough quality while we're playing. And without music and all that. But, you know, usually in life, things that take a little bit of time to get going, go for further away. So, hopefully, here's to a lot more videos to come soon. Normally people use the beam helmet on Chillhall, yes. I also tried with that, yeah. Yeah, you could absolutely use just Call of Purity. I mean, my helmet synergizes a bit well with rope, with the cultist rope, because, you know, I can connect my helmet to the enemy, then charge a couple ticks of cultist rope, and then still get on top of them. But both are fine. Like, this helmet, obviously I don't have that much damage from far, but it makes it much easier, because one of the big problems with the Frost and Chillhall is kind of, you kite enough to get a bit of an advantage. You use your mobility and your W, but then how do you actually capitalize on that? Yeah, it's a bit difficult to recognize the moment when it's time to go in for the fight, and very often people, when you do kite them successfully, just turn around and run away. So it's that's risky, this firewall. I might kill you, but okay. So oops, not this. So with this, I have one extra tool. If the enemy, if I am, for example, let's say I'm fighting against Death Givers, and I'm kiting them successfully, and they are losing, and they start running away, I have one extra tool, so I can get on top of them, while still, for example, let's say the Death Giver starts turning around, because he sees that I am just not letting him take the fight properly. I can now helmet him, and I still have my W and boots ready, you know, so there are positives to running this helmet for this sort of kite build. Oh, he's actually fighting, okay. He changed to artillery now, and interesting. Very, very brave 4-0. I don't want to use my potion for him right away, but let's see. If no one else comes for the chest. He also has Hunter, huh? The chest is probably worth a lot more than he could ever be. Probably. Can probably just be happy with the chest, but who knows. Valiant 4-0. Okay, we'll take the horse. The chest wasn't actually worth that much, but it was still worth a lot more than him. I really love their 0 to villain videos. Did you enjoy making the videos too? Yeah. But the big enjoyment of making those videos was me learning and browsing through how other people have made somewhat similar series for other games, and it was the technical aspect of making the video, you know? Like for other videos, like I love going into depth into understanding PvP, you know, when I'm talking about a lot of things. Oh, look at this. Look at what we have here. Gamster the hamster standing outside with his 6-3. But for the 0 to villain videos, the big enjoyment for me was just kind of getting a bit better at editing videos specifically. Because I definitely put a lot more into just understanding of why do some, like, there's some creators like from other games that I have immense, just ridiculous respect for how they've been able to turn something into so much fun to watch, and like kind of cinematic like value of it. And just me exploring and understanding like at which point do they put in music and why and stuff like that. And I'm saying it's like, oh, like I learned, like now I'm a master, absolutely not, you know, it was just the first steps. But that was the fun for me in making those videos. The actual PvP in the 0 to villain is like very simplistic, you know, of course comparing to a lot of other stuff that you've seen, maybe. Thanks for following, Yaribs. I think omelets have no sense to use if you have no skills with casting time. That was always like, that was always my my feeling as well. That just for cooldown reduction it's not worth it. But now I'm not sure anymore. I feel like, I mean, are there any weapons that have no cast times at all? I guess one-handed spear, the impaler doesn't have a cast time, right? It just has a delay. Does it have a bit of a cast time though? No, cast time 0. So if you're playing one-handed spear, your E doesn't have a cast time, your Q doesn't have a cast time, so I guess you don't have a cast time there, yeah. With Daybreaker you have cast time on your E, but it's very small. How much more cooldown reduction omelet give you compared to Eels to 2% more, and you lose 9% damage. That's how I was always thinking about it. Let's see. Here I get a 13%, and what was I was using? Like, I would compare it to tier 8. To tier 8 stew. Give me. Okay, this is tier 8 essentially. So here I have 7.5% cooldown reduction, and here I have 13.2. So, I mean, 6%, but actually a bit less, right? Because of the... But the thing is, that's the big point, like the big discovery for me, was that here, I don't actually get 9.5% damage when I eat tier 8 Eel Steel. Because this 9.5% damage is based on my my base damage, you know? And if you look at my damage, it's already, like I already have a lot of, you see? I already have plus 60%. Exactly, so it's exactly what Hamster is saying. This was the kind of, and it's so obvious, but it's something I've never really focused in on, and that's where the trade-off comes in a little bit, or not the trade-off, but the reason why we're talking about this, because I already have on cloth armor, on cultist robe, I already have 58%. If I had cloth helmet, it would be even more, right? That's the point. And with cooldown reduction, I get like. Cooldown reduction also gives me more of everything else, you know, don't forget. So it's not just like if Eel Stew and Omelette were similar, like if in terms of damage the result was the same, So even if Omelette didn't win when I was just queuing the dummy, I mean, it won by a little bit, it was a very small difference. Even then, it would still... there's still an argument that with more cooldown reduction from Omelette, I am more survivable, you know? Like, because my whole build is built around essentially playing from far, being able to dodge spells, using my mobility for that, and I have also cultist trope, so obviously every spell benefits from cooldown reduction. We're not only talking about damage spells, but also utility and survivability and defensives and stuff like that. The more CDR you have, the more it does. Explain that, Hamster, if you don't mind. Man, I love having you in chat and learning these sorts of things. But I hope you can explain what you meant by that. One-handed curse on demon boots. Kinda need to demon boots myself also, right? Or not? Oh, oh, this is the curse with the... This is the stun curse, right? But he has an interesting helmet for that. He has an interesting helmet for this fight. Kind of unexpected, honestly. And also plate armor. I wish I had the poison here, not this tornado. I need to be a bit careful because I'm using all my W's just to dodge, but if I use my W just to dodge, he will have a free E, right? I can't dodge his E anymore with my W. I think he just drank his Geek Pot, yeah, he did, yeah. Yeah, but he's on Demon Boots, so it's not that likely that I kill him anyway. 3 stacks now, let's see. Let's see if he wants to use the 3 stacks or not. I wish I was in Demon Boots also, kind of, for this. I'm gonna take 1 stack just to keep him in the fight, but he can just full-on run away with Demon Boots right now. Oh, actually, maybe not. Let's see how fast they are with 4 stacks. Maybe it's not that crazy. I have to be a bit careful when I don't have my W, because he can still, you know, full stack his E on me. Wish I had a poison here. Ah, I should have Dusk Weaver there. Yeah. Demon Boots gaming. Luckily, right now, not everyone is using Demon Boots. But... Oh, he didn't mount though. Wait, what? Okay, so he's still gaming. Okay. So we actually got a kill. That was not... I did not expect that against Demon Boots. They are not that strong. Hey, we have 1 million. Yo, yo, yo. Am I on root passive? Yeah, I am. It's a bit difficult to proc it when you're chasing, but yeah. I should be, right? Yeah, I'm on root passive, of course. Yeah, I could have maybe also. You barely use it. When I am trying to get on, like, chasing the enemy, yeah, it's not that easy. Remember, Big Bad Owl, if I'm chasing him, if I'm close to him, sure, yeah, but if I'm chasing him from a screen away, I'm not gonna be able to auto-attack a lot, right? But it's definitely still a good point to make, to think about it more. But, you know, like, if I'm not worried about being right next to him when I'm chasing him from this distance, yeah, I have a much more time. Every time he runs away, I can Q him and auto attack him. But if I'm chasing from a screen, from a full screen away, never gonna happen. Did I just get teleported back? The game actually waited for the fight to end and now it's messing up again. Yeah, there we go. Okay, well, at least we got the kill. I did not expect that. Oh, we have everything 0. I did not expect the kill, honestly. I was thinking that he's just gonna demon boots away and mount, but he mounted up very, very late. And also, I'm kind of surprised he didn't change. I understand that his playstyle, he's playing more around like the heavy armor curse, you know, to you know the strategy to root me and then use his Qs. But I feel like first of all, did he have Taproot and not Leering Cane? Okay, I feel like against me he could have also played it a bit more like a common curse. Although, who knows? Can you check his total fame? In theory it looks good, but in also never really auto attacks are kind of useless. But also no, but I mean when you play a more chill hall, you have to get used to constantly weaving auto attacks for root. Of course, 100%. No, that's a very big part of the game. There's no that's one of the main things that I think you learn when you play any Frost, you know, with this passive, how much of an impact it has on the fight. But it's just that when you are chasing someone, you can only do this if you are chasing and you already have an advantage, because, you know, at the end, of course, I have such an advantage that I can chase and just stand next to him. But if you're chasing someone like I was, like from half a screen away, because I don't want him to give like every time my W is on cooldown, I risk getting like 4-stack E'd. Not that it's gonna just kill me, but it is going to be very powerful. So I am not risking it as much. So in this situation, yeah, there's not too much room for auto attacking, but generally no. Generally, Badawal is very right that it's a super important thing to think about. And there's definitely going to be situations where I'm not going to do enough of it because, you know, I don't play chill hell as much. But we'll see. We'll get to it. Are you not afraid to die to lag? Well, I mean I'm playing tier 7, so who cares, you know. But if I mean I am, today is definitely not a day where I want to take like very high IP items. Not that I play a lot of high IP anyway. If you've been to stream before, I mean, I know you've been Ozarius, but today is not a good day for like really high risk gameplay. So yeah, I would not risk that. But he patted really bad after using Demon Boots. Guy had no basic geometry. Well, that's a mean thing to say, but yeah. It is definitely always more difficult to run away than it is to chase, for the reason that you kind of have to, the mobs, the terrain, the different cliffs, so on. Read my message above. Yeah, okay, give me a moment. So, we are here learning together, as you know. It's already been the case many times that I learn here with you. So today we have a discussion about Omelette. If you were here before, you know. Let's see what Hamster's answer was. So my last question to Hamster was, Hamster said the more cooldown reduction you have, the more it does. And my question was to try to explain that, because I don't fully understand why, because what that sentence implies is that the diminishing returns, you know, which applies to everything, we've been talking about this, that there's no point adding more and more damage buff, because, you know, you only get, like, the next 10% is less valuable than the previous 10%. And so what I understand is maybe Hamster is saying that in the case of cooldown, it's not always so clearly true. So let's see what your answer was. Hamster's answer was, if you were to have 0% CDR, if you had 5 CDR, you increase DPS by 5%. Okay, on the other hand, if you have 90% CDR and you add 5 CDR, you double your DPS. I don't understand why. So what you're trying to say is that cooldown reduction doesn't work with diminishing returns. Okay, no, but Hamster, to add 5% to 90%, you need to add a lot more, right? If you equip an item which gives you 5% CDR and your current CDR is 0, it goes from 0 to 9. If you equip an item which has 5% CDR and you already have 90%, which by the way is impossible in Albion, but in theory, then that 5% item actually doesn't give you 5%, right? It gives you only, like, instead of 90%, you will have 90.5, right? So essentially, I understand what you mean, but getting CDR, just like with damage buff, every next source of CDR will actually be less effective, because even though the item might say 10% cooldown reduction, it's actually giving you less than 10%, because the same idea of diminishing returns, right? There's a cap of CDR, yeah. I think 30% is the actual cap, right? In Albion. I just died on disconnect on Abby's nice servers by 4-0 curse. Oh shit, that hurts. I mean, depending on what you were wearing, Bonsai, but yeah. Definitely, I'm not feeling like going more than tier 7 with this sort of server situation. So yeah, we'll have to figure out what we can do with it. Hey, Mr. Zoax0, which I realized is at the end of your actual name. Thank you for raiding. Welcome, Zoaxers. And the resident rat is in. Rat attack. Love that emote every time I see it. Unfortunately, now I don't see the animated version on my actual chat. Because, by the way, this stream is available since last week on YouTube and Twitch at the same time. But since I have the chat which combines the two, so I can read everything, I just see the rat with its tongue out like that. I don't see the actual movement, but I know what the emote is like. Lag being offline, yeah, it is a bit annoying. Luckily, the fight I just had against the curse, just as the fight was fine. At least for me, who knows actually? Maybe for him the fight didn't work. Maybe he actually had problems. I don't know. But it seemed like he was fighting, like everything worked out. And then just as the fight was over, the server started breaking down again. -2 million loot plus 1.2 in equip Sag. Yeah, that sucks. That is the most tilting thing. Like, I've been lucky not to die yet, and plus I'm not gonna risk more than tier 7 with this server condition. But that is the most tilting thing. When the game works just enough to bait you into thinking that it kind of works, but actually doesn't. How was your Albion days, Oaxo? I mean, if you're off, then don't stay here. I know that it's an easy way to get baited into not eating after your stream when the person you raid starts asking questions. But if you're sticking around, then tell me, how was your Albion day? Are you completely destroyed by the lag, or can you still play? It's best to have over 20% CDR, but interesting. So I understand, Hamster, your logic that every percent becomes more valuable. But there is still the same kind of thing, that this same omelette will give you less, like it gives me less CDR than it would give me right now, right? Like the impact of this specific omelette is smaller if I equip Mist Color, right? Because of diminishing returns, because it, like the CDR works on the cooldown that I now have, you know? So it's not like 13% less from the base cooldown of the spell, but it's 13% of the cooldown that is right now. Right, so if I've already reduced my cooldown from 10 seconds to 8, this will give me 13% of the 8 seconds, not 13% of 10. Otherwise, it would be crazy. Like, otherwise, there's no way this would be here. It would be 22. You can look at it this other way. This gives me 12% cooldown reduction. If I remove it, you see, it doesn't go to 10. When I didn't lag, it was good. Going to lurk here till it gets better. Okay. Yeah, it's been on and off, kind of working decently well for me, but you're barely affected by the cap. Yeah. Okay, sorry, I wasn't talking about the cap, but maybe someone else was. You only have to worry about CDR soft cap if you have a high tier Mist Color and Omelette or CDR attunement. Yeah. But I think it's 30%, right? The cap. But anyway, so my point is, yeah, you see this. The Mist Color gives me. Wait, what does it say? 9% here. It just said 12. Did it not? This is because of IP, right? Why does it say 12 there and 9 here? Because it does actually give me 9%. I have to remove Omelette in order to fully understand the situation. But are you trying to say, Hamster, that in your experience, cooldown reduction is something that you either go full on crazy cooldown reduction and you stack it, or you don't bother about it at all? Because my kind of approach to Spear has always been kind of the opposite, you know, that I feel like stacking too much cooldown reduction will make, like, partly because of diminishing returns of cooldown reduction, but partly because obviously Spear, you want to be able to brawl better. Even in matchups where you kite, you still kind of need to brawl in the end. It always felt like it's good to be balanced in between the two. How do I get better at fights in Mist? Do I just keep going in with cheap sets and find similar IP fights? Yes. And even if you don't find similar IP fights, if you let go of the expectation of having a lot of fair fights, You will get better with any kind of combat situation. Obviously, it's kind of like, it feels pointless when you're getting attacked by 8.3 and you just die. But even those kind of situations will slowly like make you a bit better at surviving. Or if you rat occasionally. So it's not only about fighting equal 1v1 fights, but yes, of course, those will be the best way. So yeah, you have to just go. You can also go open world. Like, skills that you learn in Albion from one content will transfer to the other somewhat, yeah? It's not like only mists. Obviously, if you play mists, you get better at mists. And then you go open world, and it's a bit of a different game for a solo player because you have to be up against groups. You have to be constantly ready to just dip if the situation changes, much more. But it's still useful. As a... Like, your first 200, 300 hours, whatever you do in Albion PvP related, it's going to be useful and transferred to other types of content still. Even non-lethal content will help you get better at lethal at the beginning. Later on, it's gonna be very obvious to you that people play non-lethal completely differently. But for a while, even that is useful. And corrupted dungeons are a very good place to kind of get used to the basics about how the actual spell works, spells work, the interactions between spells, the kind of I don't know, the kind of defensives that people have, what kind of builds people can potentially try playing. And later, when you go into Mist, it's going to be very different, but the mechanics will be the same, and it's going to be very useful for you to have that corrupted dungeon experience. So if you're at all feeling yourself like corrupted dungeons can be fun for you, then go for it, absolutely. Man, I should not have aggroed the other dude. Not the best spider I've ever seen. By the way, Hallowful actually fun in solo PvP. Clips or didn't happen, Zoexo. I wanna see it. I mean, okay, I believe you, it was fun. I played life touching corrupteds like at the beginning of EU server, that was my only real experience with healing weapons, really. I mean, for some fun challenges, yeah, I've played some nature stuff, but I definitely have not tried Hallowful. And I cannot really fully imagine why it would be fun in solo PvP. I understand you have mobility unlike everyone else, but doesn't your E also depend on, like, you have to hit your friend? Oh shit, who is this? Oh shit. Can we avenge the blood letter? I mean, not avenge the blood letter, but avenge the whole mist against blood letters? No. I ended up just messing up their fight for nothing. What was the change to Hallowfall, actually? Wait. Was there any, like, I think we went over that, right? Holy Staffs, no, it was just a smite nerf, yeah, that affected Hallowfall, nothing else. Okay. On cloth with 58% ability bonus, having 22% CDR gives you a DPS boost equivalent to 44% additive damage bonus. I have to figure out why it's why you got to 44.5. So okay, so wait, who is this? What do you want? Mr. Infernal Stuff. What do you want? Why do you want this? Okay. You convinced me, bro. But why? He's not even an artillery here, so I don't he has a geek pod though. But why? Oh, not Wolpertinger. But why? Need to be a bit careful with the curse, you know, the curse 100% is gonna try to kill me if he has a chance. Why does he really want to fight me? He doesn't have to, right? No, that's not what I meant to do. Kind of a mystery, why? But okay. I would not have attacked him. Barely feel the smite nerf. Okay. Yo, so wait, you have to figure out the hamsters thing. So I understand the logic, the overall thing I understand. The specific calculation, I have not looked into, or I have not thought about right now. But overall thing I understand. Hamster, you're still saying that stacking, like stacking everything into cooldown reduction sucks the same way that stacking everything into damage buff sucks because of diminishing returns. But what you're saying is that, like, your last message is kind of that you want to have both, right? The more you have already damage buff, the more your cooldown reduction will impact you, right? Because it will also, like, give you more damage buff, obviously, by making your high damage spells lower cooldown, and the other way around as well. So if you already have cooldown reduction, you want to put more into damage buff. It seems like you want to balance between the two. I died to 5.1 life touch in open world because of lag a few days ago. Yeah, I didn't play last 2 days, so I heard reports about lag on Western server, but today EU is breaking down, server. Somehow, again, I mean, okay, I guess this was kind of a fight, you know, like, but the only actual fight I had was this one, was no problem. I mean, actually, okay, that was the only kill, right? We did have none of these fights. This was very fast death. None of the fights, I think I had any problem in the middle of the fight today, right? But whenever the fight is over, just like right now, the fight is over and the server is broken. I cannot dismount right now, by the way. That's how I know the server is broken. I'm clicking A and I cannot dismount. Not that I... Yeah. The depths have been so fun with two of my first-time player friends. SBI is really cooking with the new player stuff at the moment. It's nice. I am so happy to hear that, Meridium, because obviously I don't have... recently I have not introduced any of my... friends from outside of Albion into Albion. It's been a while since I got some people to play the game, and so I have not been able to kind of analyze from the side what it's like for an actually new or newish player. Some new returning players, also new players, like they played a couple months, like years ago. I'm so happy to hear that, because my feeling about depths is also that it's such a nice piece of content for people who will come from yellow zones and want to get into PvP. It's very well done. Why do mists at such low AP? Because it's fun. Morning encouragement. Get the legendary wisp and go bomb content fish. But orange, I'm not very happy. I don't like going into enchanted mists usually, because they're not like, there's not a lot of PvP happening there. It's usually gatherers or people who are actually playing open world who just saw an enchanted mist and decided, oh, you know what, it's worth it to go in there to see what happens. But people who are just out there to looking for PvP usually are more likely to go into regular mist out of Brazilian and just hang around like I'm doing right now. It's a massive Poglog. What's up, Hellshoot? Yeah, I was gonna play Poglog, but then after my first death on Poglog, I felt like, you know what? I'm actually not feeling it at all. And so after we read the patch notes together, especially now, Chillhowl was buffed already before, not with today's patch, but earlier, because they made this. They made the E do more damage, but have a smaller radius of damage. For solo PvP, the range, obviously, or the radius doesn't matter, so it's just straight up more damage. And now they changed the first Q, and I want to test it out a little bit. So this first Q, when I hit the enemy 3 times in a short period of time, the third one will actually stun them. But it does no longer give me like a damage buff like it used to. But look at this. You see the little circle on the mob? 1, 2, and now it gets stunned. The same with the player, obviously. Now, it's still unclear at the moment whether this is super strong or not. I want him to think that I don't want to fight, but I actually, of course, I do want to fight. Can I just... I'm gonna change to poison. I'm not sure if that's a good decision or not, but I'm gonna hit him with 2 poisons there. Did he actually not see me even? He's an undead cape, but I am chasing him for some reason right now. I don't like that. If he wastes his E again... Oh shit, he just full ran away there. If he wasted his E again, I have a good chance of killing him, but... I bootsed a bit too early. Since he missed his E, he has such a long cooldown. Now, if he doesn't mount, I can actually catch him. I just need to be careful, because he's still gonna do a gigaton of damage. And I need to keep my poison to either keep him in combat, or to to finish his undead cape. Okay, he's in combat, so. Where did he go? He used boots to get close to me, so he doesn't have boots right now. Now I'm playing a bit too careful here, I feel like. It doesn't seem like he really knows what he's doing, so... So I could definitely take a bigger risk there. But hey. This is the end of the Flamewalker domination era. Let's see if he fights after his full HP. He learned now that he cannot just E into me, because I will react with W. Oh, he changed to Fire Wave. Okay, that seems very good for me. That means he will cancel my Cultist, but hey, so what? He has a Purge also that he didn't use before, interestingly enough. And he's playing Omelette. Yeah. Okay, maybe I should chase him. I mean, he's more expensive, but he's pretty low specs. So it's not like I'm at a disadvantage here. I have a good position. Let's see. See what happens. I also need to eat another food soon. Well, we both have the same range on our Q. Whoever is walking away just has a huge advantage of hitting spells, unfortunately. Okay. I'm gonna eat food, because otherwise I'm just gonna run out in the middle of the fight. He's also using Face Breaker. Nice. That was actually that was definitely a good trade for him. He hit his E, so he got the lower cooldown, and he Inferno'd my E. If he does the same again, I need to react to it. Then I have a good chance to catch up and kill him. Okay, I think his E is just about to be ready now, so I have to be ready when he turns into me and tries to use it again. Too bad. Too bad, because I was already casting my Q there. Okay, maybe now he will actually walk into me. I can also try. It might be just straight up suicide, but I can try helmeting on top of him. And then I still have my W kind of ready if I decide to go out and to get out instead, you know. Maybe now he is gonna actually fight, because he got a decent start. Yeah, he's also an Omelette. It's a bit difficult to dodge, because I'm always casting some other spell, you know. Changing to Fire Wave is definitely limiting him so hard. Because he would have so much more mobility than he has right now. Now, if I really need to, I can sooner or later catch him. Of course, that will kind of require me to use all my Ws aggressively. You know what? Let's try it. Fuck it. Now, if he wants to E me, he can do it, kind of, you know, because it's on cooldown. Let's see. My boot's way before his, but I don't have... Okay, not way, but... Why is he so far away from me? No! Well, now my W's on cooldown. He can turn around. I guess I need to brawl more, but he will also have a helmet, so I need to remember. And his W... Okay, now he changed W. Okay, nice. So now he's much more dangerous, but at least I don't have to worry about my cultist being cancelled. That's very good. I was kind of expecting him to purge my boots there after this sort of start. That was a mistake. He left. You can E yourself when he E. Yeah, I can. I think W is easier, much easier than Eing myself. But yeah, I can do either way. Oh, the pussy. Yeah, well, I mean, he was annoyed at me. I should have. At the end of the day, yeah, it was very, very close. If he didn't drink potion in the end, I think he was dead. I could have maybe just waited a little bit with my poison. No reason to hit it just yet at that moment. Let's see what the Bloodletter wants to do. No, I didn't hit him. I thought I was close enough to auto attack, but no. Using OP weapon and acting like... he was definitely a beginner. I mean, he was new to Flamewalker. But I mean, most of the time, the majority of the fight, he was on the wave, you know, to cancel, which... That instantly made it so much more difficult for him to play against me. I see someone is playing 6-3 in the mist. Is he just full running because I overcharged? I mean, he's full 6-3, right? That's interesting. I can't E him until he uses his dash and his E. Or I have to be very careful, but as you know, I can't guarantee a EW combo, you know, because of global cooldown. So he has a lot of spells to get out of there, essentially. Man, the server is breaking. I have no idea what's happening here. He drank a second potion, but I don't see. I don't know what's happening at all. There's also a rat at the bottom. Okay, I don't mind dying here, but I'm definitely not. Definitely, it's time to do something else. Wait. He actually took damage, and there's also a... I can't even inspect the people on the screen. But he's taking damage, though, somehow. I guess that's just my client, right? It's actually broken. He cancelled my my robe very nicely. No, it's not actually working. But, I mean, I think all of us are gonna die here, probably. There's one lucky guy who is going to kill, like, to be the last one standing after all this shit. Thanks for following, Liras. Yeah, that guy is brave for bringing full 6-3 into this sort of broken game. Okay, I got an actual kill somehow. Is it only broken for them? I looted his helmet. Yo, I got the kill and looted his helmet somehow. This guy got knocked to mobs, but the Bloodletter at the south is still... This is like a totally new game, yo. Guys, it is... turn-based Albion at its best. Easy win. Yeah, hamster. I should wait. I should record this. I should put it in a video. This sounds like this is how I beat 6-3 Bloodletter. Now EU server like an A server. That was kind of funny. Can I? No, this doesn't count. Oh no, it does count, okay. But I cannot loot because the game is still broken. I looted the mercenary hood. Man, I feel bad. Well, everything trashed here though, you saw. Everything else trashed, unfortunately. I feel bad for the bloodletter. He was not dying there. This guy, I don't think he was dying there. It's a question of whether he kills me. He obviously stopped fighting me because he saw other dismounted players and he knows that he's worth much more. So we didn't actually fight it till the end. But the moment his E is ready, I think I am dead and he's not dying there. I would go north here if I was him. I would go towards the exit north. But yeah, I was right. Looks like the server is back though. The mobs are not letting him mount yet. Maybe I can catch him. Very unlikely, but hey, who knows? No. This is an undead cape. So I'm keeping my poison. After his next dash. Oh, he doesn't have dash. Ooh. Sniped him somehow. This is just a crazy money-making stream. Not really deserved. It's just, I mean, okay, this guy, this was actually like, he actually dismounted himself. I was waiting for his dash to E this whole time, and then I clicked on him and I realized he's on chain slash. That's why he was never dashing. Sniped, yeah! I think that last Q, if it doesn't hit... I mean, I can try to guess where he is, but... And still catch him. I mean, I did guess his first time when he drank Invis, where he went, but... Okay, I don't know why. Like, this is clearly partly just because I was lucky with the server crash. But yeah, 3 kills. Yeah, Ryomi, it's easy. We're making money. 3 million. It's essentially Albion supporting its its beginner streamers by crashing the server for everybody else. Oh man, the Crucible event is still going on. This is not a good look for people because, like, you and I, or most of you and I, you know, we have this love-hate relationship with Albion, like we have with, I think, with any game you play a lot, you develop this, right? So yeah, it sucks, and it's very easy to just be annoyed, like, what the hell, why the servers are not working? But at the end of the day, that's part of the game, you know, it's always like that. All games have some technical issues here and there. That's fine. We're gonna come back tomorrow. But all the people who are just here for the event, for them, this is like, you know, and also for you, like, if I try out a new game and there's clear technical issues, that's gonna become part of the game for me, you know? So this definitely sucks to run into this sort of stuff during the actual event with a lot of new players. I really hope they fix it for the sake of because people who have not played Albion for a lot, who are just trying it out, in their minds it will be like, okay, that's just one game where the developer breaks the game every now and again, you know? They're gonna remember it like that. I need some new poisons, and I'm gonna eat some cake. And I still have time on overcharge. Servers are very, very broken. EU was the distance maintenance? Yeah, today. Okay. But not like, I mean, this is specifically because NA server had problems at the beginning of the week, right? Which actually probably means that this maybe is not just from today's update. Now that I think of it. Nice shot. Is this the power of the omelette? Yeah, it is, it is. It is partly the power of the omelette, yeah. I mean, obviously, the difference is not like super giga huge, right? And I'm playing tier 7 and, you know, the server is crashing and everyone is just kind of running around fighting each other like that last fight. There was a lot of scrappy stuff happening. So, the whole omelette thing that we discussed earlier is going to be more impactful when you're going high level and, you know, the couple percentage points here and there will matter. But yeah, still, it's the omelette definitely making it easier. That's why in Invis you take the second best route, since people will assume the best one. Yeah, kind of. One trick which often really works in Invis is to just decide on where you go and go there. just YOLO it in one direction. Because oftentimes, like me, and I think when people who are chasing who try to guess, oftentimes my guess is based on what I am doing. So if the person goes in this, and I run left, then I'm gonna guess that they turned around and they're going right, you know, and that's where I actually need to go. So oftentimes to get away, you just full commit. If you're in this or on that cape, you just full commit in one direction. Even if it seems like the attacker is chasing you correctly, you still just full commit in that direction because they are going to turn around, expecting you to have turned around. But yeah, but pretty much always like in this case also, he went in this while going left. My expectation is he's definitely going to go in some other direction. He's going to change his course. So I looked at the map and he's probably going north because the exit is close. And it's easy to go north. There are no mobs and stuff in the way. But, you know, at the end of the day, it's kind of like, not 50-50 even. It's like 1 out of 3 chance to hit him, probably. On Spear Daybreaker, how do you deal with gloves W4? Fleet footwork, yeah? Or the new dub that people are testing, the one from far. Oh, the one from far. I have not fought against it. Against Shotgrave. Maybe a couple times, but I don't think I was playing Spear. I don't remember. But, I mean... Oh, W4. Oh, shit, sorry. Yeah. I don't know why I instantly thought about Fleet footwork. Oh, okay. On Daybreaker, you have a counter to that. If you look at the end of my Daybreaker guide, by the way... you can exclamation mark Daybreaker also. I even have some examples and talk about this specific matchup a bit, but that's about against Fists of Avalon. On Daybreaker, your E makes you CC immune, and if your enemy is walking towards you trying to use devastating combo, if you E through them, they will, like they clicked already the spell on you, they will start the combo, but it won't actually work because you are CC immune, so it will go on cooldown and won't actually work. That's an interesting thing you have. On Spear, well, I mean, they are limiting their mobility, but there is no answer. There is no clear answer to devastating combo. There's nothing you can do to just deal with it. If you saw some of my fights on Daybreaker versus Fists, often I am able to predict with Inferno, because if the Fists are kind of kiting, and then suddenly they turn towards you, you know, they're kind of like walking around using their Qs, and then they suddenly turn towards you, you know they're looking at you because they just clicked their W, and they want to combo you. So you Inferno. But of course, if you play against a really good player, they might just, you know, they might be able to react, or they might even bait it out on purpose and wait for your Inferno that way. So, unfortunately, Devastating Combo is just a really, really strong spell. But remember that W has a choice. Like, you need to make a choice, and the enemy needs to make a choice. If they're using Devastating Combo, their mobility is limited. So yes, it sucks because they're going to be really dangerous in a brawl, and they might end up bursting you down. But it means that they don't have as much mobility. So if in whatever way, other ways, you win the brawl, you have Rose Snapper, Spear is pretty good at brawling. You might have like a defensive helmet, maybe change your helmet to first spell also against it, who knows. If you time it correctly, very valuable. Then, if you do get a bit of an advantage, or if they are trying to buy time for their next E, they can't really kite as well. If they're in Devastating Combo, their mobility is not crazy good. That's the beauty of Albion when it is well balanced. When we don't have things like Flamewalker, the beauty of Albion is how many decisions you have to make with clear trade-offs. I love it. I love that's how Spears and Daybreakers approach. That's how Fists, I mean, Fists at some point were like S tier, doing kind of master of all trades for a while. But in theory and now also how Fists or Gloves play, you have to make decisions, you know. You have a W which does you a lot of damage, very useful, but then you don't have the W for mobility. Or you go triple kick, now you have almost unrivaled mobility, but now you are pretty weak when it does come to a straight up brawl. I love those sorts of things. And obviously, as when you're playing against it, you kind of, it's up to you to figure out which way did your enemy go. Did they focus more on brawling, or did they focus more on more mobility? And you try to, your strategy you formulate your strategy based on the exact decisions that your enemy is making against you. And not just generally like against Fists of Avalon or something like that. Your CDR fixed your connection. Oh, Rico! That's a great one. That is a great one. So that was the omelet thing that Hamster was talking about before. You're right. I had lower cooldown on the server, so that's why I was able to get those kills in that weird situation. Yeah, this guy was not... I think... This guy is not happy. He should not have died there. Either he kills me, it's possible, since he has 2 healing potions and he cancelled my my cultist. there's a good chance he just kills me, and I'm not even gonna be able to get away from him. But I am kind of, once I see other people on my screen, I'm using the reason I'm still, like you saw, I was chasing after him very aggressively. I'm using the fact that he has to be much more afraid of the rats than I am, because I'm tier 7 and he's much more valuable. So once that happens, I feel like I might survive the situation, like it's kind of okay, but it's very unlikely that I'm killing him unless someone else, you know, participates. No, man, killing mobs at the camp right now is also not a good idea, probably. Because of this. I'm gonna be dragged back and die there, I feel like. Or not? My boots went on cooldown, but I never got the benefit of the boots. Oh, yeah, okay. It would be only fair for me to die this way. It would be only fair after all the benefits. How much am I worth, by the way? I can't even open inventory right now. After all these kills, I mean, unfortunately everything trashed, except for the helmet. Otherwise I would have been a rich boy. But yeah, how much am I worth? I'm worth 1 million, yeah. And I made like, okay, I made 2 mil from disconnects. The first 2 guys. The last guy just straight up dismounted on top of me. But I like the CDR. The CDR joke is great. I love it. The fact that Omelette gives me enough CDR to get back into the server before everyone else. That's great. Do you think we'll get some sort of compensation? I don't think so, no. I mean, at the end of the day, you are... I know it's not just PP. By the way, thanks for following, guys. Laras and Master Tem. This was like 10 minutes ago, but I just realized. Thanks if you're still here. Happy to have you. It's like, it depends on how you play the game, but for a lot of us, even if you're playing a like PvP is obviously competition, right? It's competitive and it's in some ways like a zero-sum game, except of course the learning, which is awesome, and having fun together. But in terms of winning and losing each other's items, it's a zero-sum game, right? In order for me to win, you need to lose, or the other way around. I don't know about economy exactly, but there's a bit of that as well, right? Economy is actually super competitive at some point in Albion and in other games as well. So if they compensate everyone because we are all affected by the server, I mean, it's just a nice gesture for the developer to say, we are sorry. We acknowledge that something went wrong, and we know this really impacted you, and we're sorry that this happened. That's it, you know. If you just want that, and I think without any sort of compensation, I know that SBI is sorry. Like, I know that people working are not feeling good about this, what's happening in the game. Because, you know, all their effort is to make a good gaming experience, whether you agree with the way they do it or not, whether you agree with whatever decisions, updates, balancing, all along. I mean, their whole effort and their whole idea is to make an enjoyable gaming experience. I'm talking about actual SBI, right? Not like high-level executives or company that bought SBI who might be more interested in money, but the actual SBI is 100% feeling sorry already. So for me, it doesn't matter if they give me like a free mount or whatever, I don't know. Oh yeah, like free premium. It's... If they give it to everyone, there's no competitive advantage that you get, so it also doesn't feel like super valuable. It's more just like a gesture. It's just like, here. We acknowledge that this sucks. How much of PvP in Albion is mechanical skill versus game knowledge? A very good question, Jet Gorilla. I have an answer, but I'm just saying this is a very good question that I think we have discussed many times, and it's very relevant. The game looks fun and I want to get into it, just not interested in it's basically RuneScape. If it's basically RuneScape combat. No. The only thing Albion, at the end of the day, the only thing Albion has the same, like, with, in common with RuneScape is that it looks a little bit similar. There's nothing else. I mean, really, legit, almost nothing else. And this coming from a person who has played RuneScape for a long, long time, right? I'm not just saying based on what I've seen. From my enjoyment in RuneScape is completely different from my enjoyment in Albion, like 2 different games. Like 2 different genres, I would say even. How important it is mechanical skill versus game knowledge is a really good question, and the answer is game knowledge is much more important. Albion is not very difficult mechanically, but it is a MOBA style combat. So like mechanics are important, yeah, absolutely. And for a while, you're gonna suck not just at the game knowledge, but also at the mechanics. But it's kind of like if you play League or Dota, it's that sort of mechanics. It's that sort of combat. It's a tiny bit slower because every time you cast a spell for half a second, you have a global cooldown. You know? Every time I Q, you will see that all of my spells will go on cooldown. Just now, see. You see, everything else goes on cooldown for half a second. So it's a tiny bit less like fast-paced than League or Dota, but it's very, very similar. But your success in PvP will come down. I don't know what's a good percentage actually. Like at the beginning, obviously, both are very important. But like for someone who's actually played the game for a while, I would say something like 75% game knowledge and 25% mechanics, I think. I think that's fair. But I'm curious what other like experienced players, like if you're here and you're listening, is that fair to say that like, and we're talking about, let's say you've played for 300 hours, right? Which puts you somewhere like you're intermediate player, depending on what you've done in the game. But you're kind of intermediate, you understand the basics, you understand the spells, you know most of the weapons and builds. But obviously there's just so much stuff you have not experienced when it comes to PvP. Is it fair to say that if you do get engaged in PvP, we're talking about solo here, yeah? For groups, it's gonna be, I don't know actually, but anyway, let's talk about solo first. It's gonna be about, I would say that for solo PvP success, it's gonna be about 75% game knowledge, and obviously applying that game knowledge, right? It's not just that you remember what the spell does. You need to choose the correct spells for every fight. You need to, game knowledge also means that you know that your certain spell counters something your enemy has, so you keep that spell for when the enemy uses that, yeah? You don't just waste it. That's also part of game knowledge. But the actual mechanical skill, I would say it would be about 25%. The kind of mechanical skill that is like hitting spells and reaction time and stuff like that. I would say something like that. Some builds are different, like light crossbow and arclight blasters require more mechanical skill, for example, than most other weapons. And it's night and day. With RuneScape, like, okay, we're talking about old school RuneScape, yeah, Jet Gorilla, just to be clear, right? Because that's the one I played and that's what I'm basing my comparison on. With old school RuneScape, PvP, it's like night and day. There's nothing even remotely similar. In fact, you don't have to, like, you don't open your inventory in a fight. They removed the one thing you had to do through your inventory, which was changing potions. They removed that, so you are not changing your items in the middle of the fight. You are not changing your, it's not about how quickly you can click, you know? Like old school RuneScape, obviously game knowledge is a big thing, but old school RuneScape is like 20% psychology and 80% being able to click like a maniac. Like being able to do 6-way or 7-way swaps during one game tick. You have to click 7 different things, precise clicks, you know? In like half a second. Nothing like that here. Not even close. Are you still looking for a solution to have a combined Twitch and YouTube chat on stream? I believe Social Stream Ninja allows that. Hell shoot, the problem is not mechanical solution. It's very easy for me to put this chat on stream that I have that I'm looking at. The problem is that when I was looking into Twitch's rules on multi-streaming, just to be in the clear, since I am still kind of new, you know, I don't have the weight and experience to throw around to say that if Twitch doesn't like it, I'm leaving for kick, you know. Nobody at Twitch is gonna cry about me yet. So with that in mind, I just wanted to make sure I'm not breaking any rules or not like getting into bad kind of energy with Twitch or bad blood, you know. So and I read an interpretation of how Twitch applies their multi-streaming rules, and one of the things I saw one person write is that one thing they think it's breaking the rules potentially, and Twitch will not like it if you have as part of your chat, you have as part of your stream, you have like things exclusive to other platform, and this also means like having YouTube chat on screen. So it's pretty much just my interpretation of Twitch rules, just to be clear right now. It's not a technical solution that I don't have. It's not that difficult to put both chats on stream. What happens when it reconnects? Is it the server or the internet? It's the server box. Right now, the Albion server is having some issues. I mean, yeah, it's not my personal issue. It's the whole, I think other servers as well, but definitely EU server has been breaking down a lot today since I started playing. Lots of people on the stream watching now instead of playing because of issue. Oh, you see, so maybe they are actually contributing to... You see, first of all, they broke the server so that more people would come and watch streams. Secondly, they made sure that the streamers can reconnect a bit faster. This is like a /S, you know? This is obviously just to be, we're on the same page. This is obviously humor, but yes, it is maybe true that more people watch streams when the game doesn't work. How do you set yourself to focus fame farming 1-3? I struggle with that and feel like I play everything. Well, I don't. For me, it's not a struggle for Mafia, but I am still like that. Yeah. Other than Spear, which I knew when I started on EU, I knew this is my favorite weapon. I just played Spear and Daybreaker in Mists, and all the fame credits I got, all the books I looted, I put into other spears. Other than that, I'm still changing around, and that's a valid way to play. You don't have to commit to any one specific weapon tree at all. 85% game plan and game knowledge, says Azat. Okay, so you think it's even more. When I said 75-25, you think it's 85-15, yeah? Okay. Seems correct. Knowing the matchups, have strong feeling about your IP versus opponents. Yeah. So game knowledge comes in many different forms. It's not just knowing what spells do. That's a big part of it because there's so many things. It's also understanding what your enemy will want to do. What sort of advantages do they have? Like if you inspect your enemy and you kind of try to figure out if you get too close to them, is that okay? Maybe you want to get close and it's their job to kite, you know, stuff like that. All of that comes as like this big notion of game knowledge. Or like formulating a strategy is part of that. So many more things. Yeah, also IP, like, yeah, obviously. Understanding that if your enemy doesn't have a cape, you know, actually they are stronger than they, like, this guy is actually a bit stronger than he is because, yes, this actually matters. It's not like this is a non-issue, but still, like, the cape advantage is a bit smaller than the IP would suggest. I mean, at the end of the day, this is a hopeless fight for him, but still. Like, there's a lot of those things. Very cool, thanks for a detailed answer. Yeah, I'm happy to see him. I've said this on several several streams that although I have not opened old school RuneScape for like a year and a half, it will forever be part of my heart, you know. So if anyone asks something based on RuneScape, I'm happy to answer. It's still waiting for me. You never quit the RuneScape, you only take breaks. I'm on a long break right now, but it's still waiting for me to come back. I know. I think mechanical skill includes positioning, movement, and dodging, as well as casting and aiming themselves. So maybe mechanical skill equals 30 or 40% of 10, 25. Yeah, okay, yeah. One thing is reaction for sure, then it's hitting spells and skill shots, but then the things that you added, Woodsy, which is positioning. But I mean, choosing good positioning, yeah, it's a bit of both, yeah. Like in all of those things that you said, movement and dodging, there's a bit of both. There's a bit of, some dodges are mechanical, like you just react, but some are prediction. I've said this in video as well. A lot of times you win fight not based on your reaction, but based on your prediction, because you already know what the enemy wants to do. But when you have a good game plan, you have game knowledge, you know what the enemy wants to do, you still have to execute it, right? Like this is actually something that you see also on stream me failing at sometimes here and there, especially, you know, when I'm a bit distracted. I definitely have seen I've seen it in my own clips that I watch now back what happened on stream sometimes. Like I even say it out loud and I have a plan, but when it actually comes to executing that plan, you know, that's another thing that you can make a mistake in. So, and that is mostly mechanical skill, you know. So yeah. But okay, so Woodsy says you think that mechanical is 30 or 40%, so a bit more interesting. So we have opinions on two different sides now. Since they put the marketplace in the antiquarians, then wait, is this a follow-up to something? Oh, you were asking since when? Since today, Bushman PvP. Thanks for following, by the way, Salinch. Tracking cooldowns is a huge part in this game, and movement and spacing. You're right, actually. Yeah, that is something that I don't know if this goes into. It's not really mechanical skill. It does mostly go to game knowledge and kind of intuition that you develop. But yes, feeling cost ranges is a huge thing, but that comes pretty fast when you play a lot against the same weapon. You know, feeling how far you can go before you get hit by the enemy carving E. You know, so feeling cost ranges, but then a much deeper and more important thing that comes later on is tracking, like, or feeling cooldowns. You're right, Hamster. That is, in fact, if we were to build a pyramid of skills, actually that's something cool to do maybe one day as well. But if a kind of a pyramid of skills, like what kind of skills does the beginner learn, and then, you know, as you progress, as you become more advanced, all the way to the best players, and what ends up being the difference maker for the best players. Obviously, builds will always be relevant. But I think, like, somewhere along the line, one of the things that I have a lot of respect in that is very, very difficult to learn is everything to do with baiting. Like, everything that you somehow bait in your enemy into making a mistake. Now, this collection of a lot of different, like, skills and parts of the game that allows you to actually bait. But that comes in somewhere along the line. But then at the very top, somewhere near the very top, definitely is the thing also that Hamster said, which is actually having a feeling and kind of knowing cooldowns. And I don't mean knowing the number, but actually knowing how long do you have in this specific fight until your enemy is gonna E. That is a huge deal. That's a good point, yeah. Have a good stream. Thank you, Selling, I guess, or Selling. I don't know how you like that. I want to wait. Let me change to my Twitch just to see if this is a moving emote. No, it's not. Okay. Thank you, sir. Because Yes, the stream is available on YouTube and Twitch since last week. The chat that I see on my screen combines both, and in that chat it's not playing the moving emotes. So if I see a cool, cute emote like Selling just posted, I quickly tab out to my stream, to my Twitch stream manager to see if that's a moving one, because the moving ones are also they're not moving in the chat that I commonly look at. Wait, this book that goes here. Many WoW players are playing RuneScape right now. It's popping off. I've heard about it, but I don't know why, Woodsy. I mean, I wouldn't even say I've heard about it. It's just that I've seen like thumbnails and like. Okay, what did we lose? We lost boots. I've seen YouTube suggest like videos about different WoW players and how they are currently interested in RuneScape. Like it's been suggested to me many times, but I don't know why. I don't know what happened. I obviously, like, people get tired of their own game that they played for thousands of hours. That makes sense, you know. So there's constantly people who get tired of World of Warcraft who are looking outside to play something else. But that should be the case for every game, you know. There's equally many people constantly getting tired of RuneScape and playing something else. I don't know. I was playing Albion. I'm using Daybreaker Mist, and I died. Okay, Jans. Well, welcome to the club. This is gonna happen. I'm happy to hear that you're enjoying Albion and you're a Mist. But dying is gonna happen. However, if you died because of a server issue, then I have even more of this sympathy for that. It really, really sucks. It really sucks. Today doesn't seem like a good day to play anything above Tier 7 for anyone. You are by far one of the most educational YouTubers out there for having content. Thanks for insight. Thank you, Mafia, and thank you for being here on stream. I've said this many times, but thanks to stream, I am learning also faster myself. I mean, thanks to you being here and this whole setup where we talk about things, I explain things, and of course thanks to some guys in chat like Hamster who are way like a couple levels ahead of me, who can also keep teaching stuff that I'm just coming across or just realizing more clearly. And thanks to all the situations we get into together, like we usually do. I'm glad that we are learning together, because for me that's a big part of the enjoyment. Like if I felt in the game like I've kind of completed Albion to some extent, you know. If I felt like I'm kind of done for the moment, like I've achieved everything I can achieve, doesn't always mean being the best player. Like I had this feeling in Dota. Obviously, I did not become an esports athlete, right? But I had this feeling in Dota at some point that I've achieved the level that I am capable of. Like, yeah, sure, I could like squeeze out like maybe 5% more performance if I just full lock in on the meta only, and like work on it like 10 hours a day. But I was never interested in that sort of gaming. So if I reach the certain point, but I feel like I've achieved everything I can achieve in terms of learning, then the game or any activity in life becomes kind of not so fun for me. Doesn't mean that I'm not gonna come back to it later, but you know. And Albion definitely right now, I'm enjoying the most fun when I feel like, holy shit, you know, I just learned something. Like my mind has opened up to something new. Can you go open world with this build? Yeah, Alexa, of course. This has good enough survivability to do it, yeah, of course. But you're not gonna win a lot of fights, because one thing about this build is that fights will take pretty long, usually. I'm not trying to fight quick, as you can see. Also, I'm even trying to buy time to use my cultist rope. And in the open world, just like in Mists, a long, slow fight is very interesting, and it gives you more chances to adapt, to kind of learn more from the same fight. But the longer the fight is, the more likely you're going to come across rats, something else is going to change, the person is going to decide to run away. In the open world, there's much more likely you're going to run across someone who's going to ruin the fight. The other guy is going to bring friends, there's going to be a ganking squad. So I don't think it's not like a top level solo PvP build if you want to just use open world. And it's not very good at PvE, unfortunately. No Frost staff is. But to clear some camps kind of not too fast and just have fun and feel kind of safe, you know, because you do have good tools to survive. Yeah, I would probably change to Undead Cape if I was playing open world, but other than that, yeah. It's not a bad build. Are you not able to enable animated emotes in your chat app settings? I don't know. I didn't think about it actually. I can try it later. It's the restream. Like the chat comes together with the restream is like the plugin and software that essentially I am streaming to restream, and then they are streaming from there to both YouTube and Twitch at the same time. But I'm very new to this also. I've also Like last week, I was just happy that it works, and there's other things on my mind right now, and I don't mean other things instead of stream, but I mean specifically, like I have a list of things to do next to improve the stream and to get better at streaming, and right now, like the actual like animating emotes in chat doesn't seem like important there, because it is animated for you, it's just not animated for me, right? When I look at it, so it's okay. There's a lot of other things I can do to improve at the moment, I think. Do you believe the change in Q and Frost or buff or a nerf? Very difficult to understand right now. Kind of trying to... That's what I was hoping to find out today. So far, I'm still not clear after playing it a little bit. Like, my first instinct would be that it's a buff. And it makes the Q1 so nice. When you are still kind of want to kite. Because my approach to Chill Hull and One-Handed Frost as well would be to still prioritize using Q1 in almost every matchup. Like, even if I was fighting dual swords or a weapon that I clearly just want to kite, it might not be optimal, but I really like the Q1. I like the feeling of having a spell that is more difficult to hit, but I feel like I'm rewarded more by hitting it by just extra damage, as opposed to this one, which is more for being safer, I feel like. So, for me, I like it, but I don't know. Because losing the damage buff, which you could use for other spells, that's the thing that makes it feel like, is it nerf or buff, right? Because you are losing the potentially up to 4 stacks of 3% damage buff that you could use to buff up your big damage from other spells. So I'm still figuring it out, SK. But the fact that we're having this discussion means that it's not like a clear buff or clear nerf. Otherwise, we would already probably have, at least would already have some answer to this. Does it work with Assassin Jacket, or the damage will be too bad? Yeah, it works. I mean, Assassin Jacket is the more common Chill Hull and Frost Staff build. This is a bit less commonly played, but you know, even more so with Assassin Jacket. You take less damage, you do less damage than Cloth Armor, and you're going to be even more in a situation where if you do get into a decent 1v1 fight, the fight is going to take so long that you're probably going to run across other people who want to participate in it. But you will have even more safety with Assassin Jacket. You will have even more time and the extra invis to navigate very common open world situations. Assassin Jacket in general for open world is like the best. For solo open world, Assassin Jacket is just the S tier item overall. Almost no matter what build you're using. Because it's extra safety, you can reset with regen food occasionally. You can adapt to situations when there's more than one people around you. You can even do some damage. Like Chill Hull in general in 1vx is kind of not bad. You're just constantly kiting away, you're doing damage, you hit the E on one of the guys and you keep kiting away. That's pretty good. It's because it's off-season in WoW at the moment. Ah, okay, and the OnlyFans content creators all decided to try RuneScape together. That's awesome. I am happy. Although, I'm not sure. Like, RuneScape is a bit like... there's a lot of... Like, it's like a very good but difficult book, you know? Like, you have to give it a lot. It will give you back in terms of fun, enjoyment, and the rewarding feeling of having achieved something. It will give you back, like, tenfold. But it's not like a simple, like, it's not like a Dan Brown novel, you know, where you just pick it up and you have instant fun. And that's it, you know, and it's not super deep. RuneScape is like, I don't know, like Lev Tolstoy or something. You know, like, you have to, like, really, you have to give it a lot. And then you get a lot back. And I feel like maybe a lot of WoW content creators, obviously they're used to, like, overcoming difficulties with raids in WoW, but I'm not sure that they will have enough patience to get to the good parts, you know? People play RuneScape for years, and they don't even play some of the endgame raids, because it takes time to build up to that, and even then, it's like it can be complicated. But if you do that, it feels so rewarding. I just lose 10 mil because of servers. Oh shit, that sucks, Ryle. Best MMORPG on the market. I don't know if you meant like sarcastically about Albion that it's best because the servers are broken, or if that was like a comment about some other discussion we had about RuneScape or not. But yeah, the server things very much sucks. It is one of the most annoying ways, as I said. It's the most tilting. If they just said, you know what, we are sorry, something is broken, the game is not available for a couple hours, It sucks, but it's okay. But this is the most tilting, is when like you're just like now, you know? Like you don't really know. You're kind of playing, but you kind of can't really play. What is with that hook animation? From the mobs? I didn't notice. Maybe if my character was doing a weird animation, it might be because of the recording mode, like the putting away the HUD, you know, like hiding HUD, has been more and more buggy lately. And sometimes it tries to cast a spell that doesn't actually exist, or you know, when you like switch off your HUD. I've seen some bugs. But if there was a weird animation from the mob, I just didn't notice it. Learning is fun, except you only get a fight every 30 minutes in Mist. Yeah, Golfer, that's true, that's true. But that's the problem with also extraction shooters and stuff like that, you know, yeah. If I've been always, not always, but for a while, I've said this also in videos, and I've been a big kind of advocate of focusing, like the future of Albion, focusing on what I call like the time to fun, like how long it takes from the moment you decide to play to the moment you're actually in the situation having fun. And the latest update has been a very good step in that direction. The Antiquarians then is awesome for quickly getting into some sort of fun PvP. Obviously, it's not going to be like super high risk like in Mist, but still. You can now get corrupted dungeon fights, which actually will, if you go Slayer, will get you some good money, or at least you will lose some good money, depending on how well it goes. And you can go there instantly. So they are improving that a lot. And I'm sure that something could be done again about Mists as well. But I don't know. I don't know how the matchmaking in Mists works. I don't know why my Mists are not full of people. Like they should be, because it doesn't matter how many people are playing. There's enough people to fill a Mist, like, more or less. Right? Not just one Mist, but I mean like hundreds of Mists at the same time. So, I don't know. But anyway. I agree with you, but I think the game is moving very well in the direction of making it easier to just jump into the fun. How do you deal with rats and third parties? Why? That answer, I cannot give you such a general answer, but yeah, it depends on the build, on the situation, and am I the guy that everyone wants to kill because I am bringing a more expensive set, or because I'm playing something that others want to team up on, or not? Like, you know, sometimes it's the other way around. It also depends on who has better mobility. Like that situation, I don't know if you were here where I killed the 6-3 Bloodletter. It was mostly just because of the server issue, you know? I wasn't actually gonna kill him, I think. Oh, shit. But it was still like, before we all crashed, what happened is that I was still being very aggressive on the Bloodletter, because I know that the rats on the screen, he's afraid of them because his set is worth like 4 times more than mine, right? Maybe even more. So maybe not more, but let's say 3 or 4 times more. And he looks very juicy, so I knew that he's much more worried about the rats, because he knows that most people will just go for him and not for me. So in that case, me dealing with rats actually meant me using the rats to be much more aggressive in that situation than I otherwise could afford to be. And sometimes it's the other way around. Sometimes you are the one that you know rats will focus, so you have to play much more careful, and you can't like fully commit to the fight. Soda Pop and going through the struggle right now. Ooh, 6-3 helmet, thank you. I'm glad that Soda found something that he likes, you know? No, he didn't want to play Albion. Been playing RuneScape for years and I haven't tried raids yet. Yeah, exactly. That's very common. Like, but okay, one of the things is probably like the social aspect, right? You might not want, like, maybe you don't know other people who play raids, so like, difficult to get into it solo. But I've definitely like, I'm also kind of like that, yeah. Like, I've only played Tombs of Amaskut, and well, Corrupted Gauntlet is obviously not a raid, but that's like that's what was my main go-to content before, and then I started soloing TOA at some point, but other raids I still haven't touched, and definitely have a lot of time in RuneScape, and but yeah, but what my point is that getting to that point takes a lot. You have to grind a lot, you have to do a lot of what feels like it's not just instant fun, you know. At the end of the day, Albion is still pretty easy to have fun in. Like, even if you're not super trying to try hard, just go into the open world and see what the adventure brings, you know? When I hide the HUD, it removes my shadows from the game sometimes. I think I have shadows turned off, actually. Because they don't really do anything for me. Or am I wrong? Wait, or maybe... No, I do have shadows here. Like these shadows, yeah. But they are not currently disappearing. But yeah, I think developers have not really been interested in the hiding HUD mode, which used to be called recording mode. I feel like they just kind of accepted that all PvP players, almost all of them, actually learn to use it, but it's not something they wanted to promote as part of the game. Because first of all, I cannot do this on mobile. I think I tried to help somebody, and I don't think you can bind your custom mobile key to this. And secondly, it's kind of like, it makes the game a bit more complicated for beginners. They don't want to mess with that too much and like make it... They don't want to embrace the fact that people are using it as much. So I feel like they don't care about the recording mode that much, which is also why whenever there's a bug with it, they don't really solve it. So is the game lagging for everyone? I thought it was only one. No. The server is broken, Sachinsky. I mean, right now it's fine. It's been fine like last 15-20 minutes, but it was connecting and disconnecting randomly. IP hard cap will be nice in Mists. Like bottom or top? Epic Rush. You mean like a minimum entrance? Or you're trying to say that you don't want like because definitely don't put a top IP cap on Mists, you know. This is the only place where it makes any sense at all to bring 8.4 or to risk 8.4. Any lethal content. Maximum? No, I don't want to really maximum, man. Then how are you gonna make hundreds of millions if you don't even have a chance to kill the 8.3s, 8.4s? If there's a maximum cap, people are not gonna bring like very, very expensive items. And this is the only place where it makes sense to risk 8.3, 8.4 really. He changed to Harpoon, okay. I have red buff, he doesn't. Did I actually cancel his E in the end? I think the same thing happened in the end that happened to me on Carving. I'm not sure if it would have mattered anymore. It was like at the end where he was dying, most likely anyway. But I feel like I saw the animation of his E, or the wind of his E, while I rooted him. I feel like the same thing happened that what happened to me when I played Carving. Like I was so disappointed. Like I Carving E'd into my enemy, and then I got rubber banded back, and I didn't understand like what happened. In this case, on his screen, it's possible that he actually got rubber banded back. Like on my screen, you saw just the kind of the wind animation and sound as I was rooting him with my auto attack. But I think it's possible that on his screen, he went back. I don't know why he hasn't changed jacket. You're right. Definitely, Inferno very good. I should not be able to win this fight like this, like quickly like this. You know, it should take much longer. And I messed up my jacket. Like I don't mind the fact that I trade my jacket for his E if he E's without stacks. But I jacketed when he had stacks, which kind of means that he essentially got full value from his E. He even used the Stalker Hood. He got full value from his E while also cancelling my jacket. So it is... I definitely gave him a very good value E and messed up my jacket a bit. Sorry, not jacket, my robe, but you know, my chest armor. Sometimes disconnects, but my connection is good. Yeah, okay. I mean, right now, I've never had... The only time I had a problem with a fight was the fight where I reconnected and then got 2 kills because I reconnected before everyone else. Kind of. At least it felt like that. I don't know if I did actually, but it felt like I reconnected. Because I was like semi-disconnected, but you know, the Bloodletter's HP was still dropping. Somehow, I was still able to hit my Qs, although I kept rubber banding back and forth. I don't know how that happened, but... These books are for a different tab. Here. I legit got dragged back into your lead twice. Servers are still cooked or something. Oh, wait, did we just fight? Yeah, but the... Wait, yo, Carl. Was that... Did we just fight? Is this you? The second one, if this is you, then the second one I did root your E by accident with my auto attack. And I was just wondering, because on my screen, I barely saw the E animation, but I'm guessing that on your screen, if this is you, I don't know if we're talking or if you're somebody else. But if you were this, then yeah, on my screen I just barely saw the animation, but I was pretty sure that on your screen you saw that you already eat away, and then actually turned out that you were rooted, so it kind of blocked you, brought you back, which is super tilting to see. But it's nice to see the other side of that, so that, like, for example, when it happened to me when I was carving versus Chillhal, from his perspective, everything was fine. But on my perspective, I already full lead into him, and then suddenly the server said, nope, nope, actually, you were already rooted, so go back to where you came from. And also, by the way, your spell's on cooldown now. Like, also here, like, in the last fight, yeah, it sucks, but I mean, at the end of the day, it's correct, right? I rooted him during the E, so it's correct. But the worst thing is that the server also puts his E on cooldown. So he essentially got like, his E got cancelled because of rubber banding back, and it also goes on cooldown as well. So you don't get anything, essentially. Thanks for following, by the way. Momo, VMW from before, and Wairejb, or Ure JP. I will decide to call your name like that. Sasha said earlier in YouTube chat, existence of rarity of mists makes me think there are any rules in mists matchmaking. You just get put into first one that has vacant spot for player. I don't know. I've said this many times, explained my question, and I have not received any sort of information from anywhere. I haven't also heard, no one has ever said, oh wait, actually I know that about this, you know? It seems like it's just nobody really knows how mists matchmaking works in general. Like, how does the system decide where you get put? Otherwise, legendary epic mists would be nearly empty since they are rare, and if we apply some matchmaking rules on top of that, we get emptiness. I don't understand that logic, Sasha. I don't understand the second part of the logic. They are rare, meaning there are just fewer legendary mists than there are regular mists, right? But that doesn't actually... that shouldn't affect how many people per mist, right? Like, right now there might be, I don't know... Let's say there's like 1,000 instances of regular mists right now active on EU server. I don't know if that number is anywhere near correct, but let's say... And at the same time, there's like 10 legendary mists. It doesn't mean that legendary mists should have more or less players, right? It's just there's 100 times more of regular mists. But there's also 100 times more of wisps that people can find in order to get there. So the kind of players per mist isn't affected either way. It doesn't matter if there's matchmaking or some sort of matchmaking logic or not. But I mean, when you're talking about matchmaking, and definitely not I don't mean pairing people together based on their, like, it's not rank-based matchmaking or gear-based matchmaking, anything like that, you know? I'm just curious, how does the system decide where do you end up when you enter the wisp? When does it decide to create new mists, and how does the system decide? Because I feel, I've said this many times, I feel like from a single player's perspective, like one person's perspective, from my perspective, when I play, I should not have an obvious feeling whether there's a lot of people currently playing Albion or not, right? Just like if you play a game of League, your game will always have 10 people. Doesn't matter if there's only, in your region currently, there's only 500 people queuing, or whether it's 500,000 people queuing. Your game has 10 people. Sure, the queue time is different, but, you know, this is something that I don't know about Albion. I don't know how it decides. Like, the Albion equivalent would be when there's not many people online, it should have fewer mists, so it's more difficult to find the wisp to enter at all. Obviously, for Brazilian, it doesn't really matter. But, you know, if Brazilian creates new mists only when enough people enter, then it's, once again, it's kind of like... it should still be that however many people are actually online, your mists feel the same. But, you know, oftentimes that is actually the case. Like, sometimes even on a very passive day, during a passive time, when there in theory aren't many people online, you get a couple mists which feel very full, and then a couple which feel empty, so... You know, so sometimes it does work. Like, it feels like it doesn't matter how many people actually are playing. This together. He should be on Iron Will and double, yeah. Should we tell him? Use Iron Will double. We are gonna... Not parry. Okay, and we're gonna keep going. We are just traveling. Traveling. I don't know what's it called. Oh, ooh, hello, hello. Tier 7, tier 6, tier 6. A bunch of tier 6s there. Life curse cannot cancel my my robe, at least. Somebody dismounted behind me. Flame Walker. Okay. You're quite right, but I think they do this on purpose. Yeah, I mean, there's also other things. You can't just matchmake like League or Dota. I mean, you kind of can, but you have to be very careful, because the moment it becomes too predictable, it also becomes abusable. Like, if people figure out like how the matchmaking works exactly, there's a bit too much of a risk that they will use it to team up, you know, or get some sort of other advantages. I can't know exactly how they would do that, honestly. It seems like even if it was known that every 7th player, you know, new Mists opens and every 7th player from Brazilian goes there, it's not so easy for you and me to time ourselves, because we don't know that people who are entering from Brazilian, who are entering from like open world or roads, we can't really time to make sure that I go in and you go in 7 people after me. But I'm worried that there might be some like abusing potential if it's too predictable how it works. So I'm not even asking them. It's not like please release code, you know, like put your mists on GitHub. I don't mean like that, but it's just I would like to know a bit more. I'm curious to know what does it actually depend on, how I how my mists feel to me. He says 1v1. Well, isn't that kind of what is happening here? I feel like I'm trying to trigger him to a 1v1 already. Servers are still cooked. I don't know. There's no rat. I don't care about rat. I mean, he can purge my boots, which sucks. But other than that, I'm okay with the rat. It's not the end of the world for me. I have good enough mobility to potentially still get away. I have only 1 potion, but so does he. He's using on that cape, and he's for some reason still on invis. I kind of want to fight him, but there's an Abby there as well. I think Abby might be juicier, unless I just full dismount him. He's on demon boat still. He actually just full run away. I think he's just trying to wait to the other side. Kind of a fun part about Chill Hell is that I can do this, yeah? Obviously he can, there's a chance that I die here, yeah, but I do have, especially with this build, I can also always do this, you know? So I can be a bit more aggressive and kind of like in the middle of a fight against many people without worrying too much. Obviously I can still die very easily if I get caught out, but I have the robe, I have good mobility with Omelette now. I mean, even without Omelette I have good mobility. This guy being on demon boats makes me a bit annoyed. I'm not trusting anyone. Even though I'm tier 7, I'm not trusting the life curse to not just kill me, honestly. Does this guy have undead cape? No, he has 2 potions. Like, the problem is, I am not trusting, you know, after the Tinto incident, I'm not trusting, but I also don't want to just fuck him over, because he might think that, you know, I said, like, I attacked the rat together. So he might be thinking that I'm actually trying to 2v1 here. No, that was not good. Unfortunately, he had boots as well. So how's Q1 feeling? Still unclear Thundercracker, which probably means that it's not like a clear buff or nerf. No, come on, bro. It seems like it's okay, but it's not like super strong either. On many other builds, I could not play like this, you know, because I would already have caused my death by this. But here I can kind of afford it. It's not like it's amazing, but I can kind of afford playing like this, more or less. I use all my mobility aggressively here. I need my poison for his undead cape. And he's on demon boots and I'm not. You know, he's still gonna keep running away for a long time. Unfortunately, can't really force him to die, you know. It's very difficult in Albion to force people to die to you. It's a very good thing to remember always. I'm gonna have another poison for his undead, I think, anyway, because he's gonna demon boots away. Maybe I'm wrong, actually. No, he's gonna demon boots away anyway right now. He's trying to dismount the rat. Shit, now it's bad that I have... Now it's really bad, because he's just gonna demon boots away. I don't have the damage to kill him now, I think. His demon boot's gonna be ready again soon. Oh, that guy actually caught him? That's awesome. Maybe waste of poison, but he's dead at least, this guy. The other guy demon boots away. Can't really do much about him. I could try to guess where the other guy is going, but it's okay. It's okay. We got something. Oh, we got a bit of gaming and fun, you know. I like this. Using the build, like when I do have a build where I can dance in between mini enemies like that, using it like this is not a bad idea. We have 100. What? This is new. It's showing me seconds instead of showing me the actual time. I can change the demon boots as well, I guess. Then, unless I win by too much, I'll be fine. Thanks for following. For Profit Arthur. He overcharged, by the way, and he's still expecting me to dismount him. I changed to my demon boots as well. We're not gonna decide. This fight is not gonna be over by the time the mist is over. Okay, no more curse stacks on me. he changed. Did he change capes? What happened to his undead cape? Oh, his undead cape broke before. Right. So I actually didn't need to cut it so short, so close with the poison. Fun fight, at least. We actually did it before the end. I mean, we had to commit there, you know? Even though changing to demon boots meant that we can both kind of run away. Like, I had to commit to it. To at least get the fight over before it's over. Otherwise, of course, I can leverage my build into, like, a longer fight where I'm kind of... know that I'm probably not gonna die. Because I can... as you saw, I can eat him and then use my, my robe for a while. And kind of can keep doing that, but hey. At least we got into a fight. If he had undead cape in the end... would probably be the same, but who knows? Nice. This is the beauty of this chill hell build, that I can actually have fun pretty much all the time, you know? If no one else wants to fight, I can at least dance between enemies and aggro them into dismounting or potentially fighting. If I was playing some other build, I couldn't just constantly keep dismounting one person, then the other, then one and the other. Because I would just die pretty quickly, right? So at least I have that going. So yeah, chill hell, definitely fun. I still don't feel that. Right now, the Q does not seem like a buff, because I'm not hitting enough Qs. It's very difficult to hit 3 Qs in that short amount of time. So, I don't know. I don't know if it... if it feels... yeah, I don't know if this actually feels like that much of a buff. Because the damage buff that I used to have, I think was even if you miss them, if I'm not wrong. Anyway, thanks for following, by the way, Borkan. Let's see, Senor said, some red zone players just triggers the legendary in Epic Mist and not enter because they're capping. Yeah, that's possible. I don't know how that affects the item. For Profit Arthur says, brother, before finding your YouTube, I had 300k silver getting dominated in non-lethal corrupted. After watching a few regards, I did lethal corrupted and Mist last night, and now I got 4 million. Nice! I'm so happy. I'm happy to hear that you are transitioning to lethal PvP where the fun and money is at. Keep in mind, right now we have Depths, the new content, so you can make a lot of money without risking your items, just risking what you have looted, right? So with that kind of exception in mind, lethal PvP is just so much more fun and so much more profitable. Happy to hear that for Profit. Hey, speaking of Legendary Mist, let's go check it out actually. Yo, what do I need to do? I need to kill a mob, or I need to attack something so that to get rid of the bubble, so I can actually proc this wisp. Let's see what Legendary Mist will be like. I don't have any purge for Invis, unfortunately. I don't have sticky potions either. I don't have any purge for minor boot, so I don't know that I can do anything in Legendary Mist, but let's just quickly check it out. Maybe at least open the chest or something. I can't kill gatherers, I think, with this build, and I'm not good at PvE, so I also won't really be doing a lot of camp clearing, probably. I can try clearing a camp, but it's going to be long and painful. One mob at a time, kind of thing. Yay! Just 10 more mobs to go. Shit, I have to kill these 3 mobs down there together. That's gonna be very tricky. Definitely need the other Q. And even then, I don't know if I can do this. I'll try to just kill the archer and then hopefully not die to the others. Actually, not as bad as I thought. But I probably need to reset for this. PV is difficult for Frost. I mean, for after they made the mob stronger, any sort of tier 7 will somewhat struggle, I think, killing legendary mobs, you know, tier 8 with 21% enchantment, yeah. But Frosts and daggers probably suffer more than others. He's definitely gonna kill me if I get low from mobs, so I have to either kill him or do something else for a while. Unfortunately, we'll see. I can maybe kill these mobs here, but wait, actually I can kill the big mob with this Q spell also. Right, because I'm only fighting one mob, it's not really bad. No, please no.
Wait, what? Somebody was there. Dismounted. That's the same guy, okay. He doesn't want to fight, he just wants to clear the camp also. I can kind of bait him in. Oh, not if I get hit by everything, but... If he comes for me, I think I can still fight, yeah? Because I have cultist rope, so... I'm not that worried about it. Let's go. Let's get ready to dismount. Yeah, Chillhal also decent at dismounting, which is adds to the fun of it, you know. Not only that I know that I'm at least somewhat safe if I do end up dismounting and, you know, fighting in the middle of a lot of people, but also I can actually do the dismounting part also. Obviously I have to use my E for it, which not perfect, but with my cooldowns and mobility, I can kite around long enough to... Essentially when I dismount someone, I can almost always buy enough time for my next E before actually the fight starts, kind of. Which guide sent me that low? Yeah, what is the magic video that gets you 4 million from your first lethal PvP experience? What's up, Third Squirtimus? Welcome. Yes, at the end of the day, obviously, if you make any sort of progress in the game or in anything, it's obviously always you yourself, but I'm happy to be in the role of helping or like catalyst, you know? Like when you're ready to get better, suddenly you come across a video and it helps you actually progress. I'm very happy to be that guy, but of course at the end of the day, if you progress, it's all you. If you get better, it's all you if you're progress your account, you know, by getting more silver, so it's something you do. I think that's obvious. Let's get this, because it's legendary, it's gonna get me good favor, and I kind of want to get to 1 million favor because before spending it. Since I'm already pretty close, it makes sense now to get next rewards in 2 days. Oh shit, I need to claim this. I need to claim this so I don't lose it. I think I can lose this one, yeah. Need about 300k more favor. I watched a few 1 second in the wait 1 second in the black zone. My favorite one was reprogram your brain for PvP success. Nice. Thank you. This simultaneously makes me feel happy and proud for having created something that is valuable, but also at the same time also makes me feel a bit guilty for not having uploaded something for a while since I started streaming pretty much. But it's okay. We'll get there. Big choice of any PvP fight. Yeah, it's very relevant. By the way, one of the key kind of points for the video, like the video that's titled "Big choice of any PvP fight." I mean, it's mostly just fight analysis, but the big thing. Ooh, Griffin. That's gonna be very difficult, but I will have to go for it. One of the things, like the biggest thing, the biggest key of that video is that it's how difficult it is to kind of decide when you are being aggressive, when you're attacking, and when you're in a more like patient defensive stance. That's super relevant for Chillhal. Like any kiter and specifically frost staffs, it's so difficult to kind of pinpoint and understand what is the moment where you actually start going on the aggressive. When you've gotten enough of an advantage from kiting that it's time to be the... Oh no. Okay, I can kill it at least. I'm gonna clear out the wolf because otherwise I'm gonna proc everything with my Tedford cape. I'm gonna aggro everything. What do you use favor for? I don't know. I used to just buy the what's it called? The chests that you get for 5,500 favor because I was happy to get some extra silver, you know. And obviously I also got tomes from there. I didn't just full on spend it on tomes. Right now I could spend it just on white tomes or those chests. Or I guess siphoned energy. I don't know. I think the difference is not like super huge between spending it on just siphoned energy or just tomes. Obviously, if you want fame, get tomes. If you want only money, you can get siphoned energy or the chests. The chests felt pretty good, huh? No, man. No, it's not good. Is he not dismounting still? Okay. I need to... Okay, nice, nice, nice. I just want to kill this guy alone. He did dismount, by the way. So let's see how it works out for him. He didn't use his Hunter Hood. He turns around with E, I just need to blink to dodge it, and then I think it's fine. He actually used his boots there. No, not all the legendary mobs. This is actually a problem. This can actually be a problem. Without joking. He didn't mount though, interestingly enough. No. Good enough. Actually, also bait, like with this build, I can also bait with HP a lot more than normally. He was very interested in the fight because I lost so much HP. Oh no, 28. No, the only valuable thing in this. Okay, there's also a Griffin here. That would be very... That would be nice. But the chest can be nice as well, and I don't think I'm making it there in time. There is gonna be some sort of gatherer there, yeah. If you're in the Legendary Mist, even if you're gathering, it's usually a good idea to check out these sorts of objectives, even just for a second, you know, just to see if someone is fighting there or if maybe nobody came at all. I'm pretty sure this time the gatherer will go there, but we'll see. The chest is still on the map. Is it possible that no one is opening it? Come on, come on, come on. Purple chest in Legendary Mist. Okay, green chest. Still good, still good, still good. Okay, I'm curious. There was definitely a gatherer. You saw that the bird was killed. And this guy I killed didn't have a gathering tool, I think. Just has a chance to give you mammoth, so my gambler brain will always pick it. That's what I was thinking, Osiris. Exactly same thing. My always thinking, like, just small chance of mammoth is just worth it for the extra fun. But I saw someone comment on Reddit. I don't know if this is true or not. I saw, like, if what they're saying is true. I saw someone comment on Reddit saying that you can only get mammoths from the big one, from the tier 8 chest, and not the tier 7s you get for favor. I don't know if that's true or not. But if that's the case, then it's actually not a gamba for mammoth. Oh, someone picked up the wisp, so I can maybe I can catch them if they're still somewhere here. Because I remember where, more or less, where the... That's false? Okay, Vitus, so you know for sure that it is possible to get a mammoth from tier 7. Then I'm definitely spending all my favor on tier 7 chests once I get the 1 to 1 million favor. My guildmate has gotten one from tier 7. Okay, okay, that is good, very good info. Why isn't he using his Wanderlust? No, it was a bit late, but I think it's fine. Okay, okay, okay. I didn't want to use the poison, but just to be safe, that he doesn't run away. Fortunately, didn't really have anything. Then chest it is. Then 100% I'm gonna use everything on chest if there's a chance, because I think I calculated like what I have right now is like about wait, not here. It's about 40 mil, I think. In average chests, not this one, the other one. It's about 40 mil probably, like in silver. But you know, if there's a chance to get more than average chests, damn. Okay, it's your time, Mr. Griffin. Give me something amazing. One time I killed. I think it was Griffin, yeah, that gives he gives the Mistwalker jacket artifacts, right? One time I got like 4 million from one. I got 2 of those Mistwalker jacket artifacts. I should change my helmet, actually. I have time. There's still 4 minutes. I'm definitely not using the correct spells for this. This reminds me of Corrupted Gauntlet a little bit with those tornadoes flying around. Come on. I'm gonna run out of energy. I'm gonna use the poison, fuck it. The poison does so much damage to mobs. 300k, okay. Is it actually 300k? Yeah, it's for Mistwalker shoes. Okay. Okay, here I'm gonna change my spells. Because we're gonna probably try to get the spider as well. Just need to wait a little bit. What frost type do you think is best for solo PvP? Chill Hell, which is the one that I'm using. I think one-handed frost is also viable and close second. And in some specific matchups, one-handed frost might feel a bit better, but overall Chill Hell. And Great Frost is also viable for sure. I'm actually not going to be able to do this, right? Let's try with poisons. I don't think I can do this. No! Yeah, okay. Now I'm actually just gonna die to this poison thing, I think. Is it enough damage? No, it's not. Okay, even with these spells I can't really do this, so... I guess we are not killing Spider. Unfortunately. Very unfortunate. I mean, spiders have not been good to me lately, except for that one spider. Like my first week of streaming when I was saying how bad spider loot is, and then I killed a random spider and gave me 2 mil. Other than that, spiders are not worth it at all. Like the mist spiderlings, the solo versions. But okay, we got something. We got at least 700k from the legendary wisp. But overall, like you saw, there wasn't really that much PvP happening, which is kind of common for enchanted mists. And servers have been fine for the last almost an hour, I think. Would you say it's worth leveling up a light color build, or is it a meme build? I have fun with it, but I don't know how viable it is in mists. Very, very, very few people actually play light color in mists, and I think they are like giga specialists, and even I don't think they're having a very good time. So I don't think it's viable as it's good for 1v1 fights. If you are good with it, it's good for 1v1 fights. But as a proper long-term strategy where you have to accept, you know, that you're gonna have a lot of situations where you are ratting, because you have to take advantage of some ratting opportunities. You have a lot of situations where you are being ratted, you know. You have to somehow manage situations when there's 4 people on your screen. You're gonna occasionally come across people who are much stronger, are just gonna dismount you. All of that put together, the whole mists, everything that you have to kind of face in mists, light color seems like it's too weak. You are too squishy and you don't have the mobility to really take advantage of anything. Any situations, but for a straight up 1v1 fight, I think it's pretty good if you become very good at it. One of the Corrupted Dungeon players who played a lot, like last couple of weeks, I don't know if we'll still find him here, was playing just this. I don't think we'll find him here anymore. But I mean, I think he still was kind of dying to some other top Corrupted players, but you know, he was at least mostly making it work. Yeah, I don't see him anymore, but anyway, light color. More of a meme, unfortunately, than a real build. What meta build in Mist? Wisdom stories, you have to be so much more specific. If you're just asking for one random meta build, then open this and click a random person. Look at PvP Fey Mists this week. Click on random person and play this. This is indeed a meta build for Mist right now. Like one of the meta builds. You can click someone else. I mean, this isn't actually meta build, but it is 8.4, so it doesn't count that much. You can just look around here and you'll have answers. This one on the right definitely does qualify to be meta build. By the way, cool kill. I don't know if this happened. This is an Abbey, so this isn't like a straight up 1v1 fight. I just clicked on a random dude and this is a very cool 1v1 kill. Very happy for that. Would you? Okay, just made 6 mil in 2 days thanks to you and your guides, man. So happy to hear that. There's like already several people today. At the end of the day, it's you, Narayan. You made the 6 mil. You should be happy and proud. I hope you are. That's awesome. And of course, if I had a part in that, that makes me happy as well. You the best, just wanted to say thanks. Thank you for coming here to share good emotions. On bike right now, any good fights so far? Well, Dante, the servers now have been stable last half an hour, but the servers are so broken. I got this kill because there was like I started fighting him in the middle of other people, and then there were like 2 or 3 people who dismounted, and then the servers broke down. And so essentially I killed him and I killed one of the rats also, just because for some reason he was still taking damage, even though like the servers were broken, we kept rubber banding, like nothing was working, but he was still taking a bit of damage. And then I reconnected, I just hit him once and he died essentially. So essentially, I don't know, the only actually good kill, I mean we had good fights, I'm tier 7 also, so it's not chill howl, I'm not gonna probably kill like giga juicers, but it's it was very fun, that situation. Oh, we have a dual swords. He has a purge. I need to be a bit careful with that. Other than that, I'm feeling good. What is this? Graveguard boots. Eh? So he doesn't have any mobility? He changed his boots. What is he doing? Mister, you are never gonna catch me, even if you purge my boots. That is crazy. I hope he changes it back. Like, this is a good fight, right? I mean, it's a good matchup for me because I can always reliably dodge his E if I don't let him close. But I fought this a couple times with a friend, like when I was trying to get to learn chill howl a bit, and like long time ago. I fought a couple times like this, and whenever I made a mistake, it was pretty much over. I feel like it's very easy for me to get punished. We'll be in gym another... Oh, okay, glad I'm busy and stuff like this would have tilted me. Oh yeah, man, that... I think, Dante, I think like 8.3, 8.4 today, probably it's not the best day for that. Because sure, right now it's been okay for like half an hour, but also before it was okay for a while. And then suddenly you get like disconnected. And usually it seems like everyone gets disconnected at the same time. But you know, if the server crashes while you are standing next to a mob, the mob is just gonna kill you, kind of. Even if other players are also all disconnected. Oh, that's also a huge thing about this fight. If it starts on top of me, like, if he gets dismounted, that's also what, when I was dueling, like, the guy earlier that I mentioned, to get into the habit of chill howl. If he starts the fight on top of me, I am, like, I wouldn't say it's already over, but it is very difficult to come back. He has 2 healing potions. This has to be a very long fight. I need to methodically kind of wear him down. How good is Spear right now? It's, for solo PvP in Mists, it's kind of like B tier. There are a lot of better weapons. No, a lot. There's like a handful, but the S tier and A tier exist, in my opinion. And Spear, one-handed Spear is like B tier. Daybreaker is like kind of A plus tier, pushing it into S. So if you want to play solo Mists, Daybreaker right now is in a great spot. But for open world, for going into the open world solo, one-handed Spear is S tier for like... Oh shit. Well, now I might just be dead. Now I might just be dead, because he got out of my E even without using his... Unfortunately, I mean, not unfortunately, but fortunately, he's using wrong boot spell. So I might get away. If he doesn't dismount the rat... I am actually dead, yeah. Woo. Okay, well, that's what I've said. This matchup is so much better for me. But the moment I make one mistake, like I miss an E, no, he just clicks all his buttons into my face and it's over. That was my experience before as well, when I did this. I kind of waited. I waited for his E, but he just a bit unlucky. But he did Blade Cyclone out of my E range. Otherwise, I just kite him forever. Took him a while to decide, but I still don't think, like, what is the cooldown on this? I still don't think this is, like, this doesn't make sense, right? Grants immunity to... Oh, maybe the boots were still running, but it's just 5 seconds. I don't think so, right? That, like, the kind of mobility he gets from this is very limited. He does have a purge to make up for this, but still, it should be pretty easy for me to just get away without too much trouble, if I don't mess up my E and W, remember? So it's not just that my E didn't proc, but also my W at the same time, since I used it to try to stun him. It, unfortunately. Anyway. If we see him again, he's gonna use the same boots now because he's gonna think that it's actually a legit stratagem. And if you are playing against Frost, don't do this. I think you're like, okay, maybe I mean it worked out, but you know, shouldn't really. Dagger pair is good for a new player. Not particularly, no. I mean, it's not like specifically bad for a new player, but it's not a very strong weapon. It's a bit of a meme one-shot, which requires you to understand your enemy's defensives. And it's it's also not super strong anyway. So even if you get good at it, it's not super strong. And it's very bad for PvE. You're not gonna... For a new player, unfortunately, or fortunately, I don't know, you have to get used to by killing mobs. You get used to your weapon, but you need to do that for a while because you need to spec up. There's no other way around it. So, and Dagger Pair is gonna be horrendous at killing mobs. I still have wrong food here. Other than that, I think like this. And a bunch of poisons. Because I actually kind of prefer changing... Oh, yeah, I should have changed my potion also against dual swords. I don't need the poison, yeah, I forgot. What are the S tier weapons for Mist right now? Still Flamewalker, absolutely. Flamewalker, Arclight Blasters. And then we have a bunch of weapons which, like Daybreaker, Fists of Avalon, Sky Strider, it's fair to say, are kind of close to it. Oh, also Death Givers. So S tier, Flamewalker, Arclight Blasters, and Death Givers. And then we have Fists of Avalon, Daybreaker, and Sky Strider, which in my opinion are like, it's fair to put them in A tier, but they are kind of like the separation right now is not very clear. Like, it's not like a big jump. So, like, you could make a case to say that Daybreaker, Fists of Avalon, or Sky Strider are actually S tier. I don't see enough people playing Sky Strider to evaluate it kind of adequately. But whenever I've seen it, it seems like it's super, super duper strong right now. Daybreaker has also great potential. It counters almost everything except some of those S tier weapons. Like, if Daybreaker had a better matchup against Flamewalker and Arclight Blasters, it would be S tier as well. And then you have Fists of Avalon, which kind of fell off a little bit. Also with the addition of Flamewalker and with the nerf to gloves. But it's still so versatile and so strong that it's still definitely close to S tier. I used to play Bloodletter like 6 months ago. Is it still good for beating equal or a bit higher IP players? It was terrible 6 months ago at beating equal or higher IP players. Unless BL means something else, Sushi. If you're talking about Bloodletter, it was never in a good place to take actual real equal fights. And I mean, comparing to 6 months ago, nothing has changed. Comparing to a year and a half ago, yeah, the Stalker Jacket nerf is very painful for Bloodletter, because you can't really abuse mobility as much without the good Stalker Jacket like it was before. And if you're not able to do that, then it's much more difficult. Bloodletter is still viable. You can play it. You can have fun. You can outplay some people, of course, but it doesn't shine as some sort of especially good weapon, or doesn't have like some sort of big advantage like you had before with the extra mobility. The only big thing is that you still, like, your dagger you can brawl, but the biggest thing about Bloodletter is you have both the W dash and the E dash to dodge a lot of spells. So if you're fighting against someone where dodging is going to be important, like Fists of Avalon, you should never get hit by the E, for example, you know? That will give you some chance to fight. Maybe you should boot at the same time as his. Yeah, I should have been more careful, yeah, with the dual swords. I was a bit cocky, but also, if I'm too, like, this is why also I don't play always, like, chill hell. If I'm too careful, then the fight will never start. But it's better for the fight to not start, to just die, of course. So yeah, you're right, Azot, yeah. I can just boots whenever he bootses, and then that's it, you know. He will never close the distance that way. He will always have to E. And then, you know, I can just dodge it easily. But my plan was to let him get close still, especially since he used boost. Let him get close, E, W, and then keep kiting him so that the fight at least starts, you know. Even if I take damage from his E and hit him with my E, I'd rather start fighting, and then it makes sense to kite, not just like not even let the fight begin, kind of. But yeah, if we run into dual swords again, I'll be a bit more careful, yeah. Do you find your econ has become better or worse since you started streaming? I have, well, okay, I have not sold. I still have like Let's say I have 150 mil here that to sell, and of course the rest is supplies. And Limhurst another like 20 mil to sell. So if I sell everything that I have earned during streaming, I have about I have a little bit over 100 million losses since I started streaming. So definitely I'm spending money usually on stream for to have extra fun, but also to play different content. Like when I was 2 days when I was playing Corrupted, I was just both days like throwing away like tens of millions. I say throwing away in the like it was fun. I learned stuff. We learned stuff together. It was a good day. It was like there's nothing negative about it. But in terms of silver, I was just rebuying like 10 times in a day or even more, rebuying the 3.5 million set, like tier 8 and to go for Slayer, and facing some of the best players of Corrupted Dungeons like over and over again, who are just generally amazing players, but also who are players who are like have played thousands of hours specifically Corrupted Dungeons and are playing good builds for that. So like there have been days where during and that is something that I'm not sure I would do on stream. Like I would be off stream if I played. I don't play anymore without streaming. But if I played or the way I used to play, I still was kind of crazy because that's how I learned to get into bad situations. But I was definitely less crazy than I am on stream. I was more careful with my silver and so that part of like how much money I just generally am making in the game. Since I started streaming, it's more that I'm spending money. But there's also good days, like the Daybreaker day last week. I got an 8.3 kill, a 7.3 kill, and it was like a plus 40 million day. So there's also like really good days. And as I'm getting more used to, for example, looking at chat at the same time, and just generally the streaming atmosphere, it's also easier for me. And also, like when the fight comes, it's easier for me now to fully focus sometimes, to make sure I actually perform better, like perform to the best of my ability in a fight, so that even though I might take bad fights, at least in the fight I don't make mistakes. I don't make as many mistakes like I did when I started streaming, probably because my mind is a bit scattered. Hope that answers your argument. What weapon can I play as a new player? Zero. You can start with anything that seems fun to you, but if you're looking for just good suggestions, like which are going to give you an easier way into PvP to start with, then battle bracers are very good. Battle axe, dual swords, and quarterstaff, and one-handed fire staff. And all of those are from different weapon trees. I kind of intentionally gave you options from different weapon trees. It's because if you play any of those, then you also kind of choose the weapon tree a bit. Tier 7 carving. I mean, I can be aggressive because I am relatively safe. They both have a purge, so it's not difficult for me to get caught in a bad situation and die. But I kind of want to. I want to be aggressive and try this out. I'm gonna probably change to tornadoes now. Let's change to tornadoes for this. Who did this mount? Spear with harpoon. Okay. What? Oh, I unequipped my cosmetic item. I mean, he has to be worried about the carving and everyone else here. He used his boots, I think, no? I think he used his boots before already, no? Oh, now he used his E as well. Kinda wish I had poison now, but I cannot predict that the fight will start that well. Ah, I missed that. I missed that. I wish the hammer wasn't here, obviously. I want to 1v1 the spear, but... He used one potion if he fights me again. Like, if he decides to fight now. He has almost always time to E out of my E. Like, he didn't react there, but he actually always has time for that. Now he has only one potion. He's on Snapper, though, which is interesting. Definitely doesn't make too much sense for him to be on Snapper. He wants to dismount on top of me. Tier 8, by the way, the spear. I think I'm just inting my items away if I start right on top of him. Also, when he dismounts, remember there's a 2-second window when he's immune to CC. So I can't instantly E him there either. He only has Snapper, I guess. He can always dodge my E with his E, if he's fast enough. The Wolpertinger is saving me. Okay, not anymore. I can't get my boots purged. I am so much gonna... I'm gonna get destroyed so hard in a brawl against the higher AP Spear and Rose Snapper that if I get my boots purged and I end up in a situation where I cannot get away from him... He has 3 stacks, by the way, right now. Then it's just instantly GG for me, I'm afraid. I could... Nah, I don't need to overcharge, I think. Although, he doesn't have cape. That's an argument in my favor. That if the fight continues like this, he's gonna have cape. Hey Vic, I want to tell you you're amazing. Thank you, Neshoko. Yesterday I got my first 3 kills. Man, what is it today? There's so many people. Thank you for this. There's suddenly an influx of people who are reporting on their success. I'm very happy to hear that. Got my first 3 kills in tier 7 thanks to the tips from videos. That is awesome to hear. Really, really awesome. I can't really blink in. I can blink in E, but then if he does E away like he should, that's over for me, right? I need to do the same thing that we're doing, but I need to either get hit by Harpoon, like this. Ah, that's unlucky. Now I might be dead. Now I kind of need to do this, unfortunately. This time he got kind of lucky by E-ing in the correct direction, you know? If he E's in, he still has an advantage here, but obviously if he's in, then... That's kind of what has to happen, you know, for him. It's like something that I've seen on Spear many times like that, exactly. That he is already in the correct direction, kind of. So, you see what happens. Like, if I E and he E's, he will just... I will just reset like this forever. But if he, one time, like it happened before, if he accidentally E's in the correct direction, while I'm also E'ing away, then... I don't know why he didn't just full-on commit for this now. He's also gonna run out of his energy sooner or later. Now I don't have W's. He's correctly pushing into me. Because next time he has E, I might just be fucked. This is very annoying for him as well, but I don't think that we can take this fight in any other way, unfortunately. I don't know that there's anything else I can do, but I really wish it wasn't a fight. The fight didn't look exactly like this. Now his boots will be ready. Next time he's on top of me, I might just be dead, but we'll see. We are both regening. He used potion again. That's why he has so much HP. Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate. I don't know a lot of better ways, like what I can do. Obviously, if we were both tier 7, then I could be a bit braver in the sense that I could commit to a brawl a bit earlier. Like right now, the IP advantage also means that I need to have a decent advantage before I can actually get aggressive and just, you know, walk into him, essentially. I mean, he's playing everything. Everything makes sense. What he's doing makes sense. What I'm doing makes sense. Not much else to change here. Very unfortunate. And I'm kind of forced to E early, what I'm doing right now, because I know that my E will always kind of proc his E, right? Whenever I E, he also E's, right? So I'm kind of forced to E a bit earlier, because I don't want to wait for him to get stacks. I don't want for... Because if... I mean, I know that I'm proccing his E whenever I E. If I E a bit too... if I wait for him to get stacks, he was going to get more value. So he's going to cancel... he's going to get out of my E, but also at the same time... I should be dead here, right? Nope, now I'm definitely dead. Oh, I threw the tornado at the wrong location. Again, by the way, second time today. I threw tornado and like he got closer to me. If I tornado away, I obviously just boots away and this never happens, but hey. Nice, I'm glad. I know it sucks that... Why do I have... I got some good items, I guess. I know it sucks that I died, but I'm happy that someone died, because otherwise, you know, there's 5 minutes of dancing back and forth. If nobody dies, it sucks even more. But yeah, I definitely don't... like, I need to have, like... He has 40% HP, and I'm full, and I just brawl him. Even then, it's a question, you know? It's not like 100% clear that I'm winning that brawl. So it's... and this is not just, like, this is... He's on Rose Snapper Spear, by the way. I would definitely change to Eels too if I was him, but I guess he didn't have the other food. Rose Snapper Spear and 1 tier higher, you know? So because of that, I need a big advantage from, like, kiting like crazy before I can consider any sort of tanking his spells. Tornado is very high risk, looks like. Yeah, it's just maybe getting used to it, yeah. It's the second time I throw it a bit incorrectly, and I should just throw it close to me. But, you know, the first couple times I threw tornadoes, it was much easier because he was on top of me. So what I could have done, like, if I knew that I'm just full running away, which I wasn't sure I'm gonna do, I could have also just waited for him to get on top of me, then tornado, instantly W, and boots. That's what I did last time. When he's on top of me, I can't miss tornado. I mean, no matter which way he jumps, like, he gets pushed, that's good enough for me, right? Let's see. Do I have anything that I need? Not really, no. Okay, so we're just gonna have to buy everything. Imagine if they make the mist to suck people in instead of just let you choose. Damn it, that would be a fun meme event for Halloween. Oh, you mean like when you run across a wisp in the open world, Azot, then it just... You don't have a choice, it starts like pulling you in? That could be interesting. But yeah, I don't... Obviously not into a real mist, you know? You don't want to force people in, but yeah, for some sort of fun event, sure. Omelette. I still have some good omelette. Let's use some of that I have in the stash, and some poison potions.
Welcome, friend. Satisfied?
Kiting was my lifeblood in Eve and other games, but it feels so clunky in Albion. I envy people's patience who can pull it off well. Yeah, I agree, Mr. Eve Croc. I agree. I'm playing right now and I'm having fun with this, but it's not in my nature. Like, obviously, Spear also kites a little bit, but kiting to the extent that I'm kind of required to with the build I'm playing, it's not really in my nature, yeah. I'm going a little bit outside of my brain's comfort zone in that sense, for sure. And it also means, like, you can see, like, he misses in, like, because I'm kiting, he can miss Harpoon, he can, you know, I can get a very good E, he didn't Inferno my E, and it's still like I have to keep whittling him down. It's not enough, you know? If I was a more brawl-heavy build, like with the dual swords that I had to fight, this dual swords, enemy makes one mistake and you just smash all your buttons and you're moving towards victory, you know? With a kite-heavy build, it's the decision to actually go aggressive is so difficult, and oftentimes you can start outplaying your opponent, but it's not enough if you do it once or twice. But I'm happy. First of all, he's the spear. Like, okay, he's tier 8, you know. If he was tier 7, this would be much more of a struggle for him as well. But still, and he has the double potion cape, which he did end up proccing in the end. The first time I fought, I thought, okay, he might be tier 8, but I'm not going to overcharge because at least his cape is still on cooldown. But then the second time he did have it as well. So there's other advantages, but still I'm happy that the spear can win. I'm happy from his perspective that just missing a harpoon or misusing his inferno is not enough for him to lose the fight either. But he can still come back. My eye is itching. I'm sorry if you already spoken about this, but I struggle to build up silver to afford sets for PvP. Are there good money makers that may not be so obvious? If there are any non-obvious money makers, I don't know about them, Woodsy. I'm not a money maker. I mean, I do make a lot of money, but it's... I have a video about how I made it to 1 billion silver, and it's all just from playing mists and other PvP kind of activities. And occasionally opening chests and occasionally killing people and being very good at not wasting money, you know. I usually don't spend too much on my builds either. Tier 7, tier 8 are very good for making money in mists, for example. Much better than higher tiers. So yeah, but those are very obvious things. There's no like secret thing that I would know that that is not like commonly known in any way. And I don't think there is any sort of like, you have to remember, like there's everything in Albion, it's all based on players, you know. The economy is fully based on players. If you sell items, you don't sell it to the shop, you know. If you find drops, it's something someone crafted. So everything revolves around full loot PvP and crafting, which is all only depending on player activities. Because of this, whenever there's like an efficient way to make money, the economy is going to take care of it, right? There is no built-in way in Albion that, like, you know, gathering some sort of flowers and selling them to a obscure shopkeeper like in RuneScape, you know. There's no such thing, because everything comes from actual players, and everything depends on actual players. So the moment something becomes very profitable, the economy will take care of it, right? A bunch of people are going to do it, and it's going to become a bit less profitable, probably. But as far as PvE loot goes, so the things you get from chests, currently playing depths is probably one of the best. It's probably the best way to make money. Not one of the best, but actually the best. It's the newest content, and SPI very commonly does it, so that when they release something new, they put extra PvE loot in that new content. And currently the newest type of content is depths, and depths do... You're not risking like your own items, you're only risking what you looted in the dungeon, and depths do feel like a crazy amount of silver without having to risk the actual build you went in with. Everything looks a bit weird. I think it's from me, like, you know, pressing on my eye too hard. Not that it was like, I wasn't doing it super hard, but, you know, just kind of scratching or doing this thing to my eye. You know, now it feels like the colors of the world changed a tiny bit. I'll try again. Sorry if annoying. Can you tell me why with spear meta boots is demon boots no matter that Rejuvenating Sprint is taken? And thank you for vids, you most charismatic of all Albion. Thank you, sir. Thank you for great energy. Sobak man. So, if you watched the video, like when I made the last spear video, demon boots were almost a mandatory choice. You had to play them because everyone was playing them because they were so ridiculously strong, and they gave you such an advantage that essentially if you're not using demon boots, you were handicapping yourself. Now, today, the reason I'm still using demon boots with a lot of builds is it might not be worth the extra money, so you can decide that. But if I do run into someone, and I already had that fight today, like against the life curse. I don't know, where is he? This guy. If I run into someone who is using demon boots, I can match them. So I also change my boots to demon boots. Otherwise, it's going to be very annoying that the moment I start winning, they have a good chance to run away, essentially. But there is no... it's not super valuable. It's just that, yeah, most of the time I'm using Rejuvenating Sprint, but I like to have the extra option for certain situations and certain fights to change to demon boots. The same logic can and should be applied to royal boots as well. With Royal March... But royal boots are much more expensive even. But Royal March is the same logic. You use this sometimes, but sometimes it's nice to have option to change to Royal March. if you have the money to to spend a bit more on the boots. But you can use any plate boots, and the sort of disadvantage you get from that, as opposed to having demon boots, is negligible. It's just a couple specific situations, and I don't want to miss out on this fight, right? Like this guy will. It's very difficult, even with a good mobility build. It's difficult for me to really have meaningful ways to kill him, because no matter how much I'm winning the fight by, he just demon boots and runs away and lost 40% HP. But having access to demon boots means that I can actually take the fight and get the kill. Just do buy orders for my sets, buy it cheap. Yeah, that's one thing. That's one thing I've been too lazy to do, but it's a super impactful part of not spending too much money. If you have the kind of if you're able to predict what you are going to want to play, which for me has always been a bit of a struggle. I often feel like, you know what, I don't know. I don't want to buy 20 sets of whatever I'm playing right now, because maybe tomorrow I will suddenly feel like playing something else. And it's not just in theory, but this actually happens, like, for me. I actually get this feeling sometimes, you know what, I just want to play something else now. Thanks, I predict a great future for the channel and for you. Don't give up what you're doing. Thank you, Sobakman. Yeah, I mean... While consistency might not be my strongest suit in everything I do, it's definitely... It's not a question of giving up. Not even considering giving up anything. And the fact that I haven't uploaded the video for a little while, then it's mostly just... It's been other things, like... Some emotional things, and also just me figuring out how to stream and create videos from the same fights that happen on stream. But there's not even a hint of any sort of giving up, but thank you. Guys, just play what feels good for you. Correct. Anyone wondering what weapon to play, having fun is always going to be important. And if it sounds to you like, oh, okay, yeah, sure, have fun, yeah, whatever, but I actually want to know what is the good weapon for me, right? If it sounds like that, then this having fun thing goes deeper, because you are going, like, inevitably at some point, like you see a lot of veteran players, and you see me do this a lot as well. I change around to play something else. It's not just to have extra fun for stream, but also like some other weapon becomes popular and I want to try it out. Like with Arclight Blasters, it wasn't just fun, it was also the fact that I believed it's actually S tier weapon, so I played a lot of it to see whether I can actually, you know, get some amazing kills. That will happen anyway at some point. But to get to the point where you can switch around, to get to the point where you are good enough to actually enjoy PvP and it becomes tactical, like, you're gonna get there much faster and you're gonna improve much better if you're playing something where you're constantly having fun. If you play something because in theory it should be strong, it's much more likely that you're gonna be discouraged when you die, you know? I saw that with Bloodletters, like people were writing comments to me for sure. When the Bloodletter Stalker Jacket meta was and double bladed, people were disappointed. Like they saw, like, okay, everyone's saying like, oh, S tier weapon Bloodletter, you know, especially tier lists which are more general, which kind of clump all different IPs together. It was very common to hear someone say that double bladed and Bloodletter are S tier weapons for Mist, not explaining always the fact that actually it's only good if you play like we have an IP advantage. You play high strain awakened weapon. Anyway, I saw people who were really discouraged because they played those supposed S tier weapons and didn't have success. On the other hand, if you play something you're really having fun with and you don't have success, you're not going to get as discouraged and you're going to learn much more. Like if you play Arcane Staff because you seem like you like the feeling of playing something a little bit more niche and you think it's really like it's really fun to play in that sort of playstyle, you're gonna die and fail occasionally anyway, like on any weapon, but you're gonna recover from the deaths much easier. I hope that makes sense. So it actually makes sense to choose, because there's so many weapons that are viable. Choose any sort of weapon that is not like random shit. Choose a weapon among all the viable options and just choose the most fun one. Hope that makes sense. What do you think is the best Abby buff? Red buff, and it's not even about what I think, it's just objectively better than anything else, unfortunately. The other buffs are cool in theory. Yellow, if you only just want to run away, you don't want to fight, you can use yellow. Oh shit, I was sure I'm iframing that. I was a bit early there. When I don't have my W, I need to be a bit careful because the dual swords will also be very happy to kill me. Okay, never mind. So yeah, the red buff is just better because if you want to run away, you can use yellow buff if you just want to PV and get away. But the problem with using yellow buff or blue buff for a fight, they are both cool in theory, but since you cannot decide when they proc, they always proc automatically when you get 40% HP, red buff is just objectively so much better because it's going to be super valuable no matter what the situation is like when you proc the buff. Whereas the yellow and blue buff can just go completely to waste if they proc at a bad moment. Are you planning on making the YouTube content still? Yes. I don't know why he mounted up actually, the fire staff. I'm not sure. It seemed like everything was going decently well for him, right? There was no like obvious reason for him to mount up there. What? Oh, my passive was not charged, okay. I assumed that I was gonna root him, but apparently not. They don't have a purge. The fire staff has Wanderlust, which is annoying, but on. Somebody, give me some gaming. The fire staff wanted to fight, like he was the one who initiated the first fight. And he's definitely not the prime target, you know? The dual swords, I'm pretty sure is gonna prioritize me. If it does come to that. Okay, at this point this is a waste for time for all of us, right? So we'll go next Mist, and maybe there we will find some other warriors who want to be dismounted and see their luck and try their luck. And once again, I can be in the situation where I'm aggressive. Well, first of all, I'm tier 7, you know, so I'm not risking that much, but those guys are risking even less. But secondly, I can be in the situation because on Chill Howl, I still, if they don't have a purge, it's not that easy to punish me, you know. I have good enough mobility, and if I do get into a bad situation, like I'm in a fight with both of them, one of them gets out to heal, the other one is keeps me in combat. I also have Cultist Robe, which helps with this multi-way situation. Because if I do get enough separation to get some space to work with, a couple seconds to just, you know, hover, I can use my Cultist Robe and I will be close to full HP again. Which is a big thing for sure. Looks like the servers are kind of slowly, have returned though. It's been... Since when? Did we have the problem recently? This fight seemed working. I don't remember. Here we didn't have a problem either, and the recent deaths also. This was back when servers were still broken, not during this fight, but in general. But yeah, okay, so I feel like it's been like an hour or something since actually the last time servers were legit broken. So I think like we're in a good place. Maybe we will see in the evening some juicier players still playing Albion. Who knows? Or you just take every buff. Yo. Neshoko. So, first of all, I hope you heard my interest. Oh, wait, you said do you do something to manage having dread every buff? So, first of all, you need to take all the buffs because having stacks is very important. So, stacking up, you know? Every time you pick up a buff, you also get a stack. So, you need to get a lot of stacks and you need to take every buff. Don't leave them on the ground. If you're interested in any sort of PvP in the Abbey, don't leave buffs around. But, towards the end, when you are going for the chest, when the fight is going to happen, I walk around looking for a red buff. There's no secret strategy. I just like, when I see that there's a couple minutes left for the chest, I start looking out for the rooms around me and I just try to find the red buffs to make sure that when I do go for the final fight in the chest, I will have a red buff as much as possible. It does make me a little bit unhappy that it's so much RNG based, because red buff is just so much better. But I mean, that's life. Sometimes I don't find it, and then I mean that's a big disadvantage. Sometimes that even means that the fight doesn't happen. Sometimes you'll see someone who's same tier as you. They might have the same amount of stacks as you, but they're not gonna fight because they don't have a red buff. And I don't blame them. I understand that. Is carving still viable in mists? Yes, it is. It is. It's definitely not finally. I mean, it's been a while now, but it's not like the S tier super weapon like it was for a year and a half or more. But it is definitely viable. Yeah. You have good mobility. You brawl well enough. You can kite if you really need to. You have good tools to catch enemies. There is carving is just pretty good at everything. You know, it used to be very like it's still pretty simple, but it used to be simple while also being really good at everything. Now I would say it's just pretty good at everything. And yeah, like the kiting playstyle primarily feels like it's a bit nerfed because splitting slash is just weaker. But still, you still have a weapon where you can kite sometimes when you need to. And the fact that splitting slash is weaker doesn't mean that it's like hopeless or useless altogether. And by the way, also the carving E itself was also nerfed at some point, right? What weapons would you consider S tier then? Flamewalker, Arclight Blasters, and Death Givers. And then Daybreaker, Fists of Avalon, and Sky Strider are very close to being S tier. And put like they're like Sky Strider, Daybreaker, and Fists of Avalon, in my eyes, are all in a point where I don't want to say right now that they're an S tier, but it can, like in a couple days, like just like that, if I see a bunch of good experienced players who play a lot, if I see a bunch of them play and be very successful with for example, Fists of Avalon, it's very easy. I'm just gonna put it back into S tier in my mind right away. Like it's just a matter of people are not playing it that much, and it seems like the nerfs or the changes to the meta around them have impacted Fists of Avalon and Daybreaker both. And with Sky Strider, it's like when Daybreaker and Fists of Avalon are coming down from S tier, and they're kind of landing somewhere in A tier because it feels like they are a bit weaker than they used to be, but they're still among the strongest weapons of all the mists. Sky Strider is a bit the opposite. It's like coming down as a relatively new weapon. Sky Strider is just not enough people have been successful with it in the mists for me to put it in S tier. But the people that I have seen play Sky Strider usually have had a very good time, and it seems like it's almost fair to start promoting it closer to S tier. But for now, still A. Hope I'm not forgetting anything. I think that's it. Yeah. Yeah. Arclight Blasters is one which. Also, it's not played as much, but it's also much more difficult than everything else. Like, Death Givers are difficult, but you can get used to them pretty quickly, and even the simple way to play Death Givers is very strong. Flamewalker is just super simple, even though after today's nerf, hopefully it's not going to be that strong. We'll see. It's possible that after today's update, like in a couple days, I will also have to say that Flamewalker is dropping lower to A tier, but we'll see. But the Arclight Blasters are the reason why you don't see as many of them. I very firmly believe they are full on S tier in how strong they are in mists for solo PvP in general. But I think the reason you don't see as many is because they are much more difficult than those other S and A tier weapons. Of all the top weapons for solo PvP, in my opinion, currently Arclight Blasters are the most difficult because you still have to make a lot of tactical decisions. Obviously, you have versatility in your weapon, so you need to decide what to do with your E, but it's also mechanically much more demanding, you know? You have to constantly hit skill shots and you have to use your passive, which is so much more difficult than playing a Flamewalker or even something like a Daybreaker or Fists of Avalon. It's much more difficult. Hello everyone. Yeah, Sky Strider is really strong. Yeah. I feel like I'm slowly giving in to the feeling that it's time to admit that Sky Strider is actually maybe already clearly the best bow. I'm not sure, like it still competes with Badon a bit, but also commit that even not just the best bow, but it is like one of the top weapons for solo PvP. Not S tier yet, but getting close. What do you think about the new Frost? What is the new Frost? You mean the change from today, or you mean the Crystal Frost? The Crystal Frost, I don't think anything about. When it came out, I fought a bunch of guys using it, and it was all easy kills. And then a couple of days ago, I fought Daybreaker versus this Frost. He was one tier higher only, and I hit pretty much every spell. I feel like I played it the way I wanted it to play, but I did tank a lot of his E damage, which in retrospect maybe I shouldn't have done. But I played it like from my to the best of my ability in that day. Played it kind of okay, and it seemed hopeless fight. Like he destroyed me. So if that happens more, that's probably a very like indication that the Crystal Frost has a lot of potential. But until that, this was like last week. Until that fight, my fights against this Crystal Frost were always very easy. I always felt like it's just someone trying something fun, giving me free items, kind of. But you know, that's what happens. You know, when there aren't a ton of people playing a weapon, a lot of it is based on my personal experience, what I see, and it can be a bit skewed. And there aren't like a lot of experienced players or content creators playing that. Not enough for me to at least have learned exactly how strong it feels. How do you like Frostbite changes so far? It seems good for me. It seems weaker than I initially thought, and that's mostly because I'm not hitting that many Qs, Froggy. It's hate to admit it, but oh, he changed to Harpoon, so this guy actually wants me to fight him. But there's so many people here. The Daybreaker has Mistwalker, which is very good against me as well, so like, in this fight I would 100,000,000% want to be the Daybreaker. Like in this 1v1 fight. I'm just attacking him, so now he cannot change to Harpoon. So now if we fight, if he stays close enough to get dismounted, I'm probably gonna die, but without Harpoon, I can at least kite away. He's gonna change back to Harpoon, then I mean I'm still fighting, but yeah, I don't know. I mean I don't know. It's decent, but it doesn't feel like like on paper, you know. It felt like this. Oh man, this is like a big thing, you know. You can now go for the damage Q, and you can still kite because of the constant stuns. Like it seemed like it would have a very big impact, and in reality, it feels much less impactful. Partly because I'm missing a lot of Qs. So, and by the way, that's also actually feedback on how strong the spell is, because you have a very short window for the 3 stacks. So I'm obviously still hitting enough Qs long term, but it's very easy. You see, I miss a Q now, and now that's it, it's gone. So, you know, I need to kind of, if I hit 3 Qs out of 4, usually I'm not going to be able to proc it. So the moment I miss a Q, kind of, you know, the passive, well, not the passive, but the new thing, the stun, it's kind of, I have to reset the counter. So that's, oh, he did change to Harpoon, yeah. I don't know, do I just change my helmet, actually? Yeah, wait. No, I don't change my helmet. I don't know. He's once again a row snapper, so this one, and he has 2 potions, so once again I should be cooked, but we'll see. Will he take advantage of my 10 seconds if I change to... I'm gonna change. And if he runs at me now, if he realizes that I changed spells, then it's GG right off the bat. But if not, then I have 1 extra tool to kind of get close to him now. He didn't even try to Harpoon, which is interesting. I didn't have to boots there, probably. Is Harpoon coming now? Oh, there it is. We will have E again. I can't get hit by E, but if he uses E just to get close, that's fine. Now you can see now the problem of having to hit all my spells, you know? Interesting that he's not following me here. Is he really just waiting for his Harpoon? Oh shit. No, he can't cancel this at least. That's something. He actually got me out of my W. He still has second potion, so I need to be a tiny bit careful, but not careful enough where I don't keep him in the fight. I'm running out of energy here as well. He's gonna have another Mistwalker for my E, so we'll see. Can I use my boots here? Okay, you know what? Fuck it. Let's try it. It's probably not a good idea, but let's try it. Oh shit, now he messed up. But I don't have energy to punish him properly. No, 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 no! That's not what I meant to do! No, I messed it up. Well, okay, misclicks happen. Unhappy. Unhappy that I'm not hitting him. I'm almost tempted to click my potion, you know, to try to push him back into me, but no. I know that the likelihood that I will just mess up the fight by doing that is too high. Okay, he wasted his second Mistwalker, but I guess the boots were not that terrible. I thought my first boots were pretty bad because he's just not gonna follow, but he was a manly spear player, and he still took the fight. Yeah. Okay. Overall, I don't think this should be like a very good... Like, this should be a pretty bad matchup. I would definitely... Maybe it's just my love for Daybreaker that is saying this, but I would definitely much rather be the Daybreaker side here. However, it's also not, like, easy for him to figure out this fight, because the same problem I often run into. He needs Harpoon to get on top of me, but then he also needs Harpoon to cancel my robe, right? So it is kind of... But yeah, if I didn't have Tornado, he already did get on top of me. There was one time when you saw... I froze him, he harpooned me, and I blinked away and still got harpooned back. That was a time for me to just die if I didn't have the Tornado Potion. You're missing intentionally to try and give the Spear player a chance. yeah, this is a stream where I try to make Spear look better. So whether it's me playing it and I try to get good kills, or I'm playing against Spear and I try to make it seem like Spears are the strongest weapon in the game. I mean, Daybreaker is one of the strongest solo weapons in the game. For Mists. The reason it's a bit weaker for Open World is because Daybreaker shines primarily in 1v1 fights, and Open World, it has fewer tools than some other solo weapons to juggle when there's an unclear situation with many people, to kind of manage that. But it does have it's so good at 1v1 fights that it's... Or Mists. For Mists, when there's still a lot of 1v1 fights, for Mists, Daybreaker is very, very good. Spear propaganda stream. Oh man, yeah, I'm gonna name it. Next time I actually play Spear, I'm gonna name the stream Spear propaganda stream. I love it. We had some Tedford propaganda last week, but now it's Spear propaganda. I bought 1400 LP learning points today, and with the errors and all, I got 2800. They only played once. I just checked. Should I report it? Oblivion, number one thing you should check is to make sure that it did not actually get charged twice, right? Depends on what you use to pay. That would be my first reaction, to make sure I didn't get charged more than I should have. After that, I mean, it's up to 100% charged once. It's up to you whether you report it. I mean, there's if they decide, like, if they figure out that this is an issue, and they like re-roll or take away the things that you shouldn't have gotten, I mean, I don't think it's gonna affect it. Like, it's definitely not a case where if you don't report it, you are somehow in the wrong, or, you know, like ban that player for, you know, abusing the system. No, it's just, it is kind of a nice thing to do, but I honestly I wouldn't care about. I wouldn't think about it too much if it happened to me. It's also not like a crazy big advantage. Yes, okay, it is a lot. I mean, I don't know how much you essentially gain from it, but I think it's okay. Take it as a compensation for server issues. Yeah. And definitely don't rush into anything, right? Like, even if they said at some point, like, people, like, okay, I can't imagine them doing this, but in the very extreme example that they would say that, you know, people who gain from the server are bad guys, you know, there's no way there's actually some sort of repercussions, but, you know, even if they were unhappy, it takes a while. They're definitely not expected to notice and do something about it right away. Oblivion is 100% an employee trying to get us to buy 1,400 learning points. That is good. I like that conspiracy. Yep. Nice try, SBI. Nice try. Yep. That's a good one. Hey Vic, why Poor Comlet? So is Poor Comlet for Cultist Rogue? Poor Comlet is for everything. We had a long discussion today. Hamster showed me and explained some of the things to me about cooldown reduction. And I tried it on a dummy, and with Poor Comlet, I actually do more damage than I do with Eel Stew because of extra cooldown on my Q, of being able to hit more Qs. It's just straight up also more damage. And of course, it helps with everything. And since most of my fights is a question of dodging spells, hitting spells, and not allowing the enemy to catch me, I'm kiting, then cooldown reduction is kind of determines the success of my fight much more than extra damage. But I'm losing very little damage, and one of the reasons why Omelette is even better than it could be in some situations because I'm on cloth armor. So I already have 58% damage bonus. Even though eating eel stew would tell me, the food tells me like you get 10% more. It's not actually 10% because it's going to be 10% to my base damage. But I'm already having like diminishing, because of diminishing returns. You see, I'm already with on such a high damage boost or damage amp, whatever you call it. So essentially, damage eel stew, which is what I started out with, and then got scolded by hamster. Eel stew is overall just worse at everything. The only thing is just a tiny bit extra damage. If I was running some sort of one-shot build, maybe, but even then. Chill, like other frosts are good against Chill Hull. So let's see, maybe he will fight. Because I cannot dodge his E with my W, but he can 100% guarantee to always dodge my E with his W, right? This is also why one-handed frost versus Chill Hull. I feel like one-handed frost has a pretty good advantage. Because, you know, I cannot dodge the E of one-handed frost, of great frost, like the guy on screen. I mean, maybe I can dodge it in other ways, but not reliably. Whereas he can guarantee that he will dodge every single time I cast E, he will just W out of it. Oh, journal completing stream, I didn't know that. What do I get? A 40k item for defeating 3000 disciples of Morgana. Oh shit, I should have attacked the nature staff. The nature staff is on a stag, so at least he's worth something. Oh shit! Oh, that sucks. My Duskweaver went against the cliff. Nobody wants to play with me! I am tier 7, so I am scary, but I'm not as scary. I think like an hour more without serious server issues, and 8.3s will start coming back in. But it depends, like, obviously... Wait, who is this? Obviously, like, professional players, you know, players who play a lot won't worry too much about it. But some players, you know, might... For whom 8.3 is a big deal, might really worry about this. Okay, I mean, this matchup seems pretty good for me overall, unless I just let him full stack me. Like, he will take me from like 50% to 0 in an instant. But other than that, seems like a pretty good matchup. Was he overcharged? Yeah, he was overcharged, yeah. Because he was tier 6, otherwise. Deathgivers is one of the ones, like, I mean, in general, daggers are fun to play, I think, against Frost and with Frost. Like, from both of us, because with Shadow Edge, it's very much a question. Obviously, he didn't even change to Shadow Edge, was a big mistake from him. But I mean, he didn't have time, I attacked him in a camp. But with Shadow Edge, it's a very interesting fight, in my opinion, from my experience at least. It's, if they miss Shadow Edge, I'm in a good position. And if they hit Shadow Edge, they are one of the best catchers for a kiter. Because Deathgivers have Q mobility if they want to. They have very long Shadow Edge mobility, and they have E as well. So if they hit Shadow Edge and I start walking away, it's very easy for me to get caught out. So let's say I blink away, they Shadow Edge, and now I try to slow them and walk away, and they will just E for mobility. And that's gonna, like, all of their spells essentially help them catch me. But not this specific Deathgiver's build. Come on. The Brawler Gloves probably wants to fight me, right? He was like tier 6 overcharge. And it's a good chance for him to get some good monies, because he can definitely... I make one mistake and I should be dead against the Brawler Gloves. I'm gonna have to change my helmet. Why is everyone... I see so many Ultra Kite Death Givers now. Ultra Kite? Where they seem to just pop E's and run away. Did something change? Merc Jacket nerfed something? No. But do you think if Merc Jacket was nerfed, Death Givers would start kiting more? I mean, even if Merc Jacket was nerfed, I don't see that connection at all. But Death Givers can't really kite that much. I mean, yeah, I understand what you mean. Like, some Death Givers, they will pre-stack, then E through you, and then kind of go pre-stack again, sort of, you know. But I don't see this. I have the opposite feeling, Eve Proc. I have the opposite feeling that I see so many Death Givers builds that are running something like this, which is... This is zero chance to kite, you know, with the Assassin Shoes Dash. This is like almost like a one-shot Death Givers approach. I see a lot more people playing Death Givers like this specifically. This guy was on Cloth Armor, but some of them also play the same thing on Mercenary with Assassin Shoes. No, okay. Interesting. He did not take damage from that. But yeah, that's like Death Givers are super flexible and fun. Like they are not just the S tier weapon in how strong they are, but also how fun they are. They have they're kind of like they're similar to Spear in that you have to be thinking. You cannot just go and do the same thing. You cannot just press your buttons constantly in every fight. You need to adapt to the fight, and that is very, very awesome. And they are really, in my opinion, like really among the best weapons for the Mist. They've long been like some of the more fun ones as well. Like Daybreaker, as a weapon that was S tier for a long time, was the other one that felt like good, but also super fun, flexible. But comparing to Spear or Daybreaker, the Death Givers do, like, they have a lot of decisions to make, but they're a little bit more limited, specifically because they don't have great tools to kite. Like, they can't, like, do the Spear thing when you throw Qs from far, and you just, you're happy that way. Shit. Piercing root. I got piercing rooted. Bracers. Oh shit. Oh, okay, this is what's happening. Okay, so this just pushed any sort of juicers away for another hour and a half, I think. Like, just this happening once or twice is enough for people to realize, nope, not risking 8.3 or even 6.3 today. Bracers or Ava open world PvP. If you're asking Bracers or Fists of Avalon, Bracers. For a solo playing... Oh shit, there's a juicer. This guy is risking. Okay, guys, how do we get the server to disconnect just as he is starting to tank mob damage? Does anyone have any ideas? What's with the helmet, by the way? He's going double mercenary. Lifesteal, ability damage, cooldown rate. Everything makes sense except for the helmet. I mean, it makes sense that he's awakening. DDoS him, yeah. I mean, literally, Froggy, there was a fight where I took a fight against 6-3, what's it called? Bloodletter, and there were a bunch of other people on the screen, and he realized that, I mean, all the rats are gonna go for him, right? He realized that, so he kind of started semi-walking away from me. I became very aggressive, because even if I lose this fight, you know, the rats are kind of on my side a little bit. And, like, the server started crashing, and legit, I got this kill, and one of the rats as well. Somewhere after, like, anyway, I got this kill, and unfortunately everything crashed, and another kill, like, this guy was ratting. Also, like, the server somehow crashed for all of us, but the Bloodletter, like, I was hitting him, he took like 100 damage from my Q, then the server reset kind of back. So I don't know how, but he got fucked much more by the server reset. Plus, I was, like, I think I reconnected like a second earlier or something, so I was able to quickly last hit him, and then server crashed again and again and again, but he was already dead by that time. So anyway, like, it's not... I don't know what would have happened in that fight otherwise, but I'm pretty sure he would not have died. Maybe he would, because all the rats would have focused him, but still, it was... I mean, from his perspective, damn, I would have been mad. But yeah, from my perspective, I made like 3 mil, even though everything crashed, so... I guess it's okay. Okay. The 8.3 Death Givers... I mean, he's not on Shadow Edge. But the problem is, I mean, I can just dance around with him for a while. I can't actually... Ooh, look at this. What is this collection of... I've never seen this. We have a choice. Yo, this is like one of those puzzles, you know? The door on the left, you get a new car. The door in the middle, you get murdered. And then which door do you choose? The door on the right tells you to pick the door in the middle type of thing. Okay, let's go in the center. Go right. Oh shit, too late! Otherworldly, damn. Do I get 7 years of bad sex now? As a bad omen? Let's see. Or do we get killed in this mist? There is a turbulent mist, I know. Lost your juicy road set in roads like that. Oh shit, okay, so that's actually... That's pretty... That can be pretty tilting if it was... Like, I definitely... Not that I was planning to, but, you know, I definitely don't want to play even 6-3. Just because of the emotional kind of... It just doesn't feel good to die, you know. When it's not your fault. But on tier 7, it's kind of like the same, like... it's worth it, you know. If there's like 5 people around the chest, I'm only risking 1 mil, I'm gonna risk it, right? It's the same, like... 5 people go into a mist, we're all kind of risking it. Tier 7 is okay, it's whatever. Mists round table. Oh, the little wisps. Yeah. It's like they were sitting there having a meeting. We need to provide more PvE loot to adventurers so that they would come and rescue us from the grasp of Morgana archers. Yes, this is agreed. Anyone against? That was the murder mist, though. Yeah, it is the murder mist, but I don't mind being murdered. I mean, if it means I get a fight, it's okay. You know that. You gotta take the door where the lions have died in 1950. Where was that? What? I don't remember that. I remember the Monty Hall problem. Oh shit! What is this? Who are you fighting? No. He's gonna have boots and I won't. No, I messed everything up. Unfortunate. He's just gonna boots away. Never mind. He's also on cultist, so... He's gonna get enough HP. Oh shit! What happened here? How do you still have your blink, sir? Is he just gonna embarrass me by hitting everything all of a sudden? No. Yep, he's gonna embarrass me. No! No! Why did I mess everything up? He still had blink. The other guys didn't E him at all. Okay. It's okay. It was fun. I could have easily gotten either of them if I didn't just full miss up. Yeah, the combo is big. I could have also robed in the end, but it's already at that point. It's gone. Did he have... Wait, he had the helmet, right? He had the energy shield, right? Yeah, he had the energy shield, yeah. I expected the stun, but it never came as well. And he did shield my my attempts. Okay. Damn! I came across by accident, you know, just getting ready for that thing. Came across a perfect ratatouille, and I mean the first one, okay, the first one I can't really force to die. I can't catch him, but the second one, nice. So happy to see some interesting weird builds though. Is it because of the range? Just trying it because, I mean, the only thing they changed about the ice shard is plus 1 meter range, right? So it's not like it's nothing really amazing. Oh come on, damn! That was that would have been so easy if I understood. And that's why I mean that, you know, like obviously this is completely different, like not a full actual fight, but that's what I meant, that it's any kind of frost staff has an advantage over chill hull because my E I cannot guarantee to do anything with it, right? He can hit it, he can hit his E, guaranteed. But I'm not saying like this was an actual fight, but you understand what I mean. But in this case, maybe I should have been more careful and not assume that he already used his E or his W. I mean, the guy's adrenaline must be through the roof. Yeah, but he's like, fire is one of the, like he has thousands upon thousands upon thousands of hours, so I don't think he's as excitable about that one situation as you imagine. But you know, who knows? Maybe. His Q stabs stupidly hard, but that was also the case before. Like this, the build with Morgana Cape and And Morgana Cape made, not mage rope, not usually, but it was Scholar Robe, Morgana Cape, and you just activate your Scholar Robe, you E, and then you slap your icicles. That was always a kind of an interesting thing that people tried. A bit limited, because if I actually have a decent defensive, everything that he can do is kind of happens during a couple of seconds, right? How much does it last? 5 seconds? 5 seconds, yeah? So, if I have like Mistwalker Jacket, even Inferno, something like that, you know, everything he does will just happen during that 5 seconds, and then it's fine. So that's why it's not like super duper popular build. But otherwise, I've seen this many times. Just turned that around. Yeah, that was awesome, yeah. No, but I already had this premonition, right? I already said that. Is he just gonna embarrass me with his combo? And yeah, he did, yeah. You know, after he dodged my E, I should have been a lot more careful. Just don't need to. I mean, there are a lot of people around, so I have to be a bit careful. But it's I can just kind of chase after him, and because of my helmet, likely that he's not gonna get away, right? He might, but it's close. I might just be able to. I also have mist collar, so I don't need to do this kind of thing. Like, I don't need to go full YOLO like I did after I realized he dodged my E. But before that, in my head, I was already counting the profits, you know, because I did not think that his E might still be ready after the other guy, after the other chill hull ran away from him. I imagined that he used, sorry, not his E, his W. I mean, sorry, this whole time I mean his W to dodge my E. He used Mana Shield, expensive choice, but I'm pretty sure Fire has full specs and everything, yeah. So he's not using it just for Energy Shield. He must be at least somewhat interested in also using this. He must be at least somewhat interested in also using this for the actual spell. He has 2. No, he only has 1 healing potion, okay. This is the same. Oh, it's Chill Hull versus Chill Hull, actually. Okay. So then I can also dodge his E. He's not gonna fight me without full HP, right? Even though he's 6'3". He's only gonna fight me when he gets full HP. He has Invis and I have Cultist, so I can maybe outplay him that way. Oh shit. That's the... I mean, double-bladed gonna go for him, but... The double-bladed definitely saw us both dismounted. If I saw the double-bladed saw him already a long time before me. I mean, he's 2 tiers higher, so we can do this, kind of. And whoever attacks is gonna die, essentially. I mean, this guy's gonna kill both of us. He mounted up purely because of the double-bladed and not because of me, obviously. If I W into him in order to hit my my E, or even just dismount him, then I won't have W and he will just get 3 damage. 3 damage onto me. And even though, like, you saw at the beginning I hit my E and just ran away, if he does the same, it's gonna be a lot more damage, you know, because he's 2 tiers higher. So if I let him do that, it's gonna be much more dangerous. So I can kind of waste my E for the dismount, but I can't really waste my W for the dismount, interestingly enough. Because otherwise he's just gonna get so much free damage. I was testing Force Pulse gloves today. Yeah, I could not quantify in my brain what the attack speed change does for the E. Is it a big buff or not? They got pretty nice buff, 5 seconds CD. Yeah. That part I understood, yeah. For each activation, which results in 10 seconds lower cooldown. Yeah, okay, but what about the... Okay, I understand. So that's like a straightforward, just a little bit better. That's the same, but a bit better. But what about the... because of the cooldown reduction? By the way, it would be fun to also see some Force Pulse blazers like come into Mist. That would be like an interesting new, fresh thing for people to try. Because there's not a lot of people who have played it in solo from my experience. But what about the attack thing? Like, they said that they changed the attacking pattern, and since every attack procs your E... after you click it, is that not a big change, Froggy? Does it not feel like it's a much bigger potential damage from the E? Because that's something I thought, like, I was having a hard time quantifying that because I don't play the weapon. I guess you're right, he's probably jaded by experience. I still live in the evergreen noob worldview. I just think that fire was not super adrenaline just from surviving a situation. Okay. Who knows? I think the auto attack change means that auto attack combo doesn't go 3 times like boom boom boom. Yeah. But only 2 hits like boom boom, if that makes any sense. Yeah, it does make sense. But the thing is, all the boom 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 weapons with 3 auto attacks, the third attack is always much slower. So what I thought is that maybe the boom boom is actually more damage overall. But maybe it's less, who knows. Hey, this guy is using Arctic stuff. We need to kill this double bladed together somehow. I mean, if I fight the Arctic staff, I will fight the Arctic staff, but I cannot hit him with E, and he can hit me with E. I don't know. I feel like the Arctic staff is like the manliest player here by far. I don't kind of want to sacrifice and just start fighting him, you know? I mean, sacrifice both of us, kind of. Because we are both gonna die, probably, no? Exactly. Okay, yeah. So I don't know if that means that your E does more or less damage. Who is Fire? I heard you talking about him a lot even before. I don't think I've talked about him very often. He was like streaming League for a couple months or something whenever I opened the stream. Fire is just a... He's just a player who's played a lot. And he's streaming as well on Twitch. But like half streaming in English, half in French. Definitely one of the very experienced PvP players of Albion. But I don't know too much about him personally. And yeah, he was like, the reason it came up right now, Tosha, is because I just came across a ratting opportunity and I kind of messed it up both ways. I didn't get either of them. And Fire, in the end, he was very low, but he used his shield and then turned around. And where is everyone else? I need help against this guy. Oh, there we go. He finally found a free kill that he's going to try to go for. But I need my friends. Man, this is exactly the guy that the kind of guy that I killed on my Daybreaker build. Recently. Yes, congratulations. You finally found someone who is alone. I wish I had my Daybreaker. Remember that Daybreaker 8.3 kill, man. I would eat these sorts of pussies for breakfast. This is even weaker than the other guy before, but hey, congrats. He stuck around long enough to find someone alone, so he can get his 1 million. But it's don't know if I change to like I don't think I can 1v1 this, but I didn't like fully try, right? So maybe if I fully try, there's at least some chance. First of all, of course, overcharge, and I think frost shield, but I'm not sure. Possible. No, I'm not sure. He does have 2 poisons, interestingly. Usually with poison potions, like the guy, I don't think he's here anymore, but the guy that we killed, is he on the list? Probably not, yeah. The 8.3 we killed last week, I don't think he has... I don't think he uses Smuggler's Cape for double poison, but... If only had Daybreaker. Yeah. Daybreaker is so good at this. This is also why Daybreaker was rose to S tier so clearly. Because there were so many, like it was so good against swords and against any sort of hyper mobility builds that was in a very good spot. Now, unfortunately, most of the meta doesn't look like this. I mean, this guy he's trying his best. Yeah, too bad I wasn't able to dismount him in the middle of 5 people. I was obviously trying to, but that's also the reason why he's also using this mount, right? I could still dismount him if I hit him, but he doesn't get slowed. But if I hit him with my root, that was my plan, I can still dismount him.
Have a look.
And then he's probably... I mean, he's gonna run away anyway, so... Yeah, it's a bit sad. It ended up not even, like, fully fighting. He has so many ways. Like, every spell he has, almost, except for his E, will cancel my robe. So it's a question. Maybe I should change away from robe. What's that? Oh, horse, okay. So, I don't like... I can't really... I don't know. I can't really figure out in my head, like, visualize how I could possibly win this fight. But it's also one other good example. Like, I was never able to freeze him. Right? Which kind of sucks. But I was hitting a lot of Qs, and I don't think I ever... Not freeze, but I don't think I ever actually stunned him there. How much does your current kit cost? Oh, you just saw it. I paid like 700 something. 800k. Well, plus, I mean, food costs a bit extra because I bought like good omelette. But actually, I will buy 7. I was buying 7 too just because I had a bunch of them in my stash that I haven't used for a long, long time. But I will buy 7-1. Maybe other helmet as well. The big benefit of using Call of Purity or something else from up here is that I can switch it if I really need to. I can switch it to force field as well. But I mean, there aren't many other than Call of Purity. Nothing else really super like makes sense. I like the Duskweaver. Another thing I could try with Stalker Hood would be very interesting for that extra damage. But I kind of like the extra safety and the extra ability to actually finish kills that I have with Duskweaver. Like the Daybreaker, sure I can surprise him with something else, but the Daybreaker I couldn't, even though I messed up the chase a little bit, I would not be able to just finish the kill. I can get the same kind of advantage maybe, but I wouldn't be able to finish the kill without Duskweaver. Is it 1 silver to 1 combat credit if auto respec is on? I think so, yeah. I think so, but we can try it. Let's see. No, maybe not, actually. Wait. Yeah, maybe not. I just realized that I think I've seen, like, different numbers. Okay, let's see here in chat. After it's over, it's gonna... The auto-respec is gonna proc. 6,700 combat fame credits and paid 7,800. No, so it's not 1 for 1. You get a bit more... You mean you pay a little bit more for auto-respec than one for 1. It's 1 point something. For a fight against Great Force, do you think Harpoon is better or Deflecting Spin? I used to play Deflecting Spin, usually. But it depends. If Great Frost is using Blink, then you kind of need Harpoon. Otherwise, you will just never catch them. But a lot of Great Frosts are not going to be super kiters. If the Great Frost is using Frost Lance on their W, you need damage. You need to do damage with your W, which is either going to be Deflecting Spin at a good moment, or just Impaler for damage. Because they're just going to out-damage you if they're playing the Frost Lance. But if they're playing Blink, then I think you kind of need Harpoon, because otherwise, I mean, they're gonna start the fight further away from you. So it's gonna be your job to get close, and you're just gonna tank so much damage while you're trying to get close. Man, too bad. I wish I also got the other Chill Hull, the 6-3 Chill Hull. Kind of sad also that I let him go. If I don't use... I should be maybe more aggressive against the Chill Hull. But the thing is... when he attacked me, I used my E and W. W to guarantee that my E hits. But after that, if I don't use boots, he will just E me back, right? Okay, I guess one thing I could do is just helmet him. Yeah, I could have helmeted him probably, yeah. And then, or helmet a mob to dodge his E, actually. I have the extra tool in my arsenal against other Chill Hulls. I don't know. This stunning with every third hit. It's so nice on mobs, man. It feels really good against mobs, but it also doesn't do any extra damage. So overall, I'm just doing less damage. Unless I am kiting and I'm consistently proccing my triple Q, which is not that easy, I am just doing less damage. Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm starting to feel less and less that this feels like a buff to Frost Staffs, and more like for solo PvP, it's a bit more of a, not exactly a nerf, but it's like a rebalance, which in many situations is a bit nerfish. I just lost to Great Frost because I used Harpoon and they were using Lance. Yeah, if that happens, then if you use Harpoon against Lance, I mean you got the experience, so I don't need to explain to you, but yeah, you just lose out on damage oftentimes. You just get out brawled because Lance is really good for just doing damage. It removes your reduces your resistances as well. And if they're using Lance, you don't need the extra mobility of Harpoon, right? Because you're not gonna be like they don't have any mobility. Remember, you whether you're Spear or Daybreaker, you have your boots and your E. They have only boots, so you're not in a situation where you desperately need the Harpoon to do any damage at all. Especially on one-handed Spear, you can use your boots and E just to get close. I mean, if you use their boots, they match boots. You use your E to get close. We're using Royal March. Well, yeah, that's a bit of a different situation and story. Oh man, this is not gonna be a fun fight for anyone, right? Great Hammer versus Chillhow. Unfortunately, he has so many good ways to get out of my E. I wish I had the other potion here. Does he have 2 potions? Yeah, he still has 2 healing potions. I need to remember that. So if I go too aggressive, I might just end up killing myself. Yeah, this happened many times today that I should stay a bit closer on his screen. Even though he can cancel my robe with his E, I should stay a bit closer on his screen there, I think. I don't even fully want to change to go into the Abbey. Feel I'm getting more fun fights here. He's not gonna use both his dashes to get on top of me this time, I think, because before he did it just because he thought that I am just prey, you know. He thought that I'm just a free kill. He didn't realize that I will fight back. That's why he used both of his dashes there the first time. I mean, if I do get a decent advantage thanks to Duskweaver, I can kind of capitalize on it, but it's going to be very difficult for me to get a good advantage against him, I think. He still has 2 potions, so I also need to somehow bait that, like get him to actually use his potions there. It's annoying. I don't think there's any way in which this fight becomes a fun fight between Great Hammer and Chillhow. Who knows though? I'm not using my E until he uses both his W and E. And he knows that. That's why he didn't E right away, because he's kind of waiting for my... Interesting. I'm using my boots. This is very risky, but who knows? Oh shit. I don't have my E now. He still has 2 healing potions. Okay, he's full disengaging now. Question is Omelette enough to catch up? Probably not, but who knows? It's not crazy hopeless. If I hit a Duskweaver, I can catch him. It's unlikely though. No! That's so unfortunate. He both slowed me by accident and I missed my Duskweaver. Everything went wrong about this. He still has 2 potions, so at least he has the presence of mind to understand that I'm not gonna insta-kill him there. No, man, that is so unfortunate. if I blink a little bit later so I don't get slowed, or if I hit the Duskweaver. Duskweaver was just a couple pixels away as well. Then I have a chance to get on top of him, and then he has to be very careful. He used both of his dashes there. If I hit the Duskweaver and he used other dash, he just dead. Because after his other dash, he doesn't have anything against my E. Damn, and Duskweaver working so well for this. As a Great Hammer, I never took fights against Frost. They always countered me. Yeah, but what doesn't counter a Great Hammer? Only thing that doesn't counter a Great Hammer is if the enemy doesn't have any IP. My experience with Great Hammer that one day I played is just... obviously I didn't get deep enough into it to know all the tricks and ins and outs of how you can brawl with the hammer, but it felt like you are not brawling strong enough to really take any decent 1v1s. How do you feel about Q change on Frost? Wanted to play Fire, but now Flamewalker 40 seconds. Yeah, thank God the Flamewalker nerf, man. I think that's a big thing. I'm hope that Flamewalkers will remain as part of the ecosystem and people will play them. And I hope that this nerf doesn't kill Flamewalker, but it puts it in a reasonable place where you have to actually, like, you have risk when you play it, first of all, and anyone playing against the Flamewalker has a clear game plan. Like, whenever you play against the Flamewalker, you have now two things. Number one is to dodge their Qs, but number two, if you dodge their E, that's a big advantage for you. Let's try again. Against this guy, I'm in a pretty good position as well, because he has to get close. But if I'm forced to chase him, interesting. He just used everything to just get away. Okay. Unfortunately, I can't really chase into him either, you know? If I get very aggressive, I will just get destroyed in half a second. Bros at work, by the way. Yes, Froggy is doing the important work. That's actually, like... Yeah, I have tried this many times, and I still do this. I put streams on my background also sometimes when I have to work. But, I mean, obviously not when I'm at work. Like, if I was working at a... Like, last time I had a corporate job, 100% I would not be doing other things while I was there. I would be focusing on work. But when I have, like, a project I'm working on, and I know I have to get something done by the evening or by the end of the week, I also put streams on background. But usually, the thing is... Obviously, we watch this kind of streams and streamers that we enjoy for whatever reason. So I'm not gonna intentionally put on like a shit stream on the background what I don't enjoy. But all the streamers that I actually, if I do put someone on the background, they're just like, it's too fun for me, and I end up not working because I want to watch the stream. So it's been difficult for me to try to combine those things, and definitely usually doesn't happen. It depends what kind of work you do, though. You know? Like if it's more based on being at work for a specific amount of time, then of course stream works, like it's good combination with that. But yeah, usually most of the work that I need to get done, like for the projects that I've been part of, like it's usually that I have to do like intense work for a couple of, I don't know, hours, for example, to actually progress. Then I can take a break and watch something, but it's not possible for me to get my attention like divided. I have two monitors, so I work on one and watch on the second. Nice. Yeah. Second monitor content. I love that. And I have third monitor. Wait, when I'm usually writing some scripts and macros for Hamster. Yeah, you should make a... Unfortunately, yeah, I don't know if you have enough clips, but you should make a compilation, Hamster, of people accusing you of having scripts. I still haven't figured out. I know I don't want to go too into detail with this, because I think we've been talking, like we talked about this a couple times as well, but I still haven't figured out like what sort of scripts can you even have. Like I legit have not, because I'm thinking, okay, I understand it's like silly to blame, like, or to accuse Hamster of having some sort of scripts, but like if you were to fight against someone who doesn't have, like who's not recording and just like, in general, if you fought against someone and you actually thought they had some sort of something unfair, I can't even figure out like what would that thing do. So I'm always kind of curious. I guess the only thing, but this is not like a script, you know, or macro. The only thing I can imagine, I understand the radar hack. I understand how it works, yeah. And I guess like you can use that to get people to know when they're in this, right? I think that's what the Zifra guy thought when I fought him in Corrupted, and he said that I have scripts on his stream. He thought that. I think that's what he meant, right? Because I hit some spells when he was invis. That was essentially it. Like, I hit 2 spells when he was invis, and he's like, oh, the enemy must be scripting, which is obviously ridiculous. But other than that, I can't even imagine, like, how you can't tell your game when to hit which spells, right? Because you're just gonna mess it up. It's not like you can have an aimbot sort of thing, right? Maybe you can. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Maybe we're going too deep into this discussion is kind of either pointless or, you know, we're giving too much attention to actual real cheats. But it's just that okay. In some other games, cheats are very obvious. In Albion, I don't know how it could work. You can kind of. So you think it's possible for for someone to create like an aimbot for Albion that like automatically, like let's say I'm playing Spear with a cheat, and whenever I hit W, it automatically hits the enemy. Like it still, first of all, it still has to predict where the enemy is moving, right? Because just like that's just like a human brain, you know. It's the same. But I don't know. Some people also have scripts to play sounds when the enemy uses certain buffs, spells, and ZVZ to react with inhuman speed. Oh shit! I would never even have thought about that, dang. Obviously, as a non-ZVZ player. That is interesting. That is interesting. So, essentially, but that means that it has to react to sound. Like, your game has to react to a sound cue, right? Like the cheat that you wrote, or the script. How does it know when to play the sound? It has to react to an existing sound cue. Or to something visual, like it sees a buff. That's interesting, never even thought about that. Dota used to have lots of scripters who auto-casted spells in reaction to something. Yeah, I was always also very... I was very curious how that is possible, either like the instant Yule thing, right? When somebody, you know, blinks on top of you and you Yule them, like the... I've never realized or figured out how is that even possible to do something like that. Not that I was trying, you know, desperately to figure out how hacks work, but... I can't imagine that. Yeah, okay. I guess the same logic. If it's possible in Dota, the same logic would apply. Does that exist in League as well? Are there actually cheats in League? Like, other than, like, revealing the whole map sort of thing, which is very similar to, like, Radar in Albion, are there actually, like, cheats? The thing that Bovis, by the way, if you don't play Dota, the thing that Bovis is referencing, or at least one of the most common ones, it's that when someone blinks, which is like a flash in League, right? Someone blinks close to you, then you would automatically, the cheat would automatically disable them, like, without any reaction time. Because, well, presumably when someone blinks on top of you, it's because they want to attack you. There are a bunch of scripts in League. Okay. Interesting. Okay, so if it does exist in League, I think maybe by similar token it could exist in Albion. Nah, I'm still really curious. Wait! The 600 meters is not on the ground still, right? Did I just realize... Wait, I need to check it out. I don't know how to check it out. I feel like the mob just clearly showed that the 600 meter damage range is not from the place where the person... where I casted my E, but from the place where the person got frozen. Because there was just a mob that was running around, and the other mob was clearly in the radius of my initial E cast. So he was in this circle, but he didn't take damage, because it looks like the damage area is calculated from where the actual target got frozen. So the whole argument of the developers is to match these more visually clearly. Actually is bonk, like it doesn't work. Why actually this widescreen resolution on display doesn't consider this cheat? Because to reach it, you use a third-party program, NVIDIA. No, but you have... Okay, there's a different stick here that... Like, you reach what you have naturally on a widescreen monitor, right? Just to be clear. If this was, like... If the only way... Like, if this was... Using NVIDIA was the only way to actually get this sort of extra vision... Then yeah, I mean, they could. You know, like, reshade is considered a cheat in many games. No, I didn't freeze him in time. Okay. I mean, he did mess it up a bit, but I didn't freeze him. I have also a different contender now. Another tier 6. Oh, he's attacking him. I'm tier 7. You should attack me, but okay. What kind of boots you have, sir? Yeah, I'll go for this guy first. Oh shit. If he hit it, no way! If this guy hit this W, oh my god. This would have been the nicest kill of everyone here. Oh, that sucks. I still have Dusk, I mean, not still, but I have Duskweaver for this guy, so I'm less worried about him using the situation against me, honestly. How is new passive and how it work? Hey, Eckert, what's up? So first, not the passive, you mean the freeze, yeah? It kind of feels like, I said this before jokingly, like you have to hit all your Qs. So to really test out how well it works, I have to hit more Qs, which so far has been it's okay. In seriousness, it's difficult. It's difficult to hit enough of your Qs to actually proc it. Damage passive now stun people. Yeah, but what you mean is that this one, right? Not like the passives. Wait, what? What damn? You mean this? You mean the spell, right? They changed the Q. They didn't change the passive on Frosts. They just changed that with the Qs. Instead of getting like stacking up damage on your Q1, if you hit 3 Qs in a row, you stun them for a second. Yeah. So, but there's very few situations where I actually hit 3 Qs fast enough because the window closes very quickly. If you look at this wall, right? Let's see. Are you fighting a mob? Okay, let them fight. Let the tier 6s fight. Let me show you this. So, I hit 2 in a row, and now let's say I miss a Q. It doesn't proc anymore. It's very easy. If the enemy dodges one spell, you essentially almost never proc it. It's very, very difficult to actually use it. Unfortunately. So the more I play, the more it feels like this is kind of a nerf. I don't think he wants to 1v1 me, this guy, on his tier 6. He also doesn't have specs. I mean, I'm happy fighting both of them. Just need to be a bit more careful with it, but... What's happening? Are we close to an exit? Oh, he's just full leaving, yeah. Come on, dismount and help your friend. The chill howl is actually dangerous. Like, if I get low from the bow, the chill howl can actually, you know, punish me. For sure. But the chill howl would also be a tastier treat if I do kill him. Love this new Q on bows. Hope they'll not change it. I'm very happy that there are actually meaningfully several decent Qs on bows. Like, you can actually use this one and feel good about it. Obviously, if you're fighting against something where you need to stay far and you want to stay at the edge of the screen, the other Q will still feel a bit better, but... I'm only tier 7, but I already feel like I'm not one of the boys, you know? Like, I am the big bad wolf. Now, he's so close to the exit, he's just gonna leave, right? Or maybe? Oh, never mind, he's fighting. Yeah, we tried that. I learned that before against him, that he can't E out of my E. That's a lot of damage with his arrows, though. That's his second potion. Oh, he's on Snapper as well, so... Even though he's tier 6, this whole... like, constantly brawling like this, like, he's getting a big advantage from this. I hope his Hunterhood should still be on cooldown. If it's not, I'm just gonna kill myself here. But I'm pretty sure his Hunterhood. He used it so late that it's still on cooldown here. Nice try, though, for him, I mean. It's definitely a brave soldier. And... like, if he uses his Hunterhood properly against my E, I can't just stand and brawl. Against Rose Snapper, Explosive Arrows, I can't, and Mercenary Jacket, I can't just stand and, you know, put my tier 7 in his face like this. I definitely need to play it smart if he actually reflects my E. But, not this time. I'm running out of poison. Oh, I'm not even tier 7. Yo, I overcharged, right? What did I overcharge for? I don't remember. Oh, for the hammer. The hammer that ran away. Yeah, yeah. Damn, that was close. I overcharged for the great hammer. Yeah, yeah. But yeah, the whole, like, the change on bows, 100% Froggy, I agree. It's so nice that bows are not just... It's not so obviously good to just use the long-range Q all the time. It feels decent that they made the other Q feel better as well in more situations. Just by adding damage. And, ideally, like, the kind of future I see for bows is to, and it's already happening a little bit, is to make them a tiny bit less kite dependent, and that this change like brings them there kind of. I feel like bows would benefit and a lot of people would have more fun, and that's why also Badon and Skystrider are so popular, because you're a little bit less kite dependent. You have some better tools to still fight when the enemy is already on top of you. Is the server lags over in EU? Server has been breaking down several times, like absolutely breaking down, where nothing works. But not, like, during the last couple of hours, the only thing that happened is I got rubber banded back once. But other than that, it's been fine lately. But before that, yeah, it was very bad. I'm definitely not expecting to see a lot of 8.3s today in the game. I saw one, I think, only. Yeah, I saw the Death Givers, the guy that was just awakening his item, like his weapon. 5483. Other than that, I don't think I've seen any 8.3s. And even 6.3s are kind of rare. And I think it will be like that for the rest of the day, because people don't want to risk more expensive items when they can just die like this guy. This person here probably wouldn't have died if the server didn't crash. There were a lot of rats around us, and he started kind of disengaging the fight, even though the fight went well for him. But then everybody crashed, and I was the one who benefited the most from the crash in that situation. What? Did he... Okay, Froggy, you say you play a lot of regular bow. Did this guy... Did he play correctly? Okay, it was very obvious that his Hunter Hood should have been against Mai, you know? Because, like, he brawls so much better, I would not be able to out-brawl him. Even when he's tier 6 without specs, I can't just stand and brawl him with my build. Like I was doing, you know? You saw it. But other than that, do you think he chose the correct W on the regular bow for this matchup? We kind of, we both learned that the E is not enough. Like, his E was not enough against my E. Like, he tried several times. What? Is the server dead? It's not. Did you see what just happened? I just E'd and nothing. The mobs didn't even give a fuck. The mobs are like, yeah, sure, whatever. You and your chillhal, like, we have better things to do. Okay, let's try again. Okay, this time it works. And look, he didn't take damage, the skeleton. Okay, so I can conclude now. Okay, I need to explain this, but I hope it's clear. This is something that, when they changed the chillhal range... Let me see. Let me see, the previous patch. This was Abyssal Depths patch 1, or was this... I think this was the general Abyssal Depths update, right? Let's go out of the camp for a moment. When they changed the chill hull. Where is the combat balance changes? Let's have a quick look here. Okay, here we are. So this is the previous... This is not even the previous... This is the big update. Combat balance changes. This is Abyssal... Let's see if I can find chill hull here. Glacial Prison did not have a clear range indicator for the size of its damage. Okay? This is because when I use this E, it shows the damage that you have, it shows the range that you have to get out of, not the range of the damage. The damage AoE was bigger. So what they said is, so its damage size has been unified with, to make it better, clearer, better readability, and its damage increased to compensate. This makes sense to everyone, yeah? Okay. Now, with this in mind, note that they did not achieve the clarity they wanted, because the damage area, let's say I do this, let's say it's coming towards me. The damage area is around the icicle, not around when I first cast it. I'm realizing this very clearly now. Just so we're clear. So if I do E something, and that something moves within the circle but still gets frozen, the damage area will be calculated not from the center of where I casted the E, which is the area shown on the ground, but there's a separate hidden 6-meter circle from where the person actually got frozen. Which is kind of, I think this might actually explain, if you've been on Discord, there's been a couple clips, you know, that we're trying to analyze a bit. why the E damage didn't work from Chillhal. I think that might explain. I think that when I cast my E on a single person, if they get frozen as they're dashing away, like a bug happens, or like not bug, but you know, like a lot of input at the same time, the damage area is kind of is in a different place than where actually the person got frozen somehow. I can't kill him anyway because of the boots. Anyway, so yeah, I would say that there is still a bit of clarity missing from how the Chillhal works for sure. Of course, if the target doesn't move, it doesn't matter because the damage area lines up with the 6 meter on the ground. I hope this makes sense. If you're listening to me and this doesn't make sense, I mean, you don't understand. Doesn't make sense, does it? You want it to be changed. But if you don't understand, then write in either of the chats, you know, this is on YouTube and Twitch, and we'll try to explain because this is interesting to know and to make sure that others also know. Hunterhood against your E, yeah, okay, that's very clear. E dash range isn't good enough to run away. This is something, Froggy, that I also didn't know going into this bow matchup. I wasn't sure if he's going to be able to get out of my E or not, but I saw that he wasn't. Not to mention that Chillhal E randomly sometimes... Yeah, but that's the thing. What I'm thinking is, I know that Chillhal E is so buggy, but I kind of feel like... I feel like if we understand this part of the code, we will have an explanation for some of the buggy interactions. If we understand how the damage area... Because I feel like sometimes the damage, even when you are the only target, there's no mobs, nothing. You are the target, you get frozen. Sometimes the damage is calculated... Like the area of damage is for some reason applied not where you are, but in a random place somewhere else. And that's why it does 0 damage. But that's just my hunch, and I don't know. There's no way to really make it make sense. But yeah, the freezing thing, like Eckert was asking about how this feels. The more I play, the more I feel like this actually feels like a nerf. Not having the extra damage from Qs just feels like a nerf. Because I don't like... We can count on one hand today, during all the different fights and interactions with other players, how many times I've been able to hit 3 Qs in a row and actually freeze my enemy with this. I'd go for Frost Shot each time in this fight, otherwise it don't get you. Oh, yeah, also that. But wait, Frost Shot, he could actually Frost Shot my E also, right? Like, if we're fighting from 10 meters, again with the bow, and I E him, he could Frost Shot into me, right? Dodge the E and hopefully, like for him, hopefully be on top of me. I think he could do that. Who is that? Is that the Gatherer? No, it's some sort of PvE player. If he times it right, he could do that, yeah. So that's another reason for Frost Shot. And, I mean, okay, in this case also, he was on Row Snapper, he has Mercenary, which I cannot purge, and I don't even have Invis against it. Hello, sir. The police is here. Hey, I procced it. I actually procced it, but I mean, this wasn't like a real fight, right? Wait, didn't he have a... He didn't have a stag, no? Oh, no, the Gatherer had a stag, yeah, okay. So I killed this guy pretty much for nothing. I mean, okay, he had a satchel, it's worth something, but not really. Oh, shit. Oh, no shit, he's on Invis Potion even. And he's on Throwing Blades. Damn, I should have just full-on attacked him. I just need a bit of energy, that's the kind of a problem. And for energy, I need to be able to use my rope. Let's see if we can guess where he went. Can I just go full YOLO into him? I want to try. It may be a bad idea, but... Is he running away still or no? Yeah, he's running away. No! Wait, what? Oh, I missed it. I hit my Q too early, yeah? No. Yeah, I should have. If I hit the Q, he's dismounted, and I have to be a bit careful, you know? Deathgivers are not a joke, but he's clearly not trying to actually PvP, so... Careful about OC timer. Yes. How long do we have? Minute 30. Okay, let's take it out. Let's take out the amazing loot we got, which was a 4.1 quarterstaff, a 4.2 cape, and a 4.0 satchel. Let's add it to my pile of riches, and in the bank. But yeah, not much. There's a lot of people here, so I'm expecting more stuff to happen in the mists. Although I am getting a bit tired today as well. How is First Staff gameplay family gameplay going? It's fun. Oh, it's a very fun weapon because I can be the aggressor. I am relatively safe in a lot of situations. I came across an amazing ratting opportunity and completely messed it up. Ended up dying, but I mean, okay, it wasn't as straightforward. But oh shit, that doesn't sound good. Okay, at least it's the well cheap-ish. At least the most two important things didn't trash. It's been a while since two things trashed. Doesn't happen that often. Where's my omelet? Did I just put my omelet here? Yeah. Okay. But other than that, first is good, but I feel like the Q1 was just nerfed. I feel like it was just nerfed. The extra stun, it's too difficult to proc to consider it as part of the spell. It's like a cute extra little tiny bit of potential that you have. But it's way too difficult to actually proc it. 66, and this one is 99. Okay, so we'll go with 66. Oh, it was different quality, or whatever. So yeah. But I mean, the chill hull anyway is fun and strong, and I think the extra damage is definitely still... I mean, it's still in a good place, because the patch I just showed you earlier on screen, that was the actual big Abyssal Depths update, they did increase the damage of the chill hull. So they did at least... like overall, chill hull feels pretty good, but I don't know. I don't like Q3. Even in matchups where I should use Q3, which is when I'm kiting away and trying to create space from my enemy, I don't really like it. So for me, the chill hull was just like all frost staffs were just nerfed by making this Q weaker, which is what it feels like. Because the nice thing about like racking up damage, which is used to be, by the way, before the stun, yeah, it used to give damage when you cast your Qs. The nice thing was you could use that damage buff on other spells. So you could time your E correctly also when you have plus 12% damage, which isn't, like, it's a considerable amount, right? It's almost like a Stalker hurt. Holy shit. Holy shit, can I somehow survive this? He has Limhurst cape and no mobility. I have the wrong... I mean... I have the wrong potion here. Damn. He's just gonna insta-kill me, right? If he does his whole combo, right? But he doesn't have mobility to get away. He's not changing to counter, though, interestingly enough. Might be dead now. I don't have my rope still. At least he has, like, he doesn't, he's playing without a sprint, right? So, I get another chance. But... I want to try this again. He's it's not even tier, it's tier 8 overcharge. Man, this is juicy. I need to try this properly again. I'm kind of like, okay, he doesn't have the global cooldown, but I'm kind of curious, like, can I actually, I can't blink away, wait, sir. He can't blink away while his, like, before he hits his W. E yourself, yeah, maybe you're right, I have to do that. Let's try, let's see what happens if I E myself. And I think I don't need the tornado here. I'd rather risk my items and die, but then have a better chance of actually killing him as well. He's not changing his spells, interestingly enough. Nah, I was a bit late with that, unfortunately. But hey, free resets forever. I'm so focused on using my just using my Qs on him. If I just keep my W, this is by the way the Spectre Jacket build that I talked about at the beginning of the stream, the only build I've seen with Spectre Jacket in the last years. So if I do the same, but I need to just I need to keep my W for his E. He's usually giving me enough time to kind of react to it. I just need to do it. And now he's gonna expect. Now he knows what I'm trying to do. He's gonna... Wait. Can't he get on top of me anymore? That's nice. That's nice. I mean, I don't think it works that well without having tier 8 overcharged against tier 7, but that's nice. That's also awesome that I'm happy that it worked for him here. Kind of feeling like I should probably overcharge, but like in terms of IP, actually we're close. Okay, so maybe he didn't have as much specs. But did I overcharge? I didn't overcharge, right? No, I didn't overcharge. Why is he only... Because he was overcharged. Why are we so close? I mean, the cape difference is just a little bit, right? It's not enough. The cape difference is like 25, maybe. Nice try, nice try. Yeah. I could buy more time. I don't have to go in to try to kill him. I could just... Like, after I see him charge his assassin hood... I mean, the only way... Like, he can maybe mount up. Yeah, sure, but... I could also just simply wait for all of my spells to be ready and not worry about it too much. And if he runs away, he runs away. But he doesn't have a sprint and I do, right? I don't know. He did eat both of my E's there, though. What was the... Wait. Yeah, it's because I don't have my... usually in this matchup... Wait, let's look at it together. Usually in this matchup, I always have my W for his E, and here I don't because he used Assassin Shoot. So that's kind of the difference. Because I fought... When I used to play... Like, when I played more Chill Hall, I remember fighting against the Bracers. And it was almost always... It was actually a matchup where I feel like you can overcome pretty big IP differences. Because it's a good matchup. Because you can guarantee that you dodge their E. But let's look at the last one. Display capture. Okay. Let's see the... Where's the... Okay, this is the last interaction. Let's look at this last fight. Okay, so this is when we start fighting. I kind of... IE... More or less correct timing. He just takes the damage. If... I don't want to W right away, because if I W, he just E's after me, and now he's on top of me, and I'm unhappy. What I could do here is just robe right away also, but I think... Now I create the space. Now he actually uses his E just to get up. So I should have a good... Like, right now, I'm not worried about much. Now he doesn't have... He's also his combo a bit too early. I blink away, he doesn't have his W ready. That's why he can't just instantly hit me, I think. But here... Let's see. I get full robe. After I blink away, instead of running back into him... What if I just wait 9 seconds, right? Or a little bit. Not exactly 9. Because now the fact that I don't have W is the thing that in the end kills me, you know? Even after all that's happened here, if I have W, I'm kind of winning, right? I threw a poison at him. If I have W here, I have a chance to kill him before he has boots ready again to get on top of me. So it's... It's close, it's close. It's close, but yeah, as it... Like, I'm really happy to have to see someone play some fun, weird stuff. But I'm afraid that if you don't have 2 tiers advantage, it doesn't work that well. But I don't know, his average IP wasn't that high, so... Maybe the specs in other items in the same tree are so low. That's why it wasn't showing, like, it didn't seem like he had 2 tiers difference. Oh man, I'm collecting horses. I should stop buying horses here. Hi, Victor says, Chihiro. Can you tell me if those fame books that you get in Corrupted Dungeons, if that counts towards your total fame? it does not count here. If you're worried, like asking about the stats turn here, no, it does not show up here at the books that you eat from. At least from what I've seen and heard, the books in general, both the ones you buy and the ones that aren't tradable, will not show up there on your profile. Heck of a headline in Empire. What's up, Pew Pew? Hey, Mr. Professor, Doctor. How is your day? Are you suffering from constant server issues like the rest of us? Last couple of hours are okay. Or are you enjoying the new little tiny patch? It's not Flamewalker on Flamewalker on Flamewalker anymore, probably. We'll see. I mean, one day, like, my couple of hours today is not enough to say that Flamewalkers are out of style, but they are definitely we're gonna see them much more rarely. I didn't get to play yet. Oh, okay. So, okay, then good luck. I have met a couple of guys today who died because of disconnects, and I'm not complaining, because I was the one who killed them. Because, yeah, somehow the disconnect affected me a bit less. I don't know. Honestly, I was also disconnected most of the time, but my enemy was still taking some of the damage. It was very weird. It was like 4 or 5 people on screen. It was 4 dismounted people. It was like me 1v1ing, and then 2 rats and another mounted guy. And somehow, I don't know, I ended up with killing 2 of them and then getting away after the server resumed in like a couple minutes. But it was a very weird situation. Like, what I need omelette, 0.1. So yeah, it's risky. Like you're probably not going to see a lot of 8-3s today in the mist because people don't want to risk their stuff, I think. That was your question? Okay, yeah, Chihiro, then that is the answer. Professor Pew Pew sounds like hamster. In which way? In which way? Are you saying he sounds like a hamster, like the rodent hamster that people keep at home? Or like hamster gangster, like you say that they're writing in a similar style? If you had the W there, that'd be huge. Yeah. I could have just waited. Because he's not even using his he's not using sprint, so I don't need to go in and be the big man and, you know, start continue the fight. I could just wait for my W, and if he decides to mount up, which he probably will be able to, okay, sure, whatever, you know, we go again, it's fine. But I still don't understand. He must have low, because he has, you know, like his specs are good enough where if he had specs in other items, and remember he's overcharged here, right? I'm confused by the IP differences. Why there isn't an IP difference, but who knows. His name sounds like Hamster Gangster. Okay. Because the weapon that Hamster is playing is doing pew pew pew. Okay. Fair enough. Is that why you're called Professor Pew Pew? Because you play light crossbow, which, I mean, it's not as much pew pew as Arclight blasters, but still, you are pew pewing. It is the closest thing to pew pew. I don't think many other weapons really legit pew pew other than crossbows. Did I hear someone? No. Okay, so anyway, at least it's useful. The chill hull thing, I need to probably write it up just to clear it out also with someone who is deciding the balancing. Because if they want clarity, if they want this area to be representative of the actual damage area, it's not. You can also see right now. It's still not. This is, it's good to know this, but it doesn't affect solo PvP as much. But, you know, occasionally still can. If a mob gets frozen, it can be relevant. Or, if you're playing duo or trio, it can be very relevant, because there, you're often... Your friend is the frozen one, and you're trying to avoid taking damage from the same E, right? So yeah, if you're playing duo or trio, yo, this is actually very relevant. That if you're playing duo or trio against the chill hull and your friend gets frozen, remember that the damage area will not come from the circle that is on the ground, even though they said they will clarify that. It will come from the place where your friend actually got frozen. So if they got frozen at the edge of the circle, it's 6 meters from there. It was Warbow many years ago. Oh, Warbow was doing pew pew. Okay. In my head, Warbow does more like... Okay, Warbow does like more like... Pew, pew, like those kind of... and not so often also. But crossbows are actually doing pew 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 all the time. Sai Hotmail follower asked earlier on YouTube chat, Vic Zane, give me one build, random, please. Random build. Okay, first of all, there's a build randomizer. If you Google, you will find. But if you want a random build which isn't terrible, then take Quarterstaff, Guardian Helmet, Mercenary Jacket, any sort of boots, plate boots on Green Sprint, And there you go. There's your random build. And if you're playing as tier 7 or higher, buy also a Smuggler's Cape. If you're playing much higher than tier 7 and you're going open world, then buy Undead Cape. But, you know, there's your random build of the day. Warbow does pew pew with E, right? Or do you mean the auto attack sounds? Yeah, in my head, Warbow does like very elongated, kind of weird, narrow, like not narrow, but what's the when it's not deep voice, but high pitched, like pew pew, like this, right? But the crossbow does pew 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 pew, like more deep voiced and constant pewing. It's more relevant when you freeze yourself. Well, the thing is, if I freeze myself, the areas will always match, right? Because when you're freezing myself, but there's no delay, I'm instantly freezing. So if I freeze myself for the enemy, the area of on the ground and the area of damage will always match because I didn't move. But if I freeze another person, like a mob or their teammate, then the fact that the person has time to move is relevant. Interesting that I found it out randomly on mobs today. I had an idea that the dash and regular bows E should be an iframe. That'd be too OP though. I mean, it would be okay to do that for mists. But the moment you start messing too much with regular bow specifically, and I know they've already given it buff just in terms of sheer damage, the moment you start messing with it too much and buffing it, corrupted dungeons will be over again for a while, right? Because I think bow is at a risk, especially now that Flamewalker got nerfed. Bow is in a place where it's kind of risky, where it gets, like this regular bow, it gets buffed a bit, and Corrupted Dungeons will just be bow, 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 and nothing else like it used to be. So, for the Mist specifically, it doesn't seem that OP, but remove some of the damage then, if you want to do that, of course. I mean, I like that. That's my favorite builds, and obviously, not obviously, but often they also become the best builds. My favorite builds are the ones that have so much flexibility, that's why I love the spear, that it makes the fight more tactical, because you have to figure out what exactly is the purpose of your spell in this fight. You know, that's why I love Spear and Daybreaker. You know, you have to figure out, in this fight, what do I do with my E, because there's so many functions. That's fun about Arclight Blasters, because you use your E for different, like, reasons at different fights. Like, that would also be the case for the one-handed, or not one-handed bow, the regular bow, not the one-handed bow. If you did that thing. If you added an iframe, you would also have to calculate. Do I use E for damage? Do I use it for iframe? That's an awesome way to make the game more fun. Can I fight him? Mr. Boots of Demon. Professor Pew! Pew! Yep, exactly. That's how I imagine it now. Join chat for Discord. Hotmail, yes. So I see that you are on YouTube. Like, this is like I started last week of also trying to stream on YouTube, so... on YouTube, I don't think I put it in the description of the stream, unfortunately. So they have to like find any one of my videos, and under the videos there will be a Discord link. For anyone on Twitch, you can ! Discord, or you can just look at it under the Twitch stream. There's a Discord link as well. And yes, join in, and there will be a joined chat indeed. When I hear pew pew pew, all I have in my head are the blasters from Star Wars. Oh yeah, actually, haven't thought about that, but yeah, pew pew pew. Yeah, I can imagine that, yeah. Some Captain Panaka saving the Queen or whatever, whichever way it went. For some reason. I instantly think of episode 1 because that was the first one I watched. The first Star Wars that got me in this... in the habit of liking them. I don't feel like, now that I've grown up, I don't feel like I'm a huge Star Wars fan, but I love it. I love the universe for sure, and sci-fi in general. But when I talk to my mom now as an adult, I don't remember this that clearly, but she said that it was like a thing. Like, I forced her to watch like Star Wars, all Star Wars movies with me, like every half a year or something. Like, there was a time where I said, like, I kind of forced her, like, to watch movies, and we watched, like, every week we watched one for, like, 6 weeks. And then in a couple months, in half a year, I started, like, doing this again, like, saying, like, Mom, let's watch Star Wars. And I don't remember this that clearly, but, yeah, apparently as a kid I really loved them. Some guy remade it on Long Metal. Oh, you mean the actual sound? Yeah, I think a lot of the sound, like, a lot of the sound effects, I mean, most sound effects even... I don't know if it's true anymore today, but I think for a long time most sound effects were actually like real sounds, yeah, not just not electronically created, but some dude like rolling up toilet paper in a funny way while sitting in like cement or something, and that became like a sound effect. or breaking a specific type of material next to the speaker. Okay. This is also new. It's now showing mist closing in 4 minutes instead of showing seconds. Like, it doesn't show like 4:54, 4:53, but then the last 2 minutes, it's gonna show mist closing in 120 seconds and then counting down. Very random change. I don't have really much against it, but it's just such a random thing to change up. It's like rewatching Lothar Trilogy. I just watch it from time to time to refresh myself. Lothar I didn't watch that much as well. So like if I watch Lord of the Rings now, and I did watch it a couple of times as an adult also, I watch it with the interest of, I mean, it's not my first time, but I watch it with the interest of, oh, what will happen next, you know? I don't remember everything exactly. Let's see, what can I do? I can cancel, I'm gonna at least do this to cancel his E, but I don't know. It doesn't seem like a happy fight, right? If I ever let him get on top of me, I'm not gonna be happy with the result. I'm guessing that he still wants to kill me, right? So he's gonna walk after me. Oh shit. Well, okay. It kind of worked. If he doesn't catch me now, he doesn't have boots. And now I just keep doing the same for a while, hopefully. We'll see. I will have one more rope before he has boots. And I need to somehow leverage that rope into a win here. He still has cleric, right? Yeah, he didn't use it. So I cannot also just full on go crazy on him also. Well, I mean, I can kind of do this, I guess. Oh shit, he did actually get boots again. He's gonna run into me and kill me, right? If I chase after him, I should be dead here. If he gets the sleep combo off, I'm just dead, but okay, looks like he's not doing it. And then, maybe he's dead. I just need to make sure I don't let him right on top of me. No! He used his cap there, interestingly. So now he doesn't have the big combo. I just need to kill him before his boots are ready again, which should be kind of soon, but I think I'm okay. That was close. I have rope, but that was close. Oh, too bad everything trashed. Kind of fun fight though. This is, I've been saying this as learning moment. If you or your friend is kind of new to Albion, I've been doing this short rant like almost every stream recently. If you're kind of new to Albion, it's very, how to say, enticing to simplify the game, and we still do this when you're after hours and hours, to simplify the game and solo PvP as a weapon versus weapon matchup. And that is a big part of it. Obviously, weapon is the most important part, yeah. But I just want to point out this as a bit of an example. I've been saying this whole time. At the moment you can, start to think more about everything else. That it's always a build versus build. That's why Albion is so much fun. The whole build matters. There's so much customizability. The reason I'm saying is after this fight is because half of this fight was not about weapon versus weapon, was about Wanderlust. Half of this fight was just me having to deal with his Wanderlust. I have to dodge him getting on top of me for his combo. I have to kind of try to use my mobility to negate his Wanderlust. But then I have a long window of time where he has no mobility and I can abuse his Wanderlust. I hope that makes at least a little bit of sense, yeah? Yeah, so just an example, as I've been talking about this more and more, that it is always build versus build, and sometimes it's not the weapon that becomes the focal point. The same goes for cultist rope. Sometimes the enemy's number one priority is not which kind of frost I'm using, but it's the fact that I am using cultist rope, which will give me a big advantage if they don't cancel it. Anyway, tiny bit of a rant. Awesome fight. Yeah, holy trash rate, that was annoying, yeah. I mean, it wasn't worth that much, right? He was just tier 7 overcharge, so it's not like big losses, but yeah, there's a million for sure that is somewhere in the ground now. It's okay. It's more money for econ players to craft for the game and get money for it. Frost Q stun on this patch. Yes, the Q1 stuns, but it's difficult, Pupo. It's difficult to proc it. I will show it. I've showed this to Ekward also earlier. Like, at the beginning, I thought I suck. I'm missing so many Qs, and that's why I'm not procking it. I would rather have the damage buff from before. But now, if you look at this, like, I hit 1, I hit 2, and then I miss. Like, this is the only, like, I don't know if you saw it. It's like, if I instantly, the moment I make any sort of move, I cannot freeze anymore. Okay, I need to show it like this. And now I miss 1, and the moment that now it doesn't freeze anymore. The moment I do any other action, like the only way to hit one when you like to freeze them when you've missed a Q, is if I just stand and hit Qs. Like if I do this, like I did the first time, and I miss one and I instantly Q, I can freeze. But the moment I do this, I hit, then I walk around a bit, I miss one, and now I hit, it's already too late and he's not frozen. So it's much more difficult to proc it than I thought. The window is really, really short. And in real fights, I've almost never procced it today. So, yeah, I don't know. The more I play, the more I feel like I would just rather have the damage buff. That is why Vic tells newbies to never use Wanderlust unless you are a pro. True, true. I 100% stand by the fact that Wanderlust is not a beginner spell. Wanderlust for PvP. Like, if you're using Wanderlust to get away as a gatherer, sure. I mean, I personally would encourage you to play the game a bit in a more PvP-oriented way to start, because someone who spent like 100 hours PvPing and then decides to be a gatherer is going to be much more successful because they're going to be good at survival. Whereas if you just play only as a gatherer, you're going to die more, right? Because you don't have the kind of first-hand combat experience. But okay, that's besides the point, you know? Play the game whichever way you want, you know? I'm very happy to have different parts of Albion together. But I 100% think that if as the moment you run into, like you walk into PvP with the intention to PvP, Wanderlust is a spell that requires experience. It seems like it's an easy spell for a beginner to be safer, but it's the actual exact opposite. You mess up your PvP and you don't even realize it as a beginner. It takes specific builds that take advantage. His build is good for Wanderlust. It's not a problem. And I'm not even saying he's a beginner. You can see, like, in this case, it's just me abusing the window, and it was still a very close fight. But yeah, in this case, it's more just like me outplaying the Wanderlust rather than the Wanderlust itself being a problem. But for a beginner, it's so easy to mess up your Wanderlust, and you're depriving yourself of normal spacing tools. So whenever you need to create space or get closer to your enemy, you can't do that as well as other players, so... Definitely Wanderlust not good for beginners, but it does at least have a good place later on. Some curse staffs also can use it decently well, and some other like low mobility builds. Royal Boots are just superior. Yeah, it's a bit different yet, yeah. Royal Boots and now also Demon Boots, finally that they seem to be in a decently balanced place. Royal Boots and Demon Boots are in many ways feel better. Than Wanderlust for a lot of the builds. A lot of the builds that want Wanderlust, yeah, you're right. They could just use Royal Boots, it's just more expensive, that's the only problem. But if you don't think about cost at all, yeah. Like also this guy. Like this guy with Royal Boots would have the similar type of mobility option to actually catch me or get away from me, but it would be on a 35? Demon Boots are 30 seconds. I think Royal actually are also 30, right? They've been buffed earlier. Okay, they're also on a 30-second cooldown, yeah. I think, right? Because my cooldown reduction is just crazy, the 20%. Silence. The sound of silence. For those passives that stun or root the target on the 4th and 5th, do you keep track of the count on your head or look at your buff? I look at, okay, Sunset Warrior for Chillhowl, I just check my buff here. And if I see that it's at least 4, I just attack, yeah. Like, generally, this one also, it's... I mean, I attack anyway, right? It's not like I'm playing very differently. It's very relevant sometimes, yeah. When I go for the E combo and I need the root to hit the E, yes, I look at my buff bar here. But during a fight, oftentimes I don't look at it because I'm trying to auto-attack as much as possible anyway. So it's a bit less relevant for me right now, but when I do want to guarantee I hit the E with the root, then yeah, I just look here. But when I was playing Arclight Blasters, I'm gonna definitely play more soon. Such an amazingly fun build. When I was playing Arclight Blasters, I learned. It took a while, and I'm still probably gonna mess it up here and there. But I definitely learned to use my passive, and this goes for light crossbow just the same. I mean, other crossbows also, but especially light crossbow and Arclight Blasters of the popular weapons. You kind of need to be aware of your passive, so you definitely want to learn to start tracking it. But it's pretty easy to track it, because on the crossbow passive, it's just... when you get into it, it's 2 Qs, 2 spells, 2 Qs, 2 spells. So I got into that kind of rhythm on Blasters. Q, Q, spell, spell, Q, Q, spell, spell, you know? And then I started using it without looking all the time, but it's pretty straightforward. But I still made a lot of mistakes. I feel like that's why I love Blasters, because it was difficult. I tried the Ultimate Blasters build, but it's so much more difficult than a Spear. Kind of true, yeah. I mean, Spear is... Tactically, Spear might be a bit more difficult, but you don't always obviously realize it, you know? You might lose a fight on a Spear, you might not even realize that you made a mistake by approaching the fight in a wrong way. Whereas on Blasters, it's very obvious that you messed up when you don't hit your double Qs. Hello, Mr. Staff of the Curse. Can I have this dance, please? Oh shit. Oh, there's a bow, okay. .1 bow. It's Badon though. He doesn't have cooldown reduction. He's using the Frost Shot, so I need to be a bit careful. I guess I'll learn if he can dodge my E with his Frost Shot or not. Okay, we both kind of messed up our Ws, but... yeah. Let's see if he wants to come after me or not. Wait, what happened to the Wisp? Oh, the Wisp should be dropped here, right? Because he went in with... I should have picked it up. No, too far. Was a bit too far for my E, unfortunately. So yeah, in this situation, for example, before I blinked on the curse, I made sure. I just checked how many stacks I have, just to make sure that I can dismount him, because, you know, I cannot freeze the horse unless I root him. But unfortunately, after I auto-attacked and rooted him, I was too far for my E still. Finally back. What's up, man? Man, you are... I'm happy that you're going to the gym. It's... I know how good it is to have a good, like, to proper, like, schedule, you know? To actually go to the gym regularly. I should somehow tie it, you know? I should use... I've been thinking about this, but I should somehow use you, meaning the viewers of the stream, to help myself get back on the more disciplined living train. Like, one thing that helped me in the end make a Discord, because for so long people were asking me to make a Discord on their YouTube channel, one thing that finally helped me is me publicly saying, if I don't make a Discord by the end of next week, I'm gonna give my whole EU bank away, like all the silver. That's like a cool, you know? It's like the dude in the... What's his name? The guy that tied himself to the mast, right? It's like kind of giving himself no out. You did say you were a bit out of shape. Yeah, I definitely feel it. Like, it's... I mean, you only see my face, so it's not that obvious from stream. Maybe, I don't know. Also, you don't know, like, you haven't seen me, like, 1 year ago, 2 years ago, so on, right? But, you know, I have, like... I don't know. Anyway, yes, it definitely is a thing, like, And I feel... I see it, but I feel it very clearly when I play basketball. Like, it's... Like, I'm just a shooter right now. Like, when I play basketball right now, luckily I'm pretty good at shooting, but... Like, the chances of me driving by my defender are like... I mean, okay, the extra weight helps under the basket in basketball, but... Like, I have zero chance of driving by any sort of real defender right now. I'm just shooting. What is their mobility like? Okay. I need to figure out if they how easily they can oh, he did change to Wanderlust. Okay, so I can try to play around the Wanderlust here. Sooner or later, when they start chasing me, the curse will have to use Wanderlust, and I just need to desynchronize their boots so that they don't get on top of me at the same time. That's essentially the only thing I can... I should have also probably changed poisons, you know, for a 1v2, but hey. Okay, he used his Wanderlust. So now I might have a 1v1 for a little while, we'll see. This guy is dead, but I don't know if the bow is close enough. Let's see what the bow is doing. A year ago, Vic Zane weighed 600 pounds, and now after a year of Albion Online, he lost hundreds. Yeah, I could make some sort of joke about or like some sort of title about Albion Online helping you lose weight from all the stress of the server breaking down. But like the highest weight I've ever been as an adult. I mean, I was not a fat kid, I don't mean, but that's it. And the lowest weight I've ever been as an adult, the difference is like 65 kilograms, however much that is in pounds. So I'm no stranger. Like in my life, like a lot of things come and go very sharply, you know? And like physical form and weight has also been kind of part of that. So I have put on a lot of weight and I've lost a lot of weight in my life. Which is also why I'm maybe stressing about it a little bit less. It does bother me, but like I am happy when I'm in shape and I'm unhappy when I'm not, but it bothers me a bit less because I know from my own experience how easy it is to essentially get into shape. At least for me, it's not like it's like 1 year maybe of like work, and then how easy it is to get back into being fat, kind of, because that's also 1 year of dedicated work. Let's see. Oh wait, let's see. Dante wrote earlier. I was supposed to join a cardio class today. Oh shit, you do cardio? What? What is happening? You are not the man I thought I met, Dante. Cardio, it got cancelled because of low attendance. Instead, cardio, I joined boxing class. Oh, okay, that sounds fun. Okay, so when you go to the gym, you are... No, I didn't know. Guys, we have a cardio enjoyer in our midst. Be careful. He might get you to join CrossFit one day. I'm sorry. This is it's a bit of a cliche joke. Yeah, I'm one of those guys that I am. Yeah, my if I like, for me, when I talk about getting back into the gym and like when I did have a good rhythm before and now I feel like I need to go to the gym to get like back into a decent shape, the only thing I mean is just lifting, like just free weights pretty much, maybe some machines, but that's it. For me, the only cardio I have ever tolerated, like that's psychological, I know it's stupid, but the only cardio that I can actually do and be happy about it is basketball, nothing else. Biggest gym in your city has scheduled classes. Yeah, that seems like a common thing, yeah. The gym I used to go to, it was also... You just need to sign up in advance, right? But other than that, it's not like you're paying extra. I already maxed out on weightlifting. Oh shit! Never mind, that's a pretty Chad thing to say. Okay, so you've been lifting for a long time then. Dante, you are... It's not just a couple years for you, yeah? Since last December. What do you mean you maxed out on lifting then? Oh, you mean like for this week? Oh, okay, because you when you said you already maxed out weightlifting, my first reaction was like, you know, you've been like lifting for like 7 years or something, so you're saying that you already got like 99% of the gains you could naturally gain. I mean, if it's since last December, then I don't believe that you're near the max. Unless you're like 45, but even then, no. I was American football player. Oh, okay. I see. Okay, but how did you decide? How did you came up with the idea that you are maxed in terms of your like weightlifting potential? Or you're saying this like kind of lightly, like, you know, not like serious, not necessarily seriously maxed, but you know. Machines are capped at 100 and dumbbells are like 40. Oh shit. Okay, okay, okay. Maxing out on those things. Okay, at my gym you can definitely lift more than like, I mean, the actual machines, I think you can lift more. I don't know about the machines actually, but free weights definitely go higher. And of course you have the barbell, you know, at some point people might not, but I mean, there's very few guys that I see that are actually even just regular flat chest press. I don't think, I almost never see someone use like the biggest dumbbells that are available. That is pretty crazy. Okay, nice. I love how it's good talking about this. I should. This is very good talking about this because this makes me feel even more like what the fuck am I doing with my life? You know, such an easy way to get like a better quality life, from my experience. So for lats you go 2015. Okay, okay. Yeah, I mean, the fact that you are doing supersets is already in that sense beyond me. I don't know. I think the longest I lifted in a row was like a bit over half a year, probably like 8 months or something. And I don't know. I felt like I was gaining so clearly still that I didn't even start like like supersets, for example. I didn't even get into that territory. But I'm also just like with Albion, I'm not an efficiency player, you know. In real life, I'm also not so much a max efficiency player. It was just simply easier and more fun. Now I'm starting to sweat just from this discussion, you know. Damn, okay, it's time. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe it's time to get back on the bandwagon. That requires going to sleep at the proper time, but... Oh, somebody's killing a mob here. Hello, sir. Oh. Man, we are right next to the exit, which sucks. No, don't go. Don't go. Okay. Yes. How can I make this into a thing that I cannot wake up and decide, fuck it, you know, I'll do it the next day. I mean, okay, discussing this publicly is already a big deal, okay? So, gym tomorrow, just to get... It's gonna be... Man, it's gonna be frustrating, though. Because I keep on my phone, you know, like, just to track progress, I keep, like, I always kept writing down, like, all the sets and weights and everything. So, tomorrow, if I open the note, I'm doing that on my phone right now. I open the note and I see that, you know, what I used to... Not that I was never, like, super strong in any way, but I'm definitely gonna have to eat a bit of my own pride and lift a lot lighter at the beginning. Also, because extra thing of becoming... like, adding weight is that I'm definitely it's gonna be much easier to injure myself as well, right? Okay, that's awesome. Man, I'm very happy, Dante. First of all, for the fact that you came in here to talk about this, but also that we actually have a strongman, you know. I mean, those are some serious numbers that you are boasting there. PT says heaviest thing in the gym is being able to lift your ass to the gym. That's very true. Froggy said earlier, the only weights I'm doing is when I'm getting up my fat ass from my bed in the morning. Yeah, well, it's I have some friends like with whom we used to do like we didn't actually work out together because we lived a bit too far to organize to go to the same gym, but we did kind of track progress together a little for some while. And I always felt like, yeah, obviously we all had some problems of actually sticking to it at some point, you know. Life comes in the way. But I always felt like I never related to people who say, oh man, I don't like, you know, like I have to force myself to work out. For me, the process itself is just so amazing. But getting to the gym, that's 100%. That's the most difficult part, I agree. Like to get, like, it takes me 15 minutes from here on foot. Like that is the annoying part. Like at the gym, it's just fun. Very small muscle group takes a lot of time to improve. Yeah, I've never got in my life to a point where I started isolating like small muscles because I don't know. I guess I didn't feel competitive about it. It was always just. Also, I felt like I'm so much. Even after like 6 or 7 months, I felt like I'm such a beginner that like it still felt to me like I can do pretty much anything and I'm still progressing, right? So I was pretty much just happy doing like big compound exercises and not worried about specific like small muscle groups, but more just you know, like isolating chest maybe a couple like times a week. Then I did the push-pull legs thing that a lot of people do that are beginners, and it was very happy for me. Very good effort. Often only guys noticeably over 100 kilograms get there. Okay. You're over 100 and you are in good shape right now, yeah, Dante? I mean, you're obviously super strong. Like, if you say you're maxing out your weight and you're having trouble finding big enough dumbbells that, you know, but you are actually, you feel like in terms of your fat percentage, you're in good shape also, and you're over 100. That's a lot. Oh shit, who are we fighting here? Man, what is this? Albion support. No. Oh wait, I need a bag. We came at the right moment for some easy pickings all of a sudden. Lucky timing. Man, trash rate is crazy today. The server is broken. I shouldn't be complaining, you know, I didn't do anything for this fight. I just showed up to get the last hits on both of them. But this is not the first time today I open and everything trashes. So the only thing I have to show for it, for this big rat, is this. And this isn't even like a proud picture because there's an assist. Because I obviously did almost nothing. Well, it's okay. At least I'm not randomly dying to rats, I guess. It's better to be the rat than to be the cheese. You heard it here first. This is a proper Albion wisdom, you know? It's just like in FPS games. When people, like, when you try to avoid being in a sandwich, you know? The actual thing is you do want to be in a sandwich in an FPS game. You just want to be the bread and not the cheese, you know? Man, I should like put together a bunch of cheese related quotes. 195, 130 centimeter right now, but still cutting weight. Oh, you mean 113 kilograms? Yeah. Okay. So you are also like really tall. Like I'm pretty tall, but 195 is definitely a crazy amount. Nice. Okay. Still want to lose a bit more. Okay. Man, this is like this is proper. I like this. Is extra bit of Dante lore because it makes me want to be better in my life as well. Because we are finding out that you don't have to decide between playing Daybreaker and being super strong. You know, you can do both things at the same time. So it opens up also my mind to that possibility. That's awesome though. But really, Vic, actually go to the gym tomorrow. Sparkly, tomorrow, I'm streaming tomorrow, so you can come to stream tomorrow and ask me if I went. And having had this little bit of extra interaction, the likelihood of me going to the gym is like 95%. Just because I don't want the public shame, you know? Because after what we just talked... Hello? Oh shit, maybe I shouldn't have done that. Did he have Invis or... Oh, he did have Invis. Oh, was that his Invis potion? Okay. Damn. Why did he go this way, though? Oh shit, he's hitting a lot of those. Oh, he had some monies on him. Okay, it shows 400k, but I got definitely more than I expected. interesting that he now decided to do this. I mean, one-handed, holy, okay. Smite was just nerfed, and he now decided to do this. So anyway, yeah, thank you, Sparkly. What I wanted to say is that at the end of the day, like the kind of the fact that this is kind of, you know, public, obviously, me on stream, this kind of this makes the likelihood of me actually going to gym like, very, very high, because I don't want to admit tomorrow that I woke up and, you know, wasn't disciplined. So yeah, thank you for being here and for talking about this. But it's going to be a sad session, probably. Although, you know, at the beginning, as a beginner, like every time, I've been beginner several times when it comes to working out, you know, and never really got like too crazy. As I said, the longest was 7 or 8 months. But anyway, as a beginner, like any kind of workout feels good at the start, right? So in that sense, it's easy to get the satisfaction, the extra chemicals. It's really good for mental health, to be honest. I made lots of friends there. People in the gym are not nicer than most people know on body shames. Yeah, I don't have this problem like of body shame or like being aware of that even. But it's definitely like that one time when I said like I was 8 months, you know, going to gym. That was in many ways the best year. Also like mentally, in terms of mental performance, man, it was crazy. But I also like I did a lot of other things as well. You know, like I had a very good schedule for my sleep. I was eating once a day, and I was on keto, and there was a lot of like other things contributing to the fact that it was just ridiculous how much fun stuff, how much productivity and fun stuff I was able to do in a week compared to the rest of my life, for sure. So for me, gym was like part of a bigger lifestyle, but maybe that contributes. Like you start with the gym, and then everything else also becomes easier to do. Like it's so much. I was going to work. Part of that time I was also working, and man, like it's just easy. You go to work and you're instantly happy. Like it's so much easier to be productive, to kind of lift other people, make them feel better. I mean, everything is definitely like a cheat code to everything good in life. But one interesting thing I kind of noticed is that obviously being in better shape makes you also much life is easier and you're overall like happier person. But one thing I noticed is how much more important is not the shape you're in right now, and not like whether we're talking about your cardiovascular health or how strong you are or your performance in a sport. In any of those things, I felt like, at least for me, it's not so much the current status I'm in that determines how good I feel about myself and how good days are, but it's the kind of trajectory that I'm on, you know? Like the current inertia. So like after 1 month of, you know, proper like eating and working out, for example, you're not like much stronger or in better shape than you were when you started, but just feeling that you're on the trajectory, everything already feels better. Crap touch. That was not crap touch, Sparkly. That was one-handed crapoli. Something like that. He did try to he tried to use this several times, but I was just out of range and he didn't end up knocking me. He also had this. Okay, one time when I used my Dusk Quiver, he knocked me during that. Other than that, I don't think I got hit by either of his knockbacks more than that one time. I was a bit careless about dodging his Qs, to be honest. If there was like another person who came for the chest, it would have been a bit of an unnecessary risk. But I did also always have my robe ready, if it comes to that. Yeah, I agree with it. This is even making me want to take out my old dusty gym bench. Oh yeah. If you have a sort of home gym, then you have a bit of an advantage. If your problem is like for me, the 15 minutes to actually go to the gym. But on the other hand, of course, you can't have all the things at home. And just like working from home, you know, if it's not clearly separated, then it might feel like you're not really working. Cross changes. Are you a robot now? Am I a robot? No? Am I a robot? Usually when someone says that I'm a robot, it's because I'm on Discord call and the internet is bad, you know? And then it starts sounding like this, because, you know, it cuts off every second word. I bought a bench since I just want to work out alone. Yeah. I have a friend who bought like some workout equipment and I don't know. I can't understand, like, sometimes he for sure works out. It's easier because he can just go to the next room and do it there, but but it's a bit like, I don't know. Like for long term, if you get into the habit of going to the gym, you just have so much more stuff you can do there. Thetford Cape. Oh, yeah. I joked about that at the start, Voodoo. Yeah, also, what's up? At the very start, yeah, we joked about that, yeah. That I'm actually using Thetford Cape, yeah. The AI propaganda got to me. And if you're wondering what the hell is this, what is this AI stuff, then it's last stream, was it last time? Yeah, it was last stream. On Sunday, I played all kinds of AI generated builds. And it became very clear very quickly that AI is actually just doing Thetford propaganda. It was not just suggesting Thetford Cape with every single build, but it even went as far as start to suggest things like Thetford boots or Thetford shoes, which don't even exist. So we pretty quickly concluded that everyone who is from Thetford is probably just a bot, and AI is controlling the city. Introvert mentality. Maybe. I haven't visited the idea of introversion and extroversion in my mind for a long time. But I used to have a pretty strong opinion that I did not believe in it too much. Because I felt like I knew people who are both, and I also feel like I am both. Like I am introverted and extroverted, you know. Like there are times where I don't want anyone in my life, or especially like next to me for a long time. There are times where I 100% don't want to go to the party. I don't want to do. I am the kind of classical introvert. I just want to do my own thing, whatever I'm doing, even if it's like I'm not just talking about socially, like gaming, but just like reading a book. But there's also been times where for months and months I am like a weekend when I don't go out on a Friday, I feel bad. Like I'm just constantly looking out for like social attention. So I don't know. I never really fully believed in that. And I also felt like there are people who are both introverts and extroverts, but also people who are kind of neither. That seems like a mean way to talk about it, but I kind of felt like there's some people who are, I don't know. They don't seem either. They are not like super energetic, or like they don't feel like they are extroverted to the point where they enjoy and get the like charged by being around other people, but also when they're alone, they are not. Doesn't seem like they're fully enjoying it. Thanks for following, Kurpo or Yurpo. You're cooking. Wait, what was that? I suggest 10 push-ups every time you die in mists. Maybe one day, but that's. I mean, if I do get into a good schedule with the gym, I'm not gonna be able to do like 10 push-ups every time I die in the mists, because then I will have like actual, I will have actual workouts. So I will need to rest my muscles between them, yeah. So if it's, I mean, okay, 10 push-ups. It's not crazy, but it's definitely gonna be, like, if considering how I play the mists, it's gonna be a serious workout. It's gonna be a serious extra push day, man. It's gonna be difficult. So I don't know, but it's a cool idea. Something like that. I will think about it. And maybe you have some other ideas as well, what I could do, like every time I die in the mist, because that could definitely make it more fun. Nice chest. Yeah, Voodoo. Yeah, I don't know why I didn't get excited. But I did get actually a decent chest. This is a regular Abbey. Yeah, this is tier 6. Pretty nice Abbey. Like, pretty nice chest for a tier 6 Abbey. Is English your first language, brother? What's up, Condoriano? No, it's not. In fact, if you're being very technical about it, English is like my 4th language. Like, if you look at like when I was learning languages, like which languages I learned as a kid, English was number 4. But no, it's not my first. I'm definitely not a native speaker, but in my adult life, most of my work projects have been in English, so I've been using it a lot. And obviously, as someone who also grew up with video games, there's also a lot of English that I consume just like right now, whatever game I played, with the friends I made online, or just learning the game and playing the game. I'm dragging the topic probably, but you are more excited about gym at the moment. More excited about gym than what? Than... I am excited, yeah. No, because I know how much I love it, yeah. It's just a matter of getting over the hump of not being lazy in the mornings, and kind of getting into a good habit Because I know, like, if you're in a good habit, like the walking to the gym or driving, whatever you're doing, it's very simple. But it's just a matter of doing that, yeah. Oh, you meant the chest, yeah. Yeah, the Abbey chests are... I'm, like... My excitement for Abbey chests in general are... Like, I have to have a very good chest. Yeah, it was another good one, but what does it mean? It was like 200k, okay, amazing. I would like to have a good fight. I don't care about, you know, that my silver is... silver is like the after effect of having good fights. Hopefully. I don't know what the extension under the stream says today. Am I profiting or not? My build is not too expensive, so even though I die a lot, I'm probably making some profits. Oh, also because the trash rate was bad, yeah. So in my bank I have like 10 million profit, but I think the theoretical profit is like would be much higher. Because oftentimes a lot of things have trashed. Yeah, okay. Yeah, you're right, I understood now. The chests are... I don't know, do you get excited about chests? I mean, okay, how much does this have to be? Like, maybe 750k is the chest where I would actually get a bit excited. Yeah, okay. Starting from like 750k. 8 mil estimated. Is it 8 mil estimated like profit, like revenue? Okay, then I've had lucky chests, because in my actual bank I have like over 10 mil, I think, of today's profits, even though so many good things have trashed. But I guess that's because of chests then. Haven't played Albion recently, but for uncommon and rare chests I get pretty excited. Yeah, okay, maybe, yeah. The fact that it's not even just how much money, but the fact that it's purple, I'm gonna be honest, yeah, that did get me a tiny bit excited, just seeing the purple color, you know? My monkey brain a bit happy when it sees rare color. By the way, actually, I've cleared this whole abbey, and also previous one on the wrong queue in some ways. I mean, this queue is good if I want to be constantly ready for PvE, but... Oh, sorry, for PvP, but it's for PvE, it's definitely slowing me down. Me, whenever I get chest more than 5k. The thing is, if I'm gonna run into a fight, I'm likely to take it, you know? So, the chest just adds to the pressure of, okay, now I'm risking like twice as much as my build is costing otherwise. That's also one reason why it's a bit less exciting, maybe. But even more so, okay, I have to figure out, like, because going to the gym in the morning starts by going to sleep properly. So, okay, I need a red buff, and then I need to eat something and go to sleep. Is essentially the conclusion of today. Okay, this is a red buff, give me. Yeah, I think 750k is the chest, is like the beginning of a chest where I would feel kind of good about it. Sleep is optional, don't believe them. Well, I agree with that joke to the extent that like one day of good sleep or one day of bad sleep is not the solution, or not gonna ruin my day, right? I already know that. I am very resilient in that regard. But it's the longer. It's like I don't know. It takes like a couple weeks to get into a good sleep schedule, and it's the impact of the longer sleep pattern. So yeah, I can not sleep the whole night and still go to the gym, and I can also sleep very, very well and still be very tired if my overall sleep pattern for a while has not been good. So one day doesn't solve, but yeah. That was him. Bench press is chest. That is nice, yeah. Different types of chest. Yeah, we are going to work. Instead of the Abbey chest, we're gonna get this chest involved for some red buffs. That's pretty cool. You can have a gene that reduces your need to sleep down to 4 hours, but it's rare. I don't remember that actually. I mean, I don't remember reading about that. I know that there's also a genetic condition where your natural day lasts a little bit less than 24 hours, so you get absolutely messed up. Those people can barely live. They get absolutely messed up because their internal clock cannot adapt to a regular day. But 4 hours, yeah, 4 hours is very little. Like, as people get older, they do sleep a bit less, I think, on average. But like even very old people usually sleep like a 5.5 hours or something like that. I also sleep a lot unless there is light. Yeah, summer sleeping is more difficult because it's constantly light outside. And also right now it's very warm, which obviously affects. We talked about this last stream also, about temperature and sleep a bit. I remember sleeping 20 hours because when I woke up it was dark outside. I thought, oh, it's still early and slept again. Wait, I feel something. 8-3. Is there any chance? Not really, right? Oh shit! I hit him. I don't have boots, unfortunately. Did he full run away? He eat just to get on top of me, but unfortunately I can't use it in any other way than the way I did use it, yeah? He used W and E to get close, so I get a free cast of my E. But because of the IP difference, if I trade, every time I trade my E for his E, I'm still losing. Where did he go? Did he find someone juicier or is he baiting me? Guys? Oh shit, he did find someone juicier. I don't think I can kill this guy though, but... He doesn't have a buff, but you know, that doesn't really help me that much. Like this is a 6-4 and this is a Prowling. Deathgivers definitely felt much more manageable. Deathgivers at least is a good matchup for me, in theory. This, I don't really know. I have no idea. Like, there's no way a guy who plays 8-3 or 8-4, whichever it was, 8-3, right? There's no way he's gonna let me E him when he's in cat form. And if I mean, he can probably just never switch to his outside of his human form and still win the fight. Thanks for following, by the way, iFrost. Hey, your name is iFrost, and today I'm playing Frost. Coincidence? I think not. Yeah, but I can't imagine. Okay, there to some extent, you know, after sleeping 20 hours, like, it's very easy to be just as sleepy as if you slept 2 hours, right? Because at some point, sleeping too much, you also get, like, the same effects, like, you know what, head is cloudy, I don't know what's happening. My brain goes, if it's dark, it's nighttime, go back to sleep. I don't know how does that work with computers, because isn't like playing games or watching a screen, doesn't that also kind of make your brain feel like it's not dark? It does, specifically when you look outside the window. That's what affects you. I store sleep. If I sleep too much, I can stay awake. That's true. I noticed that as well, but to some extent, a little bit. Yeah, I've noticed that as well. I had this just now when, you know, this week I wasn't streaming, like not last week, but before that. I said that I was kind of sick, but a big part of the day I was just sleeping. Maybe it was like a little bit of fever, and because of that, but I was sleeping so much. After that, I felt like I could almost skip a night and still feel okay. Not exactly, but I also felt like I stored up some sleep, so I actually get that. Got tired from sleeping. That is a real thing in my experience. That's not something I've read about. Sometimes when I discuss things, like, because I did go through a phase when I was researching to understand my biology better. Sometimes when I talk about things, they're like things that I remember from books that I read from like top scientists on the matter. On this, I remember nothing about storing sleep, and I don't remember anything about getting tired of sleeping. But I definitely something in my own life, I very much experienced both of those things. If I sleep too much, I get the same kind of tiredness. Like as if I didn't sleep at all. By the way, for deep sleep, I slept through 6.1 earthquake once. I don't know how much that is. I don't remember, but I'm guessing from your sentence that it's the one where things shake more than my webcam when I move the table. I mean, no, yeah, 6 is like the borderline of where you're not evacuating, right? Because I think 7 and I think 8 is when the city will start collapsing, I think already, right? If I remember correctly. I don't remember. I should know this. My grandpa used to work as a scientist on and this studying earthquakes. I don't remember the Richter scale. Maybe it's not even the same scale that I remember. I wake up to human noises, but not anything else. Also not the car sounds. There was a company. I don't know if they ever went through with this for real. There was an initiative and a company to change smoke alarms that I read about. I think they started in the UK to change smoke alarms to like instead of the bee wee wee to change it to like human women like screaming or talking or whatever, some sort of like human voice, and specifically a mother's voice in theory, because apparently like young children can very easily sleep through this crazy loud smoke alarm, but the most kind of waking the most likely to wake them up would be like a noise of like a in theory their mother screaming or like a woman screaming. Like that's the one of the most kind of triggering in that regard, you know, triggers you to wake up thing. But I never actually remember if they went through with this or this was just somebody's wacky idea. But I definitely, like, following from that logic, it makes sense what you just said, Dante, that you wake up more to human noises, you know, because they have like they have more meaning, and your brain might pick up on something like on humans more in your sleep than from random like ambience noises, whatever they are, even if it's loud. If somebody whispers, I will wake up, but if somebody blows up my sleep, yeah, okay, see, something like that. I'll wake up if someone opens my door or talks loudly when I can hear them. Yeah, definitely. There is some social like thing there as well. Like your brain is maybe more worried, you know. Maybe it might be about missing out. Maybe it might be that, you know, something important is going down. Maybe it is actually kind of a bit linked to being used to your mother, you know, when you are a little kid. But somehow those things, yeah, that makes sense to me. That it would be more triggering to hear humans in your sleep than to like some sort of storm or some loud noises. It's probably also good like survival strategy, you know. If you're sleeping in the middle of a forest, you can't wake up every time there's a noise, like nature noise, but you should wake up when there's someone, a person, because that's probably means that there's something wrong and you need to wake up and defend yourself. Maybe I'm going too far, like with the hypothetical here. Yeah, stop replay buffer. Okay. But with that in mind, and especially with the fact that I will not be able to feel good about myself tomorrow, if tomorrow I start the stream, Sparkly asks, yo, so did you go to gym? And I'm gonna say, no, I actually didn't. I will have to go. And that also means that it's time for me today to go eat, because, you know, can't go to sleep right after eating. So a couple more hours and then to get everything done for the day during a reasonable time. So let's figure out who we are going to raid together. And by the way, I'll report back, you know. So if you're here, you will also be able to kind of follow my journey to getting back into a good gym habit, hopefully. So who knows, maybe you will also get inspired to do that. Or maybe you are like Dante, who is already in built up ridiculous strength. And you can just look. It's like that meme that, you know, that the big muscled computer, like looking down at the tiny dude, like, oh yeah, that's cute, you know. Okay, I will talk more about working out, of course, tomorrow, and probably play some other. Hopefully, the servers will be back, so we'll play some other maybe higher IP stuff as well. Time to raid. We have some options. I already saw when I opened my my Twitch that we have Eugen who is streaming. We have Scribble. Is there anything else, or is there someone that you would like me to raid? Someone who's watching that you think would make for a good place to take this energy that we've created here and share it with them. For me, the alarm sound should be my wife voice calling me. I'm telling you, female voice talking in a way that it makes you feel like something important is happening. Absolutely. That's when I know I'm in danger. Yep. 100%. I would guess, Kirpo, that your mother's voice saying your full name would also work. Maybe it depends on, you know, how old you are. But yep, that's the same. That's the same logic, yeah? You know you're in trouble if your wife calls you out, like, with an alarmed voice. Alright, see ya. I guess I'll head to bed. I'm beat from today. Thanks for being here, Dante, and for bringing this gym energy here. It's bigger than Albion, you know? It's very happy to have had you here, and good night to you as well. Who are we raiding? Who do we have? Let's see, someone who is streaming in English and who hasn't been online for like a whole day. Scribble is 4 hours. Let's go for Scribble. Yeah, it's been a while since I raided Scribble. Swapping content like it's nobody's business. Sounds like he might be doing something interesting. And as you know, he's probably playing some sort of content solo, maybe not. Anyway, let's go. It looks like you got a new camera, so you can actually see him now. So, talk to you again tomorrow, and have a good one. Thanks for being here. Stay for the raid, of course. Mr. Zane, ahaha. Yeah, I saw ahaha also actually. Yeah, but okay. Let's go for Scribble because it's been a while, and then we will raid. I mean, he's also like ahaha is also on the list of guys that we're gonna raid every now and again anyway. You know, so definitely gonna come around back to taking our energy there as well. Let's see. There we go.
Drop call. There we go. All right. So, yeah, boys. Could we go for one last run?